Hello, everybody, and welcome to our biggest show of the year here on Running the Bases, the MLB trade deadline coverage show. I am here joined by the incredible Blake Harris. Blake, first off, welcome to the show. It's a big day. How are you doing today?
I'm happy to be back. I was here last year. I don't remember at what point during the trade deadline I hopped on, so
I think the
I
beginning. I
don't.
think the beginning.
I might have been at the beginning, so I don't remember what exactly was going on. But it was fun last year. Hasn't been as fun today for me, but the day's still young. We still have 4 hours to go, so we'll see where the day takes us.
It's definitely going to be a very interesting trade deadline. And, we've only got Blake here for a couple of minutes. So before we get into any of the other deals, I just want you to talk about what the Dodgers have done so far and really what you think that they may do going forward for the rest of the day.
Yeah, the Dodgers are in an interesting position because they have, I think it's technically by a few percentage points, the best record in baseball at the moment. They're essentially locked everywhere, even though they have injuries across the board. Their starting rotation has been like the best in baseball. Their bullpen's been one of the best. So they don't necessarily need an upgrade at any position, which is a rarity because every year it seems like there's one glaring hole. So I'm not exactly sure what the Dodgers do. Obviously, they didn't pull the trigger on Juan Soto because they felt like he wasn't necessarily a need like for the Padres. I think they might make a smaller move that Friedman likes to do. Like last year, aside from the Trey Turner thing, he went and acquired Danny Duffy. A few days ago, the Dodgers acquired Chris Martin. So Friedman likes doing those smaller moves. I don't think we're going to see a big blockbuster like we've grown accustomed to over the last few years with LA. But like I said, with Friedman, you never know. There's 4 hours, so I wouldn't expect much. But again, if he pulls something out that no one was anticipating, I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest. But yeah, I don't think the Dodgers make a big move at this point, would be my guess.
Well, we now have joining the show Mr. Jack Loader. Welcome, Jack. You are a Giants fan, so Giants and Dodgers represented right here. And both of you are dealing with something this morning that is quite tough to deal with. That Juan Soto has now joined your division. So, Jack, now that you're just here, only here for a few minutes, what is your take on Juan Soto being brought to the division and a little bit of what's going on with the Giants?
Yeah, Michael. I feel really bad for Dodger fans this morning above all else. I have so much sympathy for what they're going through right now. No, in all honesty, it's just a very depressing time. Watching last night's game was watching blockbuster name after blockbuster name kind of run around the bases at Oracle Park. Like it was the kids running on the post game on a Sunday was really bringing me down. And Soto, to be honest, I'm glad Soto didn't go to the Dodgers. It sucks that he's going to be a Padre and he's going to be a pain in the ass for the next 10 years. But already is a thing with Mookie Betts. It's something that we're used to now. I want the Giants to do more. I really do. I think that there's such a low ceiling for this Giants team that sticking with it this year is kind of silly. But then again, I'm not in the clubhouse. I don't know exactly how things are going down in the Giants clubhouse. But if it were me at the helm, I'd aggressively be trying to move at least Carlos Rodon.
I cannot disagree with that. Now, Blake, I'll ask you the same thing. Juan Soto now in your division. I mean, you touched on it a little bit, but how does it make you feel as a Dodger fan knowing really how they're still far away, but you still got to worry about it?
Yeah, I said this before we hopped on, is that the one silver lining is that I've been bracing for this for the last few weeks because when I saw that Soto was likely going to get dealt, I was thinking AJ Preller is going to be the guy that trades whatever it costs to acquire him. So I've been anticipating it, but I think like I mentioned to you as well, having a huge lead in the division, it makes it a little easier, but realizing for the next 2.5 years at the very minimum, you're going to have to be facing Soto, 15 to 20 times a year. That's less than ideal. I like it though. I mean, I'm a fan of having as many teams in the division as competitive as possible. I was one of the rare Dodger fans that last year actually loved the Giants being so good because I think it's great for baseball. I think it's great for the rivalry when these kind of teams are great. Yeah. So
all-time year for the rivalry.
Yeah, so I loved it. I loved it last year. So hopefully this is going to be a good thing for the Padres. Hopefully it's going to help them, stay competitive, keep, this little matchup going. And for the next couple of years, again, this is probably going to be, I won't say it's a rivalry, but probably the most exciting matchup in baseball when these two teams meet. I think it just got even better.
I agree. Now, Jack, I know you've got to go, so I want to hear one prediction. You said your want in that they trade Rodon. I want to hear your prediction for what the Giants do today.
My prediction is they do nothing, and there's like 80 and 82, and just on last season's 107 total, which by the day is looking more and more like just the sum of an unbelievably likely career from 12 guys and like a 20 game over 500 record in 1 games. And that sucks. I got fooled. I didn't obviously 107 was going to be rest from. Like I thought they were a 92 to 95 team going into this season. So very disappointing. My prediction, I don't think they're going to do much. Just get to the playoffs and hope it's anybody. Hope for like 8th year straight that anybody but blue is on top at the end.
Well, Jack, thank you for joining us. Even though it's for just a brief few moments, good to get a little bit of advice from you. And
I have a few more minutes if you want to let me hang out. I got.
That's fine.
In like 5. So.
That's good with me. Then we can keep the chat
around.
Oh, I'm happy to have you. I didn't want to force you past your limit. Blake's going to be leaving around the same time anyway. So
I wanted to say I was interested in hearing what Jack had to say because I agree. I think if the Giants were smart, they would try to capitalize on Rodon, capitalize on Jock, get some value while they can because they still, obviously they can make a postseason push because I think they're only like, 2 or 3 games out of the last wild card.
Yeah, three or something out of the last wild card.
Yeah, so they can clearly still sneak them at the end. It seems tough, but yeah, it's like what they did a few years back with Bumgarner when they opted not to trade him. They held on, they didn't reach the playoffs. And Rodon, especially considering now that the market is so bad in regards to starting pitching, like obviously you're not going to get, a Luis Castillo or a Frankie Montas Hall, but they can get something solid. And especially for Jock as well, they can get, a couple, flyer prospects. It doesn't look like they're going to do it, but I'm glad they aren't because then it means they're not going to be loading up the farm system even more. But yeah, if I were the Giants, I'd be, taking calls and potentially moving those guys. But again, I appreciate teams that want to go for it, unlike the Orioles who are in the thick of things and are trading all their best players.
That's true. That's a really good point because the Orioles.
I think the Giants kind of fall in the team always or in the teams that never do. Not basically just because every once in a while they're really good. Like that 2019 July when they had that insane July, I think they were like 20-5, and it kept them from selling. And what if you had let the end of June was clear to be a stellar year? And Farfatti almost got like bullied by the fan base and not trading, and then Bum walked that winter. But it's tough because I think when this is what GM deals with is when player you have to basically if you do sell at the deadline, you're telling your clubhouse, I don't think you guys can do it this year, which as logical as it sounds for us fans, that's not a cool thing to hear in the clubhouse. So I think they're walking that tightrope. But Padres, if it doesn't happen now, I remember last year the Padres I think had 17 games against the Giants and Dodgers in September and they won maybe 2 of them. So yeah. when the leaves start to change colors, when I'm going to be looking for the Padres to make some moves, if you would, they're already too far back in the division, which is annoying. But when they get into October, like those guys, it's got to be this year. It's got to be now.
They could play a little spoiler though, because if you think about it, that the Padres have a couple more games against the Dodgers, they knock them down a few games, and the Mets overtake them for best record in the NL. That also puts the Dodgers in an interesting spot. You never know how things could work out that way.
I was going to say, though, I don't have it in front of me, the schedule, but the Dodgers play the Padres something like 11 times in September. So they could play spoiler for – because, I think the Padres only have, like, a 1.5 or 2 game lead for that last wild card. So, there's a chance they miss out the playoffs entirely. Or, again, anything can happen with this extra wild card. Essentially, as we've seen – if you're within 8 games, like entering September, that's not even, too bad. Like that can overcome. So we'll see.
You've got 12 games against the Padres, including a series this weekend. So
Juan Soto's first game is going to be it couldn't be more fitting. But yeah, 12 games, like you said, in September. Like that's, if the Dodgers just go 8-4 against the Padres, that can be the dagger that actually knocks the Padres out of the postseason, assuming, the Phillies, the Giants, they're all, not out of it by then. But September's going to be fun. September's going to be fun.
In all of baseball, too. With all these trades we've seen today and things are just continuing to, collect. We've only had 2 trades today, too. Crazily enough, didn't really miss much of anything. We'll touch on those a little bit later, too. And as we normally do on this show, we just cover trades as they happen live. But I think there's a lot to be said about how things have gone so far, that we haven't really had that many deals. And people have said this may be the craziest deadline ever, whatever, but I'm really wondering how these next couple hours are going to go. Is it going to be quiet? Is it going to be really busy? When are things going to start happening? And I think that's going to be really interesting. I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts. We'll start with Jack, because I know that you haven't spoken in a few minutes, and we'll throw it over to you, Blake.
I don't think there's going to be a super big rush, like as the clock gets down. I think what's for the most part what's happened is what's going to happen. I remember last year, I think the Giants got Chris Bryant really late, like right under the gun, like in the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. So maybe something like that happens, but like I said, my expectations are low with the Giants. If they move Rodon for a really nice prospect, I don't know how much you can even get for Rodon. He's a good pitcher, but he's not like anything that's going to be completely tide changing for a contender. Expectations are low. No, I don't think there's going to be anything across the league, really, any big fireworks the next 90 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was, like, Juan Soto was obviously like the top name that everyone was looking forward to, but prior to that, which I remember like a month ago, I wasn't even looking forward to the trade deadline, because I was like, there aren't really going to be any names unless there's a shocking one. And when looking at the rest, like Wilson Contreras, like he's probably the biggest name available, which again, I think he ends up on the Mets, and that would be a good, addition for the Mets, but it's the trade deadline. And if Wilson Contreras is the most exciting name still out there, there's not a whole lot to look forward to. So maybe there'll be some shocking ones. Maybe there'll be some moves that we don't see coming. Like you said, I think Chris Bryant last year was literally like 5 minutes before the deadline. So that was one that I don't think anyone saw coming. So maybe we'll get a few like those. But yeah, I think Soto was the big one. Again, there's some okay names out there, but with Castillo already gone, Montas already gone, Soto, I just don't think, the next few hours are going to be all that exciting, but could be proven wrong, which I'm hopeful for, because the trade deadline is one of the more exciting days in the baseball year.
Well, it definitely is. And I think also we know Juan Soto is going to be the headline of the entire year. Obviously, there's no question about that. So everything after this is just going to kind of be like, oh, that's a good trade. But yeah, the other thing that we always have happen is, the players that don't get dealt, like last year, Trevor Story, the Rockies just opted not to trade him. And I wonder if there'd be anyone. Dumb. Oh, yeah. Well, we know that. I've been saying it for a year. I wonder if there will be anyone this year like that doesn't get traded. Like, let's say Contreras doesn't get moved, because that always seems to find its way every year, where there's a big name that was on the market, like JD Martinez. I mean, he wouldn't be a shock, but a guy more like Contreras, I'm intrigued to see if that'll possibly happen this year.
Maybe
either of you.
Yeah, no, you hit it perfectly. Maybe Contreras, JD Martinez, I guess those are the two top names, but maybe they stay, and they'd be dumb for the teams to hold on to them, but maybe they just don't find the right package.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to the story Rockies thing. As tough as this division is and has been, it's nice to have the D-backs and Rockies hanging out, just clean up with those guys. I mean, that's part of the reason the Giants made so many moves last year in the win column. They were, I think, like 17-2 against the D-backs and like 4-5 against the Rockies. Got to beat up and I know the Dodgers do similar to those teams every year too. So you got to beat up on the little guys.
That's very true. And it definitely is important for them to shed their players. Like for the Mets tonight are going to be playing the Nationals, and who's left on the Nationals, and Jacob deGrom starting. I mean, there's quite literally nothing. You couldn't ask for a better scenario. And it's like when we saw last year with the Cubs and they traded everybody away, their trade deadline lineup was atrocious. So I don't know. It's just crazy. Jack, I know he's got to leave. So Jack, I appreciate it. It was great to have you on. Great to chat, and even a little bit longer than we expected. So thank you for your input. It was awesome to have you. You're welcome back anytime on the show. Enjoy the rest of your deadline day.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. And good, Blake. I'm familiar with the Twitter account. I do follow you because I know you're a great guy, but I got to find a way to not see that video after every win.
There. It's amazing how many people like know of that video. Apparently, one of the guys in that video actually quote tweeted it last night.
Really?
I need to somehow get into his like DMs and find the origin, but don't worry, Jack. I'm hoping for good things for the Giants the rest of the year and the coming years because, like I said, I prefer when they're good because I think it makes the rivalry that much more exciting.
It definitely does.
Thanks, fellas.
Thanks, Jack. Now, Blake, I don't know how much time you've got left.
I got about 2 or 3 minutes because she said she's starting to wrap things up. So if there's any like takes you're going to be covering the next couple hours or any questions, throw those my way and I can do like a rapid fire kind of a thing before I head out.
Okay, I can do that. I will most definitely do that. I think that's good. So we mentioned a little bit of Contreras. So, and you said you think that the Mets are going to get him. If not, what do you think the odds are that the Rays snag him?
Probably, because I think those are the only two teams that have been linked to Contreras, I think, right? The Mets and the Rays. Mm-hmm. So it seems like it's a two-team race. I think that I'll go 70-30 in the Mets' favor just because I think Steve Cohen knows that this is the kind of guy you probably need to, maybe pay a little extra for because, he's arguably one of the top 2 or 3 catchers in all of baseball. It's tough to see the Rays. I mean, obviously they can offer a great package, but I just can't see them outbidding the Mets. So if for some reason the Mets go a different direction and acquire someone else, again, it's tough to see them not ending up with Contreras, but don't count the Rays out because they pull off trades that make no sense that end up, working out in their favor. But I'll give the edge to the Mets in regards to Contreras at this moment.
The Milwaukee Brewers, what are they doing?
It seems like they were trying to get too cute. Like, I get the hater move because they're obviously not going to be able to afford him after next year when he's a free agent. Paying a closer, 15, 16 million, however much he was going to make in ARB next year, that's a lot. You do get a closer in Taylor Rogers where their numbers are like nearly identical outside of, strikeouts.
Whoa. Joey Gallo was just traded to the Dodgers.
Oh, God.
For Beater, whoever that is.
Oh, whoa. Oh, God.
All right, well, never mind. Forget the Brewers. Talk about that for your last 2 minutes.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
All right.
Oh, where did you
Pat Ragazzo of Sports Illustrated. He's a Mets beat writer.
Oh no!
I'm surprised he broke that. Lucky you. Now you've got to break this news.
Oh my God! It
lucky.
could be more perfect that I also have to like leave and I'm not going to like be by like TV or anything.
I know.
I know he's the weird thing with Gallo is I know that like people are like, oh, he's hitting 160 or whatever. Like I don't care about average. Like this is a guy that was hitting 210. That was posting like an OPS above 900. I just know that his slugging has been down significantly this year. So let me look at his baseball savant numbers. Just oh my God.
Man, I can't believe I'm getting your reaction live I'm the lucky one that gets you live.
I will say I trust the Dodgers in what they're doing. Maybe getting him out of New York is going to benefit him. He hits the ball. I mean, this year he still hits the ball hard. His barrel percentile is 98%. He's walking in an absolute, fantastic rate. He still is a Gold Glove caliber outfielder, which, that won't hurt them. So we'll see, but if that's the move, I will say though as well, I'm glad that it only cost them Clayton Beater. I know he's ranked in the 10 to 15 range of the Dodgers farm system, but I wasn't really too high on him. So if it's just for Clayton Beater, I like taking the chance on Joey Gallo, but oh my God.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
God.
Wow.
I'll take it.
It is. It's very
interesting to know with the fit because with Mookie Betts, Cody Bellinger, Chris Taylor, Trace Thompson's been playing exceptionally well. Gavin Lux plays the outfield now. So we'll see. I just got the Rosenthal tweet. Oh boy.
Yeah. Wow. It's also fitting because I've got a Yankees fan who's about to be our next guest on the show. And
I'll tune in later and rewind to see what they have to say.
Well, he's here right now. If you want to hear his take, I can bring him on at the moment.
I'll text. I'll get a minute. I'll text my girlfriend saying, "All right, give me an extra minute so I can hear," because I would love to be encouraged by Joey Gallo.
Well, Mr. Alex Rocco, welcome to the show. First off, great to see you. It's been a long time. Happy to have you on the show. We'll give more of your background in a minute, but obviously at the moment we're pressing on this Joey Gallo topic. So your thoughts on this?
Encourage me. Make me feel good about it, please.
I think it's a good deal for both sides. So if you really look at it, yeah, Gallo's had a bad year this year. Offensive numbers completely down, but he just hasn't lived up to the expectations in New York. And we've seen that with a lot of guys where a player like Sonny Gray struggled in New York, pitched well on the road there, and then gets traded to Cincinnati and does well there. This could be a case for Gallo where he's going into a winning environment in LA, has really good players around him. He's going to see some good pitches to hit. Maybe he does well there. Defensively, he's extremely solid, so you're getting a nice defensive piece there. But offensively, does have that home run potential, but he really does miss a lot of pitches.
Yeah, I was telling that, like, I know that he's a Gold Glove caliber outfielder. I know that he can hit for pop, but yeah, he's been bad this year.
Yeah, it's been tough to watch.
I bet. And well, I was also telling Michael, I mean, the good thing is at this rate, based on their depth, I don't think he's going to need to be required to be an everyday starter. So if he's a guy that needs to come in for a pinch hit opportunity, or you need to put him in the outfield late in the game. But man, after seeing that one video, I don't know if you guys saw it from like a week or two ago of like, what was it, the Yankees fan watching when they were facing Edwin Diaz.
Yeah.
Out of like 3 pitches. That's probably going to be every Dodgers fan when he comes into the game. So at least, yeah, you gave me some sort of encouraging. I'll say this: Clayton Beeter, like a year or two ago, I think he was higher ranked in the Dodgers system. I think he's kind of fallen down the rankings a little. But this was a guy where, like I said, a year or two ago, he was considered like the 3rd or 4th best pitching prospect in the system. But I think it's just because their depth is so great now, so he's kind of fallen a little. But Double-A, I think he's still fairly young. I think like 23 or maybe 22. So maybe in a year or two, he ends up being a solid piece. So solid haul getting, a young, solid pitcher that in the Dodger system was pretty highly touted.
I mean, can't complain.
Who would have thought Joey Gallo, Clayton Beeter would be the hot discussion of the morning?
I didn't. Not me. Definitely not me. Well, Blake, it was great to have you on for a little bit. I will shoot you a message later, see if you're able to come back whenever anyone else is here. But for now, it was great to have you. We enjoyed our brief little time that you were here. Gave some great insight on a lot of great things. Enjoy the rest of the deadline day if you don't come back. And if you do, well, then we'll see you in a bit.
Sounds good, guys. Enjoy the rest of your deadline. And hopefully both of your guys' teams do some moves that don't got you screaming as you're exiting your apartment because you now have Joey Gallo. So enjoy the rest of your guys' day.
All right. That was Blake Harris. What a legend. It was great to have him on. Good friend of the show. So, Alex, first off, like I was saying, great to see you again. Been a very long time, so it's nice to have you back on here. Alex Rocco. He is a Penn State student. He is also a football reporter, broadcaster, and editor. So, Alex, welcome to the show. How have you been?
Really good. Thanks for having me on. Been extremely busy with a lot of football stuff, like you mentioned, but been a great summer for the Yankees so far. It's been fun watching them along and an exciting deadline.
Yeah, you really can't complain if you're the Yankees right now. They've made a couple big moves. Obviously, the biggest one is getting Frankie Montas, and we also are doing that Eric Hosmer is being traded to the Red Sox. So that escalated quickly. Wow.
That doesn't shock me at all.
That's interesting. As this show normally goes every year, there's trades that happen in the middle of conversations that end up interrupting stuff and lead to us having to discuss that. So while that's happening, we'll just talk about that for a brief moment. Obviously, you, especially a Yankee fan, you're used to seeing the Red Sox. So what does it mean to you to see Eric Hosmer now being traded to the Red Sox?
Well, the Red Sox have had a little bit of an interesting trade deadline. Obviously, moving Christian Vasquez yesterday to the Astros, but bringing in Tommy Pham and Mike, for a topic for you to be interested in, JD Martinez to the Mets, possibly. That's been talked about. So it's looking like the Red Sox are shipping out some pieces, but still trying to be competitive. I know there are a couple of games out of the wild card, and Hosmer's a good piece for them. Could fit, nice lefty bat, and Boston's always looking to upgrade at first base.
I mean, it's very interesting because this was the story of the morning. I mean, while yes, the Juan Soto deal was huge, the obvious big story coming out of it was Eric Hosmer. What's going to happen to him? He declined the trade for his no trade clause to the Nationals, didn't want to go there. And thankfully for the Padres and Nationals' sake, it didn't screw up the deal itself. But now he finds himself on a one-way ticket to Boston on a team that, like you said, is kind of a fringe team right now. But that also leads me to think that the Red Sox are now going to be more motivated to move JD Martinez's contract, because if they have to take that on, they're not going to want to have both of them on the books, especially if they're not going to make the playoffs this year. So that's something to really keep an eye on as the rest of the morning goes forward. But circling back to the Yankees, because obviously that's what you are here for. Yankees have been they've been really good. They really have. It's been a surprise to me, at least going into this year. I didn't even think they were going to make the playoffs. I thought that their lineup was weak, pitching was weak, and while yes, the pitching has definitely not been the best, it's still a little bit of a surprise for me to see that the Yankees are doing so well. But you see them every day. What are your thoughts really, and just how the Yankees have performed this year compared to your expectations going into the season?
Well, going into the season, I really wasn't as confident as a lot of people were in this team. Like you mentioned, the lineup was different from last year, moving out from guys like Gio Urshela, Gary Sanchez, bringing in Jose Trevino, who is having an incredible year this year, but never was known for his offense. Josh Donaldson, who everyone expected to hit, isn't hitting. And then Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who everyone knew was going to be a platoon guy at shortstop, more defensive oriented, but his bat has been solid at the bottom of the order. So going into the year, there wasn't really a whole lot of expectations. Obviously, you're the Yankees, and everyone thinks that you're going to win the division, compete for World Series, but there wasn't really that hype going into this year just because all of the questions going around, and I didn't even address the pitching. It was Garrett Cole and everyone else. Luis Severino hadn't been healthy in 3 years and is currently on the IL. And then you had guys like Nestor Cortez, who had a decent 2020 or 2021, Jameson Taillon, Jordan Montgomery, not really guys that are household names, but for that latter or early portion of the year, they were pitching extremely solid. Yes, they've fallen on hard times recently with Montgomery struggling, Taillon struggling, Severino getting injured, but now you get Montas in the staff. It's Cole, Montas, Cortez. That's a solid big three. Severino's out until mid-September, but the pitching staff's looking good. Bullpen struggled a little bit as of late, but still, when you got guys like Clay Holmes and Clark Schmidt, Jonathan Loaizaga, Aroldis Chapman can bounce back. He's pitched really well in his last 4 games. I'm not really worried about the pitching. It's more for me the offense. Just a lot of inconsistent bats, and they're feasting on a lot of bad teams and struggled against the good teams like Houston and the Mets.
That's very true. And I think I've been saying it also as they've been playing really well all year, that I think that their record doesn't really show their true selves, because I really believe that they're going to struggle in the playoffs. At least I did a few days ago. And even at this point, I think it's going to be tough for them to win the World Series with the rotation that they have. But the first big deal for them was getting Scott Efros, which added to their bullpen a guy who wasn't really known in Chicago, and he's got 5 years of club control. So before we get into the big deal there, I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts on him.
So when I first found out about the deal, I have one of my best friends at Penn State who's a Cubs fan. So I immediately texted him. I'm like, give me all the details. What is he like? And he goes, he's going to be a good piece. He's a nice rookie. And obviously the 5 years of club control that you mentioned is a big piece for the Yankees, but it's a good deal. Yes, they gave up a lot. I think it was Hayden Wisniewski, their number 7 prospect. That's a lot to give up for a reliever. But 5 years of club control, he's missed a lot of bats, has a dominant slider, changeup. I think it's a good deal. And once they lost Michael King, the bullpen really became an issue for this team. Clay Holmes hasn't been the same in his last 10 games. Chapman has been injured and struggled. Jonathan Loaizaga, same deal with him. Zach Britton is still injured. He's supposed to come back September timeframe. No one's really sure yet. And then you just have a bunch of guys there, Wandy Peralta, Albert Abreu. So it was good to get in Efros, a solid reliever who can hopefully bridge the gap and eat up some innings to get to Clay Holmes.
Yeah, I think it's a big piece for them. They really did need a guy like that needed something, the Yankees did, in that bullpen, because they can't rely on them. And like you said, they haven't all been really great lately. I mean, Clay Holmes was swapped to the closer role pretty much most of the year, and even recently he's been struggling. So you never know. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Yankees go out there and swoop in on another reliever, maybe a guy like Gregory Soto from the Tigers, or even maybe Michael Fulmer from the Tigers. You never know. The Tigers have 3 really, really interesting guys in that bullpen that could end up getting traded today. But the big deal, obviously, for them that they did add in another reliever in was the Lou Trevino trade with Frankie Montas. Frankie Montas, obviously the headliner of that deal, but Lou Trevino, a big piece and arguably just as important to the Yankees as Frankie Montas is. So what were your initial thoughts on that now as a day has gone by? How are you still feeling about the way this trade's gone down?
I was shocked. So my initial reaction was obviously ecstatic they got Frankie Montas, and that was a big piece to get after missing out on Luis Castillo, who everyone was saying when they were both on the market, Castillo is the Yankees' number one focus. Castillo, they're moving toward a deal. It'll happen. Castillo then goes to Seattle, sends shockwaves throughout the Yankee fan base. Everyone on Twitter was basically saying, Brian Cashman, what are you doing? Then the package gets released for Seattle, and everyone is like, well, that's a little bit of an overpayment. And then you see what the Yankees gave up for Montas, and to not give up your top 4 prospects and get the haul that the Yankees did, Benintendi, Efros, and then Trevino and Montas, and to keep Volpe, Dominguez, Peraza, and Wells. Brian Cashman is doing an excellent job. Yes, the Yankees parted with some good pieces to get Montas, but obviously you're going to have to give to get. And they gave up a lot of young pitching. They were dealing from a position of strength, but to get a pitcher like Montas, who has a lot of experience facing these Astro hitters, and I think the last time I checked, he was 4-2 with a 3.3 ERA against the Astros. I could definitely be wrong, but has a lot of experience pitching against Houston, and that'll help the Yankees.
Yeah, definitely. There's always those little underlying things that you think about in trades like this, where you're wondering what are some of the other reasons you could want him. You know, he hasn't really pitched much in the playoffs, so that does play a role. You never know how a guy like that's going to perform, and playoff experience really does matter in this scenario. Lou Trevino, same thing, doesn't really have that experience, but they're really good pitchers, and like you said, they do well against the Astros, and that is for the Yankees. It seems like it's beat the Astros, and you have a good chance at winning the World Series this year. So for them, they've got to really be able to compete against Houston, a team that is looking like early favorites to win it all this year. So it really matters a lot that they have done this. So with those deals being done, what do you think the Yankees could do today, if anything, as we look for these last couple of hours?
Well, I think going into today, it was move Joey Gallo and then assess what you have. Joey Gallo is now moved also to the Dodgers. I forget the prospect that they got, but it was a nice double-A pitcher. Blake was talking about him before. It's going to add depth. You think the Yankees gave up, like 7 pitching prospects to get all these guys? They're really dealing from a position of strength. So to recuperate some assets, I think some interesting moves now. You mentioned some bullpen pieces, guys from the Tigers. I think the Yankees still could be in on David Robertson, the guy that they've had twice now, could be a third time in the Bronx. I know the Mets have been linked to him. He's a guy that can handle New York, but not really. I think it's going to be somewhat of a quiet day for the Yankees. There's not really a whole lot of holes that can be addressed. Third base, if anything, Josh Donaldson's really struggled, but and then if anything really falls into their lap, maybe they could go out and get another outfielder. They were linked to Brett Phillips, who got DFA'd. I think it could be a little bit of a quiet end to the deadline, but knowing the Yankees, it really wouldn't shock me if they go out and get something big, just because they're the Yankees. They have the assets. Go just add that final piece to really go after Houston.
So far, what would you rate the Yankees trade deadline on a scale of 1 to 10?
I would give it a 9. I think all of their deals that they made so far were to upgrade at positions that they really needed it from. Hitting, they needed that left-handed bat, contact guy. They brought in Gallo to be that left-handed bat who was a power hitter. Didn't work out for him. Get in Benintendi, a pure contact hitter who has struggled offensively so far in the Bronx, has 1 hit, but has really walked a lot, so he's working the counts. I expect him to bounce back. He's a really good hitter. I think he's hitting, 315. I don't really have any concerns with him. So just getting him, that balances out the order. And then the pitching has been huge. Getting Frankie Montas adds to that rotation. Guys have been injured in that. Nestor Cortez hasn't pitched a whole year, so just getting another arm in that rotation potentially could go to a 6-man rotation when Luis Severino comes back. Got a lot of good arms, and then that bullpen that we've talked about so far. Injuries, inconsistencies, getting Efros and Trevino 2 solid arms. I think it's a really solid deadline. And then, of course, moving on from Joey Gallo.
I have to agree with you, and I also we didn't ever really talk about Benintendi at all because for some reason I didn't have the trade bookmarked on my Twitter. But that is still a really big trade for the Yankees. Obviously, getting a bat like that. He's a guy who has playoff experience. He has big game experience, and he's really a very talented player. Obviously, he's not lived up to the real hype that he had when he was a prospect in Boston, but still, I mean, he's a very good player. So adding him on in is, I mean, it's a really important piece to that lineup. And it added a little extra overall shape to that lineup that they really could have used. I don't know how much time you've got, but I wanted to start getting into some of the other trades that we've had happen. You can always just let me know when you've got to go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Obviously, people are not always able to be here as long as others. So as long as you're able to be here, perfectly fine. I'm happy to have you as long as you are available. I did have the Benintendi trade in here. I just apparently didn't go down that far. So
it was a while back.
Yeah, it was 5 days ago, and I have you'll see there's so many. I have so many. Let's see, there's just so many here since then. It's crazy, and that wasn't even all of them. Yeah. So it's just trying to get through them all. And I remember last year when we were going through these all, it's just you're in the middle of talking about a trade. Like, oh, by the way, so and so was just traded. But this year I think we have more time to kind of talk about the deals because there aren't so many players left on the table as we get to about. I'm trying to do the math in my head because I know it's 3:00. So we've got another 3 hours and 22 minutes until the trade deadline. Obviously, the trades that come on in after. So I think it's fitting that we start off with this trade after the Benintendi trade had happened. It was the next big one was the Luis Castillo deal to the Mariners. And this one affects you a lot because a lot of Yankee fans are really expecting and hoping that he would go to the Yankees. So what was your take on that trade? And initially, obviously, that feeling of, oh, man, what are the Yankees going to do now?
That was the first thing that popped into my head. I got the notification that Castillo's going to the Mariners, and I was like, well, where do the Yankees go from here? There's a couple options, but he was really their main priority, and he was talked about for so long. This was not just a player that was rumored to the Yankees at the deadline. He was linked to the Yankees for 2.5 years, it seems like. So there was always talks in the offseason, oh, the Yankees could add Luis Castillo. Big arm, has a lot of potential, but it just never came to fruition. And I think a lot of Yankee fans and people around MLB were expecting the Yankees were going to go out and get Castillo, and then he gets traded to the Mariners. They gave up their number 1, 3, and 5 prospects, so a great haul for the Reds. And then immediately it comes out, well, the Yankees have a series against Seattle, and then Luis Castillo was pitching on Wednesday against them. So everyone was like, if the Yankees don't go out and get a pitcher and Castillo dominates them, it's going to be a bad look for the Yankees. Obviously now, speaking from retrospect, they go out and get Montas, but I think it was a good deal for Seattle. A little bit of an overpayment, but they haven't made the playoffs in, it seems like, 10 years. So
more. 20.
It's been a lot of years. So when you have that big of a drought and you're so close to making the playoffs, you have to do whatever you can do to help your team win. And if that's getting Luis Castillo to form a nice duo with him and Logan Gilbert, you do that.
So now we do have another guest on the show here today, Mr. George Boyle. He is a Nationals fan. So it's been a sad day for Mr. Boyle, also known as my Twitter bestie.
Hi, Twitter best friend.
What's going on? Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Happy to finally have you. I see you are mid drive, so
yeah, we're
careful,
driving
obviously.
The streets of Beverly Hills right now, so
Wow.
I'm trying to give myself some sensory overload of all like the expensive stores that I'm seeing right now to make myself feel better. But I haven't gotten out of the car because I know I would, you see, when I'm down bad, I like to spend money to make myself feel better. So what better place to go to than Beverly Hills today?
I don't know. There's no better place. You better watch your wallet. It may end up being empty in the next few hours. So obviously, you're a Nationals fan.
Yes.
So we need to get first thoughts on the Soto and Bell trade. Your haul, just first thoughts.
My first thought always is you're pretty much losing. We lost a generational talent today, which is really, really sad. We lost arguably the best hitter in baseball. We lost arguably Ted Williams. People call him the young Ted Williams. And it's sad to see that go. And I think now that it's been a couple of hours, I'm starting to like cope with it a little bit more. This morning I was like manic. I was throwing my phone everywhere and like trying not to believe it. But like now I'm starting to cope with it. And it's sad to lose such a great player like Soto, but you just kind of have to look forward to the future because we got so many great prospects from the Padres, and the 2026 Washington Nationals are going to be a scary team to play against. Like, I think everybody's got to be scared for 2026. But until then, the Nats will be a brown paper bag over the head franchise.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. So Alex, as being that you're also, you're a reporter, you're good at asking questions. I want you to ask Mr. Boyle over here a question because I've been doing all the question asking and we'll be doing all of it today. So I'm happy to have someone else ask a question for once.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously the whole deal, Soto, Eric Hosmer was rumored to go in there. What was your reaction to hearing that Hosmer could be traded and then obviously now getting traded to Boston?
Well, Hosmer is, for lack of a better term, old. And I don't think he's worth the $39 million that we would have had to pay him eventually. But I just think it's really, really funny that, like, the Padres were like, Hosmer, you're going to DC. And he simply said, no. And I think it would have been really, really funny if, like, the trade didn't go down because of something like that, something as small as Eric Hosmer and the backlash he would have received from the San Diego fan base after that. But, I'm happy that we didn't really – the Nationals have tried to go for this, like, let's get an old veteran. Maybe it could help bring us a spark. After the 2019 season, that was what we went for. And quite frankly, it didn't work because after the 2019 season, it's really just been a down for the entire franchise. Like in the last year, Braves won the World Series. We lost Trey Turner. We lost Max Scherzer. Bryce Harper won an MVP. We lost Soto. It's just been a really, really tough year, 360 something days for the Nationals. And I don't think adding a player like Hosmer really would have changed anything. I think we'd still be a last place team. And Hosmer now has a chance to go out and get a ring, adding Soto to a team, which is a good thing.
That's a very good point. And obviously the haul you got is a haul unlike we've ever seen before. Many, including myself, think that even though it's still probably the biggest haul in baseball history, it still is even underpaying for Juan Soto. So I'm intrigued to hear what your thoughts are. Do you think that the Nationals got enough? Do you think they got not enough? And the players you got in general, just your reaction on having them in the National system now.
I think getting a couple of MLB ready players like a Mackenzie Gore or a CJ Abrams, you're going to have those guys on the field right away. Like, same thing like what we did with the Dodgers last year. We got players like Josiah Gray and Keibert Ruiz who were thriving in their farm system, and we're just gonna throw them into the big leagues. And I think that giving them experience and having them play under an MLB team will make them better. Plus, having all these guys training in our farm systems for the next couple of years. I personally think we pretty much took everything the Padres had. Like, there's nothing else we really could have taken. We could have taken like a current player, but I don't think they really could have offered us anything more. I'm pretty happy with the haul, and the future is bright in DC, but right now it's pretty cloudy, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate to put it that way. We are getting questions in the comments, which I'm fascinated by, and I love that. I'll get to the questions in a bit because I know George is on limited time, and he's we've got Guardians and Mets questions, so we'll tackle those in a little bit. Alex, you got another question for George?
I mean, sort of just as a national fan, or let's just talk about the Padres for a second. Getting Soto and Josh Hader, what were you guys' reactions to that?
My roommate is like the biggest Padres fan in the entire world. Like it's kind of crazy how it's like Garaffa Mets level Padres. Like it's like slightly bothersome how much he loves the Padres. So I have like my phone was blowing up this morning from him being like it was blown up last night when they got Hader, and now it's blown up even more when they got Soto. So I think San Diego, now that they have the best 1, 2, 3 in baseball, it's really going to be, are they going to be able to step up and beat the Dodgers or beat the Braves, a team that's already proved themselves in the playoffs?
I'd say that's very very true. All true statements there. I have one last question, at least regarding this trade. So for the Nationals, you guys have been dealing with this for a little while now. And now that you've lost Juan Soto, you just lost Josh Bell. What do you think, if any, other moves are going to happen today for Washington?
I don't know if it's going to happen, but something I want to see happen is we got to get rid of Nelson Cruz. I think he's got to get off the team. I want a complete factory reset. I want this team to go into the rest of the season and play all our young guys. I want everything new, because as you guys probably heard, there's rumors of the owners being changed in Washington. The Lerner family may not own the team at the end of the season. That was a big question with the Soto signing and stuff like that. So with a new, I think we're ready for a complete fresh start in DC. We had our time in 2019, and now we are ready for something new. And it's going to be tough for a few years, but it's got to be hopeful.
I will say, though, the Nationals are going to be a scary team when it comes, like you said, the 2026 Nationals.
2026 Nationals, baby. Book it right now. Book us in the World Series.
Well,
Wait,
I don't know if I go that far. Of course you can.
Garaffa, how many strikeouts do you think DeGrom gets tonight in his first start back against us?
Well, considering that he's probably only going to throw about 75 pitches, and I think he'll maybe go 6 innings, probably 8 or 9 at least. At least. You never know. I mean, it's his first game back.
You excited to have that 1-2 officially here for you? Scherzer.
I am.
Yeah, I'd be excited too.
It's the best 1-2 in baseball since we had Randy Johnson and oh my God, I just forgot his name.
I think it's the best 1-2 in baseball history.
Oh my God, I forgot his name. Who's the guy in the D-backs that? Yeah, Kurt Schilling. It's the best 1-2 since Schilling and Randy Johnson. It could be the best ever, honestly. But for me, it's funny
with DeGrom and Scherzer. They're both so gritty that they want to go out there and do anything to win. Like,
that's very true. I can't even begin to have words for any of it. I still can't even believe that Max Scherzer's on the Mets, let alone.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome. I love that guy.
He is. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame as a National, which will still make you feel good. But
he's got the hardware with us, Garaffa.
Yes, he might get hardware with the Mets too. So, let's not assume that he's only going to be wearing one ring into the Hall of Fame. But still, the fact that I get to watch Max Scherzer and Jacob deGrom on the same team, I keep telling people I don't know how anyone's going to beat the Mets in the playoffs. I really don't.
I was telling you the day that happened, I was like, you guys are scary. And I think there's a title coming to Queens within 3 years.
I agree. I'd been penning in 2023. I've been saying it since like 2019. I think next year's the year, and this year you've got Scherzer, DeGrom. I mean, I'm looking at the Mets playoff rotation right now. You've got Scherzer, DeGrom, Taijuan Walker, and Chris Bassett. I mean, that's right now, that's going to be impossible to beat. I mean, you're basically winning 3 out of those 4 games, and then you circle it back to DeGrom and Scherzer again. Like, how are you going to lose?
No, and then everybody gets scared when you hear the trumpets coming out
Yeah. The best closer in baseball, Edwin Diaz.
Oh, of course.
It's really it's surreal. It really is. And I don't get to talk about the Mets much on the show because everyone tends to yell at me for being biased and talking about them too much. So in the last 2 years, I barely even speak about them. So it's nice to have
it just call me on whenever you walk her off. I'll get you started.
Oh, always. I'm always happy to talk about the Mets. How much more time you think you've got here, George? Because I was going to start hopping into some other trades.
I think I am pulling into West Hollywood right now, and we got somewhere to be. We gotta get brunch with my brother really quickly. So it's good talking to you guys.
All right. Well, George, it was wonderful having you. Really glad we got to get a little taste. I'm glad you're not in tears. That's a good thing.
I was in tears this morning. If you would have got me right as I saw the tweet, you would have seen some tears.
Well, I'm glad that you're at least not in tears, but the fact you're behind the wheel of a vehicle does concern me for the other people around you. But I think you've kind of overcome your emotionalness for now. Just don't go spending thousands of dollars today.
Nope.
And well, at least I warned you. That's all I can do. Thanks, George. Enjoy the rest of the deadline day.
All right, see you guys.
All righty, Mr. George Boyle, what a legend. He is a fellow member of mine at Cronkite, big Nationals fan, and as I said, my Twitter bestie. So good to have him on here. So we were mentioning the Castillo trade, and I think we probably can close the book on that. I think we did said pretty much everything we could about that. The next trade that happened was a pretty small one. It was the Chris Martin trade from the Cubs to the Dodgers. We don't really need to hit on that now, so I'll find a bigger deal to talk about. I'm trying to maneuver around because I've got other guests coming on later to talk about other things, and I'm trying to make sure that I don't really go too much. So I think this is a good one to talk about, and it's the Trey Mancini trade to Houston. The Orioles, obviously close to the playoffs, deciding to trade away their most beloved player in the franchise. Today, they also traded away their closer. So a team that realistically has a shot at making it to the playoffs, seemingly just completely giving up. What were your thoughts first off on that when you saw that they were trading Mancini away?
Well, you just said it. A team that is so close to making it and has really shocked a lot of people. I don't know about you, but for me, looking at the AL East at the start of the year, it was, okay, Baltimore's in last. How do the top 4 then stack up? Because you basically, those 4 teams were pretty much even at the start of the year, and then it was just Baltimore's going to be another year of the rebuild. Then all of a sudden, they shock everyone in baseball, and they're playing extremely well, close race in the wild card, and then just today, it's like, they've given up and sold their closer, Trey Mancini, who's been the face of their franchise. So if you're a player, it's a little bit demoralizing because you're seeing 2 of your better players getting traded. But then again, you're getting more young pieces for the future, and the Orioles are building a better future. So do you want to have that success right now and just sneak into the playoffs, or get better prospects, get better players that could hopefully develop so you can have an even better future?
I agree, and I think it was a very interesting deal because the Mets had obviously had their eyes on Mancini as well. But Houston was never one that was even really talked about in that trade before he got dealt. People really weren't even talking about him, which was surprising to me, that people really weren't even considering Houston for Mancini, considering how good they've been. But the fact that they ended up pulling the trigger kind of out of nowhere, it was one of those usual deadline deals, just kind of came out of left field and swooped him up. And for the Yankees now, you've got to be looking over there and being like, God, I mean, we talked about it with the Castillo deal, but the Astros just keep on getting better. And I mean, how are you going to even compete? So what are your thoughts on that?
Like you mentioned, they just keep on getting better and better, and they do this every year. They just get these guys at the deadline or in the offseason that no one really expects them to get, and they just go out and get them, and it makes their team that much better. Christian Vasquez, Trey Mancini. They were talking about Wilson Contreras, and I know that's a name that you're really looking out for with the Mets. He still hasn't been dealt yet. But just them getting Vasquez and Mancini, two pieces that Vasquez has had postseason experience with the Red Sox. Mancini, not really much with the Orioles, but he's a good quality bat, strengthens their lineup. And this Houston team, when it's not the really, really big names like a Montas, Castillo, or Soto, some of the other guys that have gotten dealt today, but it's just nice quality moves that fits their team and fits exactly what they're building. And they just keep on getting better and better. It's tough to see as a Yankee fan because you're trying to judge each other and they don't have any games left against each other and both teams go out and get better. But how much better did Houston really get with Vasquez and Mancini compared to the Yankees with their 4 players? And I think Houston got a lot better.
Yeah, I agree. They're both really good. We'll hit on that Vasquez trade in a minute because I wanted to also catch up on some of these comments we've had. So the first comment we got really that was a question was from EW #22 baseball basketball emoji saying, do you think the Guardians go get anyone? I don't know. The Guardians are really interesting to me because they're one of those teams that they really shouldn't be really going all in this year. They're not really a team that's capable of winning it all this season. And they probably won't for a couple of years, but with the way that the Central is, they're a game back. So to me, I'd say if you're the Guardians, focus on what the Twins are doing, see what they're doing, and respond appropriately. If you think you have a chance of winning the division, you really want to win the division this year, then go for it. I mean, the Guardians really could use a big bat. Maybe Nelson Cruz could be traded there. We just heard George talk about that. I mean, their pitching's also not great. You could see them maybe targeting. We just saw Brad Keller's become available from the Royals. Maybe that could be an option. But really, who knows? But I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts. You see them obviously a little bit more than I do. So talking about the Guardians is not my strong suit. So I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, they're in an interesting spot. Like you mentioned, the AL Central just really, it's so close and it hasn't really been competitive with no team really jumping out and being like, okay, they're going to contend with the Yankees and the Astros.
Yeah,
they're all even. And I think just seeing what the Twins do and the White Sox do, just managing around that, seeing what the teams in your division do. And if someone like a Nelson Cruz or another big bat, because I think that's where they really need to upgrade. They need to get that big bat. And if they fall into their lap, then I think you go for it. They have a lot of young, nice pieces. Andres Jimenez has had an excellent year. Mike, you know all about him. Nolan Jones playing in 19 games so far really has provided a lot of pop. You got Jose Ramirez right there. Steven Kwan at the top of your order has been extremely solid. Franmil Reyes has a lot of power. So you got a lot of interest. Ahmed Rosario, another Met or former Met. So they got a lot of interesting pieces. It's just, it would be hard for me to see if they go all in and get someone big. So if anyone falls into their lap, then yeah, I can see him going after it, but I don't really see them making a big time move.
You know, I have to agree with you. And like, that's pretty much what I said, that I'm not really expecting them to do much of anything. If the Guardians really want to win the division this year, then maybe we will see them do that. But I don't know. I really don't think that's going to happen. But we are officially now almost 3 hours away from the trade deadline. And we haven't really had much happen, but we're covering it here live on Running the Bases. It's been a really good hour so far. I mean, we've had like 5 guests already, so we're getting there. We're almost there. But as the show always goes every year, there's still tons of time left. So we'll hop to the next question here from Mason Cassell. I apologize if I botched your last name there. I'm really intrigued by this question because it's really it's true. Everyone's asking the same thing. Do you think the Mets need to get another player before the deadline, such as Contreras? And it's Mets fans are just so used to being pessimistic. We're used to being like, the Mets are going to do nothing. They're going to suck. They're going to get nobody. I mean, 2 years ago when the Mets were like 2 games out, they got Todd Frazier. Wow, I don't even remember his name. Oh, Robinson Chirinos and Miguel Castro. And everyone was like, oh, yeah, we're going to win the division now. Not. And so everyone was just kind of, perturbed by that. And the same thing is starting to creep into the back of the Mets fans' minds this year. People are all over Twitter saying, oh my gosh, the Mets are doing nothing. What's going on? Wake up, Billy Epler. And I'm like, guys, there hasn't been a single player traded other than maybe Juan Soto that the Mets have even had their eye on. It's not like the Mets are missing out on anybody. They're focusing on their guys. They opted not to trade for Mancini because the haul was just too much for him. And now they're focusing on the guys they got. So yes, the Mets definitely need to get another player. They can't win the World Series without another big bat in there. And they definitely can't win the World Series without another bullpen arm. That's just my thoughts as a Mets fan. From you across the town in the Bronx, what are your thoughts on what the Mets need to do?
I hate seeing the Mets good. I really do. But at the trade deadline, I think Contreras and David Robertson have to be your main priority. You talked about them needing a big bat, and the catcher spot is the one area where you can point to on this Mets roster where it's extremely weak. Tomas Nido, James McCann, really not household names. And when you can get a guy like Wilson Contreras, who's been such a good player and a big bat for the Cubs for so many years, it'd be a huge pickup. And David Robertson, another reliever to add to that bullpen, has experience in New York, playoff experience. He's a really solid piece. And I think if the Mets get both, it'll be a scary team. And I'm really not looking forward to if the Mets go out and get better, because obviously as a Yankee fan, you don't want to see the Mets get better. It's just, I'm sure the Mets feel the same way about the Yankees. You don't want to see the Yankees get better. The Yankees don't want to see the Mets get better. For the sake of baseball, I hope both teams make the World Series, because Subway Series would be electric this year.
Man, I could not even imagine what that would be like. So the next question we got here from Blake Lebrec. We will talk more about this deal later when I hopefully have my Padres fan buddy on. But opinion on the Brewers Hader trade. This trade was shocking, to say the least. The Brewers have been talking about trading Josh Hader for like 3 years now. But I don't know if any of us thought they would really ever do it. But they did. And they traded him to the Padres, who eventually ended up going out and getting Juan Soto too. So what were your thoughts on this when you first saw it? I know when I first saw it, my eyes and my jaw just dropped. I was like, oh my God, there's no way that this just happened. But what were your thoughts?
Yeah, so I got to bounce out of here after this.
Sounds good.
I might hop on back if you have me back. But always love talking about baseball. But for me, I was similar to reaction to you, just, wow, I can't believe Milwaukee actually did it.
Yeah.
You have the best, in my opinion, I know you're going to dispute this, best closer in baseball.
Yeah, no.
Figured as much, but he's been so dominant and so electric for the past seasons that you don't really move on from a player like that. And they got a nice haul from San Diego. And from a Brewers perspective, you had Hader. He gave you what he gave you for the past 3 years, had you competitive. You got recuperated some nice assets. You moved Devin Williams to the closer spot. And now if you're San Diego, you swap Rogers for Hader. That's an electric arm to add to the back of your bullpen. And it's what a day for San Diego with Hader and Soto. They're really adding a lot of firepower, but just specifically Hader, he's so talented. He's a player that you really just don't see come around that often. And to get control of him is a big, big, big acquisition.
I cannot disagree with that at all. So thank you, Alex, for joining us on here. It was really great to have you for the moment. If you do choose to come back, you're obviously very, very welcome. You have the link. You can just come back whenever you want. As long as we're still live, you're welcome to come back at any time. Keep talking about trades. There's still been only one trade that's happened since the start of this show, and it was the Joey Gallo trade to the Dodgers. So that was a little less than an hour ago. So you never know. There's going to be plenty more. But thank you for joining us on this one. It was great to have you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So that was Mr. Alex Rocco, and I'm all by myself, which is it's an odd feeling, very odd feeling. So we'll see. I'm obviously all by myself trying to now maneuver all these different things. I'm trying to get guests on. So if you see me like taking a moment to try and answer a text, why is the little lady in my computer that I don't want to say her name just popped up. If you see me messaging people, it's because I'm, all by myself here for a little bit. We do have another guest coming in about 25 minutes, so we will be waiting on that. I'll answer some more questions in the meantime, and then also talk about some of the other trades that have happened. But let's get on into it. We have the question from Damian Perez here. So Gallo to the Dodgers. How do you guys feel? Obviously just me now at this point. But I think this is an interesting trade, and I didn't really get to talk about it much when it happened because there were really I was wanting to let Blake talk about it a lot. And this is an interesting deal. It really is. Joey Gallo was one of the most dominant power bats in baseball and still has probably one of the most powerful bats in the game. But this season, he really hasn't had it. And he has been, Blake was mentioning before all the stats. He simply has just not been good. And the problem with that is what are the Dodgers going to do with him? How are they going to utilize him? How are they going to take advantage of that power bat? Are they going to start him? Is he going to be a bench player? I'd have to assume he'll probably get some starts in the outfield. Cody Bellinger is just not the same guy that he is. He's basically Cody Bellinger 2.0 for that team. Oh, Ryan's here.
What's up?
I don't have to be alone anymore. I've only
Where's
been alone
Spencer?
for I don't know. He didn't join. I've been alone for 2 minutes, and I've been having guests the entire show. So I'm thrilled to know that I probably won't be alone the rest of the show with the way that my guests are lining up too in the event that you do have to leave at some point. I must say your haircut looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Love it.
There's one thing I have to say about Hosmer.
Mm-hmm.
Who comes to Kaufman on Thursday?
Oh, the Red Sox? Is this his first time back?
Yeah. And I wanted
to
I was going to think about flying back with it for it with Dom, but I leave Thursday to come back to Arizona. So,
oh man,
yeah,
that's brutal. That is brutal. But hey, it's still a really big day, nonetheless. It's a very big day.
I'm looking at some of the comments and I already see a Benintendi comment. So.
We've had like 22 viewers consistently throughout this entire show. We're at 15 right now. We are popping.
Also, if Brad Keller gets traded, the way that they trade Benintendi, I will lose it because here's the thing: Keller's ERA is not where it should be. His record is awful. He's like Jacob deGrom. You don't look at record because in his first 14 starts, guess how many runs of support he got, Michael?
Like an average of 1.5.
14.
Oh, yikes.
He was averaging 1 run per start of offense.
Oh, even worse. That's terrible.
No, Keller cannot be traded unless they're getting a haul. If they're getting a haul for Keller, fine. But one of my friends texted me that teams are trying to talk about Singer. Singer is untouchable.
Yeah.
Singer's untouchable. Bubic is probably becoming untouchable. But so what all trades have you not gone through?
Well, I'll tell you what we have gone through, and I'll also tell you the guests we've had because you probably won't get to see them. We did have Blake, but Blake may come back. He's planning on coming back later if we're still on when he's back. He was here for the first 20 minutes. Mr. Jack Loader was on also for about 10 minutes.
I'm glad I wasn't here for that then.
he was here with Blake at the same time. So Giants fan and Dodgers fan. That was interesting.
Giants are a joke. Okay, let's move on.
He was giving really good insight, though. He was providing some solid insight. We also had my buddy Alex Rocco. I went to school with him in New York. And we also had George Boyle on as well. Mr.
Oh, no, I miss George.
You did, yes. He was driving throughout the hills of Hollywood and Beverly Hills. So he's feeling better. He's decompressed a little bit, but still, he is not nowhere near where he was. He was just a few mere months ago when the Nationals weren't trading Juan Soto. So we have gone through quite a few deals, and we can obviously revisit any of them. I do want to revisit the Benintendi trade at some point. We can probably start with that because that's obviously important to you. We spoke about the Castillo trade. I also took them out of my bookmarks, so I don't see them anymore, but just trying to think of it off the top of my head. The Gallo trade, the Castillo trade. We've mentioned the Soto trade, but we haven't really gone super deep into it. And then we also
down so I can have all my thoughts ready.
Okay. And then we just briefly mentioned the Hader trade, but not tons. And we also talked about the Trey Mancini trade. Again, I'm also trying to keep in mind potential future guests that'll be coming on, trying to think about who's going to be joining us at some point, and figuring out just really who fits with what. We've only had one trade since the show started. It was the Gallo trade. Thankfully, it happened while Blake was on the show, so that was perfect.
That Gallo trade, I kind of like. I think he just needs a fresh start, completely.
Okay.
And am I saying he's going to be elite by any means? No, but is he going to do a job while Chris Taylor's rehabbing a fractured foot? Yes. Trace Thompson has been incredible for them. For cash considerations, I see Blake tweeting all the time, Trace Thompson for cash considerations. He's been fantastic, dude. He's been really good. Have you guys talked about Grossman at all?
No, not yet.
Okay, so Grossman as well. I love how the Tigers came out and said, yeah, anyone's open, and then they haven't really traded anyone besides Grossman.
I know. Well, they've got, if you think about it, they've got three guys in that bullpen that could be gone in less than 3 hours. That's Michael Fulmer, Andrew Chafin, and Gregory Soto. So who knows? We could have two Sotos dealt in one day.
Also, with what? Did you talk about Jorge Lopez?
No. We haven't talked about anything from today other than Soto and in the last 24 hours, really, we haven't. We touched on the Yankees stuff, but that was really it.
Yeah, the Yankees. I'm going to ask this question, and I'm not trying to sound biased when I ask it.
Mm-hmm.
Is Efros more valuable than Andrew Benintendi?
Yes, definitely.
Why?
Because their bullpen's nowhere near where it needs to be. Their lineup can hit. Their lineup's not the problem. It's the pitching that's the problem.
Well, there's actually something they do lack in that lineup with what Benintendi brings. One, another left-handed bat. Two, great defense. But also, they lack some contact hitting. And that's Benintendi to a T. That is why I think the Royals should have gotten more for Benintendi. And people think I'm crazy. You know what? If it would have been two higher prospects and you only got two instead of three, that's fine. But the level of prospects that they got is a little iffy to me. Also, the Royals don't develop pitching well.
Yeah.
Since Zach Greinke, we talked about this when the Benintendi trade went down.
Mm-hmm.
The last Royals pitcher that was truly developed well since Zach Greinke. You'd have to think it's Yordano Ventura. And you can speculate maybe, maybe not, because he didn't pitch that long because of his tragic passing. But you never know what it could have been there. Singer and Bubic and those guys, they could get there, but it's too early to tell.
Yes.
So I think that it was definitely the level of prospects that they got is a little concerning, especially because the top one, Sycamore, has had shoulder issues. So that's worrisome. But Brandon T, I see her commenting a lot, but I completely agree. The Yankees should have traded for Benintendi. I don't care about the vaccination thing. Something's going to happen. I think he's going to get it if it comes down to it.
Yeah.
But they needed a contact bat and another left-handed bat. And that's what they just got, along with an elite defender. So I just think the Royals could have gotten more for Benintendi, in essence of level of prospects. Not more players, but a higher level of prospects.
I agree. We'll answer another question here because I'm trying to get as many as I can. There have been so many. Here we go. Going with just the next one in line. Does JD and Dom both get moved since we already have Vogelbach? Obviously talking about the Mets here. I don't know if JD Davis gets moved, but to me, Dom Smith is good as gone in one of any trade that they make today.
I have a question. If no
Yes.
trade is made that includes Dom Smith, do they think about DFAing him? Just a question.
No. They can get a player for him. They can absolutely get a guy that would probably be a top 20 prospect for the Mets, at least for Dom Smith. The Mets farm system after like number 8 isn't great. So they can easily get a guy. They're top 20.
A guy that's not in top 20 somewhere else could be in your top 20.
Right. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. Who could be like the Mets number 15 or 16 prospect. Just they can get anything, honestly, for him, and they'd be happy because he's just a paperweight right now. He's just a big paperweight, and he hasn't been able to do much. We're also hearing that the Blue Jays are talking to the Angels about Noah Syndergaard and Raisel Iglesias.
That would be
the Philadelphia Phillies have been linked as well.
If they can go out and get another starter.
If the Blue Jays can do that, they're gonna. I mean, the Blue Jays are basically in the same spot that the Padres are right now. Probably not, most definitely not going to win the division, in the wild card race, and looking to be a big threat when it comes time for the playoffs.
Here's the thing. Looking at that Soto trade real quick, this isn't a trade that's going to get them first place this year. They're 12 games back. The Dodgers are not going to let that go. Next year, that's going to be a dogfight because the two best trios in baseball are going to battle each other as long as Trey Turner stays, which I think all indications are he's staying. I think the Dodgers are going to give him enough money.
I agree.
So
I completely agree.
I have an issue with Raisel Iglesias, though.
Why?
After last year, he has not been that good. Again, would it be great to get Noah Syndergaard another starter? Heck yes. But Raisel Iglesias, I would hope he would not drive up that haul back too much after the year that he's having.
Yeah.
His ERA for a closer is bad.
It really is.
It's 4.04, I believe. And then for a closer to have a over 1 whip, that's concerning to me. So I think that if you could get both, Raisel Iglesias would be a good guy to get to add depth to your bullpen. But if they're looking for a shutdown closer, that Raisel Iglesias seems to be gone.
I agree. I completely agree. I think that's a weird one to kind of hope for.
But if you're getting Syndergaard, then it's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can throw, and even if Iglesias isn't your closer, just throw him in the bullpen. Really, anything can happen.
Fine late inning guy, like 7th, 8th inning, that's fine. I think he can do that job fine. Closing, I don't think he can do it anymore.
I agree. I'm in the same.
Which is
boat.
crazy because of how good he was last year.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's same thing with.
What is he getting? 18 mil?
I don't know, something like that. It's a very big contract.
72 or something like that.
I don't know. I remember it was a very good deal though.
So
we're gonna go ahead and answer this one here. I think this is a very interesting question. Do the Cardinals need more to become a real contender?
I will say this: they need to get a starter, and
Yes.
right now, if there's any team that's really going to give up a lot to get Brad Keller, I think it'd be the Cardinals. Cardinals need pitching. The lineup's fine. You've got the MVP favorite, in my opinion, Paul Goldschmidt. You've still got Arenado. Tyler O'Neill can mash, even though that outfield has been really hurt all year. If they could get healthy, some things would change there. But they need pitching bad. And I'm shocked that they were not giving up more, or at least trying to give up more to get someone like Montas or even Castillo, even though I think the Mariners slightly overpaid for him, but we can get to that later. So they do need more. I don't think on offense, they need help in the bullpen, and they need another starter for sure. But I definitely agree that the Cardinals do need more.
I agree. To me, the Cardinals they need to get pitching without question. To me, if I'm the Cardinals, you hear that Carlos Rodon's on the market now, get him. I don't care what it.
No, I'm very iffy about a Rodon trade. I am very worried because of that opt-out.
I agree.
That is why. And that's
Treat
why
like a rental.
the market for him is not as high as it really should be, is because everyone thinks he's going to opt out after this year.
I agree. I think
So-
that also does play a big role. I think you got to treat it like a rental, though. Just tell the Giants, look, we're going to treat it like a rental, and they say, well, you can't. And that I agree is going to make it very difficult to acquire him. But nonetheless, he's still a big player. And if the Cardinals want any chance of winning this year, they've got to do that. Their lineup is very good. They really could still use maybe a guy that walks a lot to get on base
They could use another on-base guy. They could.
Yeah.
But I think that they need to focus on pitching a lot more.
I agree.
They really do.
I completely agree. Their bullpen is okay. It's not bad, but the starting pitching would not last
The
in a
bullpen
playoff
can
series.
suffice the rest of the way, especially with injuries to Steven Matz because he hasn't been able to stay on the field. You need to get another starter.
Yeah,
You
I
need
completely
to.
agree. So I've got another guest for you, Ryan, and this one's going to come way out of left field. I'll tell you what, you are not ready for this one.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Mac Friday has joined us on the show.
What up, big baby blank?
Welcome. Your first appearance here on Running the Bases. We are so happy to have you. How you doing today?
Oh man, I'm at the ballpark right now. I can't really complain. Here, check this out. Oh, welcome to Bourne, Massachusetts, home
That was
of
great.
the Bourne Braves of the Cape Cod Baseball League.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Today
Look at that.
is game 42. It was supposed to be our regular season finale tonight, but we got rained out yesterday. Tight battle for first in the West in the Cape Cod Baseball League, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. But as much as I wish it was, I'm not here to talk about that.
I mean, this is a baseball show, to be
I
fair.
do have to ask, how do you feel about Mancini?
Okay, so there's obviously 3 trades that being the Astros consultant here, I have to talk about, and that
Yeah.
being Mancini, Vasquez, and Will Smith.
Yes.
I honestly think that Mancini is probably the best out of those 3 because you identify your needs for the Houston Astros. You need a first baseman, you need a catcher, and you need a lefty arm out of the pen. You got all 3 of those. Maybe center fielder was on the docket a little bit, but
I
not.
think Michael A. Taylor's a target.
You still think they're hunting.
I think it would not shock me if they went and got someone like Michael A. Taylor, who's a strong defensive outfielder, but can also get on base a nice amount.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily a bad option. The outfielder is still that kind of thing, but honestly, with the down season that Yuli Gurriel is having after being the AL batting champ,
Yeah.
I think Mancini fits the bill better than Vasquez or Will Smith because you have that defensive presence at catcher with Martin Maldonado. You just needed a little bit more of a bat, and you get that from Christian Vasquez. And then how ironic is it to bring the closer who beat you in the 2021 World Series to Houston where he did it? So I find that pretty ironic that they bring Will Smith in, but I mean, we've seen what he's done over the past couple of years with the Atlanta organization. He's got nasty stuff. He's tall, lanky, powerful. It's pretty interesting.
I find it interesting because I remember I talked to you in the bureau and you were not a huge Odorizzi guy.
I wasn't, but then performance can change everything, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, well, seriously. So his performance recently, I mean, that Astros rotation was just so full to the brim. You're looking at 6, maybe even 7 guys who could start a game for you and give you a solid outing, 5, 6, 7 innings. And Odorizzi was one of those guys.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, he's not one of your guys who you've brought up through the program. A guy like Jose Urquidy or Christian Javier, he's not a guy that you've brought up through your minor league system. He's somebody you brought in via trade, and your pitching coaches and your organization made him better. Not really all the way coming up the ladder, or you got a big blockbuster trade kind of guy like a Justin Verlander, that kind of thing. So he was a guy you bring in who's and you boost his stock and send him out into the world for an option to bring something back.
That's fair. I think that
I think that was probably the most likely outcome for Jake Odorizzi going forward with the Houston Astros. It wasn't that he was going to be a postseason starter. He was by far the most expendable out of that group, even if he was pretty good.
I'd say that's true.
Actually a pretty fair trade because the Braves want to add some depth at starting pitching, and then the Astros want to get that lefty in the bullpen. So I think that's a pretty fair trade. I agree
It's
with
pretty
you on
much just a straight up swap.
Yeah.
And I agree with you on Mancini. With how Gurriel struggled, getting a guy like Mancini, I think, will be really good to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you look at how much he meant for the city of Baltimore and in the Orioles organization, which is going to be a little bit sad for them because that's such a meaningful guy. Yeah. That's the Orioles guy. But I guarantee you, both Mancini, Vasquez, Smith, especially Mancini and Vasquez, those two are going to love the Houston Astros organization and the city of Houston. Any player who has really come into this Astros organization via trade, via recent acquisition, has found a spot in this locker room, and I think it's one of the baseball.
I'd have to agree with you on that. Now, I'm intrigued because I was talking to someone about it yesterday, and to me right now, the way that it looks with the way that the playoff picture looks is you've got the Yankees and Astros on the American League side, and on the National League side, it's the Mets, Dodgers, and Braves, and now the Padres, obviously.
Can't forget them.
Yeah, now you can't. To me, it's obviously looking like the Astros are a little bit ahead of the Yankees, and that some of those guys on the NL side are going to be pretty close. But I was saying that, pitching wins championships, and my argument was that the Astros are going to still need to bolster that rotation. What do you think on that? Do you think that the Astros rotation is good enough to win the World Series, and do you think they should maybe go after a guy like Rodon to try and make it even better?
I don't think you need to. The performance of a guy like Jose Urquidy can concern me, but on the other side, guys like Justin Verlander, Framber Valdez have been absolutely incredible this season. Framber was an all-star for the first time in his career for a reason. He's one of those lefty guys who will give you length, give you depth, and the curveball's nasty. His fastball's been gradually rising in velocity. And quick note about Framber, when I was 15 watching the Houston Astros, 16, 17, watching this guy with a 8+ ERA, you could have never told me in 5 years that he'd be an all-star starter, the number 2, number 3 guy in this Astros rotation. So, and another guy that has really, really impressed me as he's come on is watching the growth of a guy like Christian Javier, having multiple double-digit strikeout games back to back to back. He has just been absolutely incredible. Watching him rise through the organization has been pretty fantastic and impressive as well. I mean, I guess if you just look at the rotation, let me pull this up and we'll just go person by person. I mean, it really is. I mean, you have a promising young arm in Luis Garcia, even though he takes 3 days to pitch the ball. Guys like Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Framber Valdez, Justin Verlander, and Urquidy, they're all bona fide starters. But that back end can concern me at times, but I don't really know. I think your bullpen's good enough, especially with the addition of Smith, where you don't really need to worry about going and getting another marquee starter. Maybe you don't have the assets for that, or you want to keep your guys, or maybe you go for Michael A. Taylor or another outfielder like Blank was talking about.
I'd have to agree with you on that. It's good to hear more of an insight from an Astros fan, because I haven't really been able to pay much attention to what the Astros have done this year. Obviously, their pitching is very, very good, and Verlander at the helm is really fantastic. But, you never know what you're getting after that. So it's good to know really that they do feel pretty good about that. It's going to be scary, though.
I can't say that I've been the perfect Astros consultant here, because I have been locked in on Born Braves baseball up in Massachusetts, and this is Red Sox country. Don't get me wrong. I had never been to Fenway Park before I came up here. I have been to Fenway, I think, 3 times this season, this summer. It's been pretty incredible experience. If you guys haven't been, I highly, highly recommend you go. I have never seen droves and droves of people just go to a baseball game for more of a social event than it actually is like a baseball game. Because like you go to Minute Maid Park in Houston and people are going to watch the game. Here in Boston, they're here to watch the game, cheer on the Sox, and then go get drunk on the patio or something. Like it's really cool. I honestly really enjoyed it. It's like one big party. And then you're having a party in your grandparents' house because of how historic it is. That's how I feel.
That's true. I've never been. It's on my bucket list, obviously. One of my highly anticipated places that I'm going to get to go to in the future at some point, obviously.
Michael, I think you'll appreciate this. So here with the Braves, we have an all-star closer from Campbell. His name's Ty Cummings. He was the closer for the Campbell Camels this year. And every time he comes out of the pen for the night, we've been playing the Edwin Diaz song.
Oh, nice. Nice. Now, as long as he doesn't use it when he gets to the majors, that's fine.
Yeah, there you go. I figured with the Mets jersey you have on, I figured I'd tell you that.
Well, yeah, I've got I'm wearing my I haven't even mentioned it on the show yet. I'm wearing my Cespedes jersey in hopes that the Mets will make a deal today that'll help get them to the World Series again. Just kind of hoping for a good omen of sorts as the day goes along. How much time you've got with us, Matt? Because I'd love to get into some other trades.
Get into some other stuff. I can't say how knowledgeable I am on the other stuff, but I am very happy to talk about it.
All right. Well,
I want to talk about that's not a trade.
Go ahead.
It was just mentioned Austin Riley.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The Braves are built for the future because I think it's believed through 2027 they not only have Riley, but they also have Acuna, Albies, Olsen, William Contreras. They've got Strider, Ian Wright, Kyle Anderson. Who else? Oh, and then Michael Harris. They're built for the future for these next 5 or so years.
I don't want to see them in the postseason.
No. And the Mets have to deal with him 15, 20 times a year. But somehow we're managing to play pretty well against him. I think I'm surprised that he took it now because he could have gotten a bigger contract, honestly, to me. But the Braves are notorious.
I would wait to see what Devers got.
I agree, but I don't know if Devers is going to stay in Boston.
Devers' likelihood of a fatter contract.
Oh, yeah.
Pay Devers, pay Judge. Where is Aaron Judge going to go? I mean, that's not trade. This isn't trade stuff. This is going to be off-season stuff, wherever contract he may sign. But I'm sure y'all saw the All-Star stuff where the reporter just completely put him on the spot. Yeah. And he was like, oh, we got lots of Yankees.
Yeah.
If I'm the Yankees, I would consider giving him $35-40 million a year on a 7-year deal.
Easy, yeah. Absolutely.
What he is doing is historic at the plate. My one worry is how much longer is that elite defense going to be in play? Because he is 30, but that swing is going to be there for a long time.
It's just incredible. The size, the bat speed, what he does is just absolutely remarkable. Last night I was with some friends. I was with our ASU friends who work over in Orleans here on the Cape, and we just had Yankees Mariners on in the background. And at the beginning of the game on the Yankees broadcast, it gave the hitting report on Marco Gonzalez, and the final point was very hittable. And then I proceeded to watch Aaron Judge hit 2 home runs in 2 extra base hits in 3 innings.
I got
whoa! The Nationals are getting Luke Voit from the Padres.
What?
There you go.
That's weird. Why?
Just swap teams at this point. With all the moves he made, just swap teams. Swap jerseys.
Seriously.
Send Washington to San Diego.
That's weird. Bob Nightingale broke that, by the way. So take it with a grain of salt.
Take it with a grain of salt.
Bob has had his finger on the pulse today, guys.
He has. Bob's been right about everything today. And this honestly, since the lockout, Bob has been right, which is shocking. But Bob's been the man. He really has. That's all right. Let's talk about it. Assuming it's true, that's interesting. I don't know what
that is interesting. And I think it's very funny that Hosmer had that much. That's the most power he's had as a part of the Padres on and off the field with what he did today.
Wow. So Luke Voit is now taking Josh Bell's spot for the Nationals. Wow. That's really interesting. I wonder if that also leads him to
DH then.
Cruz still.
No, for the Padres.
Sorry,
Oh.
guys. We just signed a new outfielder, and I'm looking into who it is.
Oh, fun. The Braves or the
The Born Braves signed a new outfielder, and I'm
Wow.
curious who he is.
Well, you're the Mr. Beat reporter there. You've got to, or you're the writer. You've got to you've got to be up to date with that. Look at that, Bob. Bob nailed that. That's funny. How about him?
That is interesting because who moves to?
I don't know. Taking a look at the unless they're gonna get someone else.
Or they move Cronenworth there, put Ha-Sung Kim at second when Tatis comes back. There's a chance there, but they might be in for a bat now. Also, Nelson Cruz is going to get met, right? He's going to get dealt, right?
I don't know. There hasn't been any talk of him in the last couple of days. I think this really increases the likelihood.
Someone's going to want him.
You know what I think the Padres are going to do, honestly? I think they're going to keep Tatis at DH and try and get him back sooner.
Oh, can I just say how much of a blessing it is that Juan Soto went to the Padres?
Yes.
Oh, what a sweet, sweet prize.
My dad was so mad today about it.
I am so blessed. If he went to the Yankees, I would be a completely different mood right now. Because, as good as those Padres are right now, how realistic is it that they go all the way and make it right there? They got the pieces for it. But I'd rather face a team that is inexperienced and not as motivated with the past that the Astros have versus somebody like the Dodgers or the Yankees, because those teams, no team wants to beat the Houston Astros more than those two teams in the postseason. San Diego doesn't care. They're just trying to win, and it's not like it's New York who takes it personally, who the Astros have been daddying for the past, 5, 6, 7 years,
Yeah.
And then the Dodgers, who obviously got lost to the Astros in the World Series with what happened. They take that personal.
Makes a world of difference. But here's the thing. I never thought the Yankees should go after Soto. I thought they should just keep their farm system, focus on re-signing Judge. That's what they should be doing, because here's the thing. Aaron Judge has been the anchor for that offense. Rizzo's been good. Stanton's been good. But come on. Judge is the MVP. He's going to get paid. I don't know what other team is going to give him more than that 7 years, 215 range that he got from the Yankees. Maybe the Giants, because the Giants have the money and need a big splash. But if I'm the Yankees, I'm focused on keeping my farm system, and I'm going and re-signing Aaron Judge.
You have to. It's a non-negotiable that you have to keep him. I saw something on my social feed. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was this guy just going down the lines of great Yankee ball players, and Judge is in that line. And they've always stuck to their guns, stuck to their guys, and that's a guy that you have to stick to. You can't let him walk, and you can't bring in somebody who means what he means and has done what he's done for the organization just in via trade, because you have to start over.
Phillies are in on Brandon Marsh.
Yes, I saw that. I wasn't going to bring it up till it was final, but yes, looks like the Phillies are possibly going to do a Brandon Marsh deal where they'll send Logan O'Hoppe over there, which is a pretty big deal for them. He's a very big prospect. Getting back to your point that we were making before a little bit about Aaron Judge, because we were just talking about it. Ryan was getting to talk about it, but I didn't get to put in my 2 cents. To me, I think Judge goes either to
I swear, if you say the Mets,
he's either going to go to the Mets or Yankees. It's one of the two. I don't see any other option. That's literally it. Okay, the Brandon Marsh deal is final now.
Is that you saying that just because of what he means to that city in general, or you just
I think
his
I don't think anyone else
there?
is going to want to pay him. I really don't.
Okay, that's also
I don't know. I think the Giants are willing to pay him.
I don't know. I think they're realizing that last year was a fluke.
I think we know a couple people who would be very happy about that.
I had Jack Loader on the show earlier.
Loader was here?
He was one of our first guests that we had. He was here for about 5 minutes. But he gave great insight on the Giants. But I think that the Giants are realizing that last year was a fluke and that there's no point in them really going all in. Their prospects are good, but are they good enough that they can win right now? I think the best thing for the Giants to do is to trade everyone away boost up that farm system and go into a full rebuild. I really do. I don't think the Giants are going to be competitive anymore. The Padres are too darn good. The Dodgers are too darn good. And the D-backs are going to be really good in a couple of years too.
Yep.
To me, it's time for the Giants to kind of put things away, move along, and get themselves to where they'll be, where they were 10 years ago, get themselves there maybe 6 or 7 years. It's going to be tough. It's always a hard pill to swallow for a perennial winner like that to do that, but it's time. It just is time. But
Twins are looking at a pitcher too.
who? Oh, the Mets just got Darren Ruff.
Who did?
Oh man.
Mets.
Hey, there's
the
the Mets
heck?
trade.
He's going to be
That's
a
rough.
bullpen arm. Or a bullpen arm. A bench bat.
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm about at my expiration date. Anything else you guys want to pick my brain before I go?
What do you want to say? Just you pick something. Talk about it.
I don't
There's been
know.
a lot.
Follow the Born Braves of the Cape Cod Baseball League. We're loaded to the brim. Have an opportunity to win our second ever Cape Cod Baseball League championship coming up here. Crucial game today and tomorrow. If we win out, we're first in the West in the best division in the Cape Cod Baseball League. Follow along. Do your thing. Go Bravos.
All right. Well, I mean, there you have it. Mr. Back Friday. Thank you so much. It was awesome to have you.
Back.
Thanks for having me on.
Really-
It's always a pleasure to talk to you boys. Hey, enjoy your next year coming up here, going into the fall. Enjoy it. You ever have any questions, ever need any insight, you ever need me to talk on your little baseball show, you call me up. All right.
All right.
I'd love to run the bases some more. Okay.
Oh, we would love to run them with you, Mac. Thank you.
Take care, fellas.
It's been
Good to
an
talk
honor.
to you.
See you, Mr. Mac Friday. So I'm wondering, the Mets deal obviously is at the forefront of my brain at the moment that they just got Darren Ruff.
I have a question. Why?
Yes. I think, okay,
Why?
to me, this shows that they're not getting JD Martinez, and that's it.
The Mets should be focused on, I think, adding a bullpen arm.
They're going to. To me, that's just completely separate things. I think Darren Ruff is now your platoon at DH with Daniel Vogelbach. That Daniel Vogelbach now you've got facing righties, and then Ruff is your big bench bat. Your bench just got so much better and will play against lefties. Because initially what they were thinking is that you get Wilson Contreras. Wilson Contreras is your catcher, and then Contreras will then be the DH against lefties when Vogelbach isn't in there. But now you can maybe have both. So if you get Ruff
You
and
really think the Mets are
Contreras,
going to go after Contreras?
I think they're getting Contreras. Yes, I do. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't. The Mets are trading JD Davis for Darren Ruff. No way. Oh, man.
Oh, whoa.
JD Davis is no longer a Met.
I would have thought they would have traded Dom Smith before JD Davis.
Dom Smith is worth a little bit more. That's why. He's going to get – I think Smith is involved in either a prospect haul or a Cubs trade to me. Wow. JD Davis for Darren Ruff. The JD Davis tenure in New York is officially over. Oh, what a sad day. He's going to be a Giant. Wow, he's going to get to play every day there, though, which is
Okay.
Darren Ruff absolutely dominates left-handed batters or pitchers, sorry. Prospects too. There's an S, prospects in that. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to monitor this. Matt's still working on bullpen additions as per Andy Martino.
Hey, you know what? I've got a bullpen addition for you.
Ooh, Josh
Scott
Stormont?
Barlow.
No, I don't want
You
him,
don't want
thanks.
Barlow?
No, I'd rather have – they need a lefty more than anything.
That's fair.
Um,
I'm
They
sorry.
really
If
do.
the Royals do not trade Merrifield or Michael A., I'm going to be very upset.
Here, give a little Royals talk because I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm starving. So go ahead and keep chatting about
Royals
that.
talk do you want me to go through? We're pathetic.
Just talk about because Merrifield, I think, could get traded. We had the same conversation a year ago.
I posted something on Twitter today. My predictions earlier were Michael A. to the Phillies. Now that's out of the picture because Brendan Marsh is now going there. I think Michael A. could go to the Astros. I think Merrifield might be a Dodger.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think that it is time to trade Whit Merrifield because this year the team was supposed to prove that, yeah, maybe show some signs of going towards contention. No, they've just fallen flat on their faces. End the Whit Merrifield era now. It's time. It is. The Royals have not done him any favors. The whole vaccine thing where he was like, yeah, if I was on a team that was contending, yeah, I'd get the vaccine, whatever. No. Yeah, what he said was bad, but at the same time, that's on the Royals too for not trading him. So I think it's time to get something for Whit Merrifield. I think it's time. But Michael A., I don't know why more teams aren't wanting him because he's not a rental. He signed a 2-year extension before the end of last season, so he has another year of control. I don't know why you would not exploit that. I think any team would be lucky to have that elite defense alongside having a guy that can get on base a nice amount. I think Michael A. should be traded. If there's one guy out of the three I just mentioned of Barlow, Merrifield, and Michael A. that should not be traded, it's Barlow. That's it. But after what Twins gave up for
passing.
I saw.
Jeff Passing.
I saw.
Oh, my. We also have, joining the show, Mr. Dominic Stern. A lot's going on. Wow.
Hold on.
Okay.
We have to talk about David Robertson to the Phillies.
I'm just don't know how much longer David Robertson's going to be that good. He's old.
Why did the Mets give up? Hold on. The Mets just gave up
terrible
three. The Mets just gave up 3 prospects from the Giants. For what? Why did they give up 3 prospects?
Because they want Darren Ruff bad, dude.
No, there has to be something else going on there.
Well, you know what? It's Dom's time. Dom. Soto.
I mean, I'm not really sure what to say. I mean,
and you got rid of Hosmer.
Yeah, obviously Soto's the bigger deal there, but getting rid of Hosmer, I mean, he was so anemic offensively and horrible defensively. And you get Josh Bell, who's not a great defender, but
he's a good
better than Eric Hosmer. I mean, this is a massive upgrade to the Padres lineup that had quite frankly been one of the worst in the league, and I'm not sure a lot of people had realized it. It's such a massive deal for this team that is in a win now situation. And you know what? If AJ Preller stood by with a chance to acquire one of the game's most elite hitters in its game history at age 23, and he didn't do it, he may not have gotten any better of a chance to improve this offense.
So my question to you is, because it just came out that Voit was a part of the deal. He's taking Hosmer.
Tyler Mahle to the Twins, by the way.
Yeah, I saw they were deep conversations. We'll get to that, but what do you think of getting rid of Voit? Because what's that do for the DH situation? I know when Tatis comes back, he can play there, or with Soto, he can be there, or outfield, you pull in Will Myers. There's a lot of guys. But what do you think of having Voit being a part of that deal?
Yeah, I mean, the Nationals needed a first baseman with getting rid of Josh Bell, and that's why the Padres wanted to send them Hosmer, but that clearly didn't work out because of Hosmer's no trade clause. But I think the fact that Voit is going there, it's a tough pill to swallow for the Padres because I liked Voit. He was the second best power hitter in that lineup, in a lineup that really lacked power. And he seemed to really fit in. So I think that's going to be a tough pill to swallow, but they're going to slot Myers in at the designated hitter once Soto moves into right. You obviously have Profar in left, and then you have Grisham in center, unless the Padres make an upgrade there, which that could happen at some point this afternoon. And then, I mean, I think that Voit moving is a tough pill to swallow, but when you consider that they're bringing in Josh Bell and Juan Soto, it's 100% worth it.
And then the other trade, we'll get back to Soto, but Josh Hader, you said this last year. Despite struggling since the All-Star break, I believe he had what was it, Michael, a 12 ERA in July or something like that?
12.56, yeah.
Yeah, he was bad. But are you surprised that the Brewers moved him?
I am, but, I mean, the Brewers are one of those teams that is really smart analytically, and they must have seen something they didn't like with Josh Hader and stuff that they did like with Dinelson Lamet, Taylor Rogers, Esteury Ruiz, to be able to move on from Hader. And, you know, the Padres told Hader that he had been tipping his pitches and that they wanted to help him fix that. So that way, you know, hitters didn't know what's coming. So, I mean, I think Josh Hader is going to return to being that best closer in baseball. Obviously, Edwin Diaz is going to have something to say about that. But I think getting Josh Hader is awesome because the Padres hadn't been able to be comfortable late in games over the last 2 months.
Yeah, because Rogers had been struggling.
He'd been bad.
Yeah.
He'd been worse than Hader, for being honest.
So now they've established that back end of the bullpen now, getting a bona fide stud at that closer spot. And then I know that this is nowhere close to done on where a potential contract could be for Soto. But would you give Soto $500 million if you're the Padres?
I mean, I would, but obviously they need to figure out a way to be able to do that with the luxury tax and whatnot. So that's a bridge they're going to have to cross. Obviously, there's a lot of money coming off the books. Myers is an impending free agent. Clevenger is an impending free agent. Manaea is an impending free agent. There's a lot of guys that money is going to be coming off the board. And I think that's probably something that will be addressed in the offseason.
And then I know that.
One sec. Just adding in, we do have Mr. Alex Rocco rejoining us. He was on the show before. Alex, welcome back. First off, introductions. Alex was a buddy of mine in New York. We played baseball together. He now goes to Penn State. He covers Penn State football. He's also a broadcaster there. Big Yankees fan. We've got Ryan Blank over here, Royals fan, and Dom Stern, Padres fan. Both go to ASU with me. So introductions out of the way. We're talking about the Padres, obviously, at the moment with Mr. Dominic Stern.
So, Dom, you've also talked a lot about Musgrove potentially leaving with the year that he's having. 5-year, $100 million extension. What was your reaction to that? Because I know you wanted him to stay there because he's a hometown kid playing for his hometown team.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome that Musgrove was able to stay and take a bit of a hometown discount. I mean, let's be honest. Musgrove over the last 2 seasons has a sub-3 ERA and has pitched almost 300 innings. I mean, he's been a workhorse for the Padres. He's been a guy that's gone out there and has given them a chance to win just about every time he takes the rubber. And he's a guy that's only 29, so he's got, a future that you're not really too concerned about. And he's been a baller. He deserves every single cent that he's going to earn in that contract. And not only that, but I think it's a huge win for the clubhouse and also just for the city because they've really rallied behind Joe Musgrove, hometown guy, pitching for the team that he grew up going to games. He's been a fan. He's been vocal about being a fan of the Padres while he's been in the majors as a part of the Astros and the Pirates. So, I mean, the fact they're able to lock him up, get Josh Hader, get Juan Soto and Josh Bell, and also trade Hosmer in just over 24 hours, I mean, it really couldn't have gone any better, and it may not be done.
So it seems like the division's out of the picture winning it because 12-game difference. But getting Soto, you have to think for not just next year, but also this year in the playoffs, that's a dangerous team, especially coming in as a wild card team.
In the year after that, I mean, listen, the Padres offense has been what's held this team back. And you can look at this lineup now that adds Josh Bell, who's been such a productive hitter in a bad lineup, and Juan Soto, who has been arguably the best hitter in baseball ever since 2019. You put those guys in the lineup, and you're really hoping that lineup is not what's going to hold the Padres back anymore. And you can trust that starting pitching staff that is consistently going 5, 6, 7 innings, 2-run ball, 3-run ball, or even 1-run ball, and just carrying the Padres, and the bullpen that has undergone so many stressful innings that they're going to undergo less of that in the next coming months and be set to go in October, and the lineup can help ease that. I think that's really what this is about. And I mean, I can't be more pumped to go to some of these games once I get home and in Arizona.
Sorry, Mike was muted. I'm obviously monitoring everything that's going on, so I'm trying to, I'm paying attention to every single thing that's going on at the moment. So for you, Dom, obviously, I know this is a big day for you. This is huge, and we talked about it the other day. Do you think that the haul you gave up for Soto warrants, in the event that you don't extend him, warrants just having him for a couple of years?
I do. I personally do. I mean, I think that the Padres get 3 shots at a World Series potentially. And if you don't win a World Series over the next 3 years with Juan Soto, Fernando Tatis Jr., Manny Machado, Jake Cronenworth, Joe Musgrove, you've got Blake Snell and Yu Darvish the next couple of years. You got Mike Clevenger and Sean Manaea this year. Josh Hader now. If it doesn't happen, it may never happen in San Diego, if we're being completely honest. And if he walks, you really got to hope that Machado doesn't opt out next year, which, I mean, he's already being paid $150 million for the next 5 years after that. Is he going to be able to get a better contract than that once he turns 32? Maybe, but that's going to be something that he's going to have to assess. I don't think the Padres have to extend Juan Soto. They have arguably the best hitter in baseball now for the next 3 postseasons, assuming they make them. And I think that's worth what they paid. Now, I went into this once they said that Soto was going to be made available. The 3 guys that I wanted to keep were obviously Mackenzie Gore, because he's been top prospect for a long time, a lefty that throws in the mid to up 90s with 3 off-speed pitches that can all play at the major league level. And I wanted to keep James Wood, because I wanted James Wood to be that guy that could replace Soto if he didn't sign an extension and then walked, of course, Wood in the trade. And then Harlan Susana, a guy who hadn't been highly ranked in the Padres system, but a 6'6", 240-pound righty who was throwing 99 as an 18-year-old. Fell in love with him when I was reading the reports. Saw him at one of the backfield games at spring training this year. Really liked him. Of course, he's in the deal. So I think it's worth it. I think Washington got a really good return. There's no way they would have got a better return, and that's why they took the deal.
I like it. I do. I like it. Obviously, there's so much going on right now. We have Tyler Mahle, the trade that just went through.
Yeah.
We have. Sorry, I'm trying to send Mr. John Stern the link to the show at the same time. There's so much going on. Apologies. So we have the Tyler Mahle trade, which I think is really interesting for the Twins. We were talking about it before at the Guardians about, are they going to do anything? And I said it really depends on what the Twins do. So if the Guardians now really want to win, are they going to go after
Guardians need offense?
Yes, I
need
agree.
Offense. And it wouldn't shock me if they try to get a deal for Contreras. They need a catcher. They need offense. But the Twins, they're going hard at getting pitching. They got an all-star in Jorge Lopez, and then they just add to their starting rotation with Tyler Mahle. So I think they're focusing on their pitching side. Their offense can do the job with Buxton and Correa leading it and then having those supporting guys. But if I'm the Guardians, your pitching's fine. They're always good at developing pitching. They need offense.
That's very true. So now, Alex, you obviously haven't gotten to talk since you've joined in. Do you have any questions about the Padres / Juan Soto for Mr. Dominic Stern, or even the Royals for Ryan, or even, the Mets for me, even though we've done it before?
Yeah, I didn't see. I mean, I just got the notification that the Mets got Darren Ruff.
Odd.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I'm not. This is the first I'm getting to talk about it. I don't know. I don't hate it. He's going to help the Mets. I'm not going to lie. He's going to help the Mets. He is going to be the righty bat in the DH spot, and that's great. I'm happy about that. They needed a right-handed DH, and we were thinking that wouldn't cost them much. However, they traded 4 guys for him. Now, granted, he's under control through 2023 and has an option for 24, but the guys that they traded for him aren't just pushovers. They traded Thomas Szapucki, who has not been great recently, but he's not a bad prospect. They traded Carson Seymour, who they just drafted last year and have been really high on, and another guy that I'm not too high on or really know much about, and plus J.D. Davis. So I don't know. I'm really, really concerned by that. This is the first trade we've seen Billy Epler make since taking over. I don't think he made any trades in the offseason. And if he did, I'm blanking on him. But I really don't think he did. So this is the first trade we've seen him make. While he made incredible signings and did incredible things that way, and we know he gets players that are really good for the Mets. He's been really good at doing that. I really don't know. Now that this is the first time we're seeing him make a trade, I'm concerned about his trade-making abilities, because that's not a good trade. While getting Darren Ruff is great, I'm wondering if maybe there's someone else in that trade that we're not hearing about. Maybe the Mets are getting, I don't know, I just saw Juan Soto pop up on my phone, so it's in my head. Maybe the Mets are getting Wilmer Flores too. I don't know. I don't know. That's really weird to me. It's very, very, very peculiar. I don't know. I'm kind of concerned now that they're going to botch this deadline, and I never had those thoughts before because I've been trusting Billy Epler so much, but a man who's so good at making free agent signings, maybe he doesn't make good trades, and I'm now very worried. So,
two things. I think you're underestimating how good of a hitter Darren Ruff is. I think he puts in a much more professional at bat than JD Davis does. And one thing about Ruff was he was just a platoon guy for the Giants last year, but this year with some of their injuries had been forced more into action against right-handed pitchers. So I feel like the Mets should be more comfortable putting him in spots like that. And the Padres just made it official with their trade for Juan Soto and Josh Bell. That tweet just got sent, and the graphics awesome. And I can't stop.
Is it?
Smiling.
I gotta see. Hold on. I gotta see the official graphic. Oh wow. Oh man, that is awesome. That is a graphic right there.
It's finally legit. Because after last year with the whole Scherzer debacle, when Ken Rosenthal tweets that they're close to acquiring him, and then some guys, Padres reporters jump in. Some of the national guys said, "Oh yeah, hearing the same thing," and then Passan says the Padres aren't close, or aren't as close as they may seem, and then ends up going with Trey Turner to Los Angeles, and that really just kind of deflated the clubhouse. It's good to see this officially go through.
I mean, I agree. I've been trying to get the graphic to become our new thumbnail, but my computer's just crashing every time I leave this page. So whatever. So we've obviously got a bunch of trades going on right now. I'm trying to see if I've skipped over anything. Oh, the David Robertson trade. That's a really big deal. Honestly, to me, the Mets were in on him, and people have been saying that he was a high target for the Mets, but the Phillies hadn't even been really mentioned. And for him to just so quickly go to the Phillies, and then we also have the Brandon Marsh trade in there. The Phillies just kind of rapid fire getting two guys that are going to really help them out. While obviously they're not going to win the NL East, they're making a push for the playoffs here. They're really the only team that's not competing, that's not in the playoff picture, that's still competing for it. Obviously, you've still got the Giants down there, but they're obviously selling at this point. So I'm really intrigued as to what your guys' thoughts are on the David Robertson deal for the Phillies, and really how that's going to go down. Dom, we'll start with you because I know you're on limited time here, and Alex, I have a feeling, is going to be with us for a little while longer. So we'll go to you, Dom.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good acquisition. David Robertson's been really good for the Cubs this year, but he's one of those guys that was good, a long time ago, had a resurgent year, and now you got to say, all right, how productive is he going to be? I mean, remember last year they went out and acquired Ian Kennedy as a guy who had a good first half of the year for Texas and then didn't do anything in Philly. So obviously David Robertson's got a much better track record than Ian Kennedy did. But I mean, you always got to be wary when you acquire an old reliever who's kind of having a resurgent year. Relievers are so volatile. And I mean, Michael, you kind of undersold the Phillies. They're not competing for a playoff spot. They have the playoff spot. They're in front of the St. Louis Cardinals. So I think that obviously the bullpen is where they need to upgrade, and the fact that they're addressing that. And then I think Marsh is a good center fielder. He's a guy you can put out there and feel comfortable with. And he's got a left-handed bat with some potential. I think the Phillies are doing what they need to try and fill in the holes. But I mean, it's kind of like putting duct tape up to a barrel that got shot and water's coming out of it. It may work, but it also has a good chance that it doesn't.
I agree. Alex?
Yeah, I don't think these are the last two moves the Phillies make today. I think that they have a lot of holes, and while David Robertson and Brandon Marsh are two great acquisitions, Robertson having a bounce back year with the Cubs, and has some familiarity with the Phillies. Brandon Marsh, a good prospect. They're linked to Rondon, and I think this team needs a sort of a bigger acquisition. Yeah, you mentioned that they have the playoff spot right now, but it's a weird team. And yes, Kyle Schwarber's raking. Bryce Harper's playing well while injured. They just feel like they're a couple pieces away from really making it. If they get that big piece like a Rondon, it would be a big day for them.
Oh, we have our other member of the show joining us, Mr. Spencer Shehawk. Welcome. He seems like wow, look at you. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here. I'm
Spencer, welcome. We're happy to have you. We've been on for 2 hours.
Oh, awesome. I hope I can spice things up here.
I'm intrigued as to where you are. You seem like you're
I'm
in the middle of
Cafecito in Chicago.
Wow.
Cuban, before I head off to Wrigley Field for a tour of the stadium. So enjoying some downtime here after going to the Shed Aquarium and the Adler Observatory. I'm enjoying Chicago. I leave tomorrow. I'm enjoying my time here. Not as much probably as Don is enjoying himself right now with Juan Soto on the team.
You have no idea. They I'm not sure if you noticed, but
dream.
Yeah. It's gonna be nightmares when he plays the Diamondback 16 or so, however many times the new schedule is. But they just posted the graphic. The Padres did, so it's official.
Ain't that the truth? Spencer's, he's moving around. This is going to be interesting.
I can turn up the camera if you guys prefer.
No, it's more of the audio in the background that's quite loud. So as long as you just mute yourself when you're not talking, it would be luxurious.
Oh, we'll do.
Yes. So we also have Spencer. You haven't met Mr. Alex Rocco yet. He is a former New York baseball buddy of mine. We went to school together. He is also a Penn State football writer, etc., broadcaster. He does a lot over there. So just making sure we've got the introduction. Spencer is a member of our show, finally joining us on in today. So we're just kind of continuing along with the trades we've gotten today. We really have not. I've barely covered any trades that have happened leading up to the deadline. So I kind of just want to say that they happened so that I can acknowledge their existence. We had the Daniel Vogelbach trade to the Mets. We had Chris Martin traded to the Dodgers. We had Edmundo Sosa traded to the Phillies. That ran under the radar a lot. I'm going through some of the lower level ones here so that we can just kind of circle back to the big ones. Tommy Pham was traded to the Red Sox. Jake Diekman was traded to the White Sox for Reese McGuire. Let's see. I already had that. Jose Quintana was traded to the Cardinals from the Pirates. The Brewers got Matt Bush. Also just got a report that Wilson Contreras' price is going to have to come down a lot for the Mets to get him. We'll have to wait and see if that ends up happening or not. Mets are focusing now on bullpen arms. Robbie Grossman was traded to the Braves. And the Blue Jays got Zach Pop and Anthony Bass from the Marlins. So that covers everything that was a minor deal, which leaves us with three big ones. We already started talking about the Hader deal with you, Dom. So I feel like we can keep on talking about that because there's other really aspects of that trade that I wanted to talk about, which is really what are the Brewers doing at this point? I mean, I think it's really interesting that they're contending for a playoff spot and are in a playoff spot and are leading their division right now and just traded their closer, who's arguably the best closer in the game. Dom, because it relates most to you because he was traded to the Padres, I want to hear your thoughts first.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question is why are they trading Josh Hader? And I think they kind of wanted to capitalize on his value before they may have felt it was going to deteriorate. And I mean, how much is Josh Hader's value going to, is it going to fall? That was the question. He struggled in July, like you mentioned, 12.68 ERA? Is that what you said, Michael?
Yeah, 12.5. It was ridiculous.
Right. So, I mean, he was not good in July, and part of that was because he allowed 6 runs and a third of an inning against the Giants. I mean, that's what really inflated it. But if you look at his baseball savant percentile page, he was 99th percentile in strikeout percentage, but he was also first percentage in barrel percentage. So he'd been getting hit hard, especially of late. So, I mean, I think they kind of just wanted to move on from him. Taylor Rogers was a very good closer at the beginning of the year, back when he was throwing strikes, and maybe they saw something that they can tweak with him. And they said, you know what, we're going to take advantage of Hader's value. We're going to get a closer who we think we can help and get some pieces to come along with him. Gasser, I think, is going to be an MLB starter eventually at some point. He was the Padres' number 8 prospect. Of course, yesterday the farm system has been completely turned upside down.
Yes.
And then Lamet, just 2 years ago in 2020, finished 4th place in Cy Young voting, right behind 3 fantastic seasons with DeGrom, Bauer, and Darvish. So those guys all were absurdly good. Lamet was just as good as all 3 of those guys, so they can try and fix him up, even though he's got some more health issues that have really led to his decline. And Estuary Ruiz, they need some center field help. Lorenzo Cain had been their center fielder leading up to this year. Then he got cut because he had really been struggling. Ruiz had been a guy who was kind of just, moving along to the Padres minor league system, and then exploded this year. He had 65 stolen bases before he got called up earlier in July. 65 stolen bases this year. That's how much of his speed plays. And he had been hitting the ball really well in the minors. It didn't translate quite up to the big leagues, but maybe they saw something that they could take advantage of there. They wanted to take advantage of Hader's value, and they saw an opportunity to do so with the Padres.
That's very true. Alex, we'll throw it to you next, being our other guest here. What are your thoughts on the Hader trade?
I think it was a great deal for both teams. Like you mentioned before, Hader struggled in July, but everyone knows his track record. He's one of the best relievers in baseball. So for the Padres, get a guy like him, you're never really going to complain when you get a top 2 closer in the league. And closing has been a little bit of an issue. Taylor Rogers, 1-5 this year, 4.35 ERA. Didn't really live up to the expectations when you acquired him in the offseason. Trade him, get in Hader. It's a fresh start for both of these guys now, and I think it's a good deal for both teams. Padres obviously being more competitive, and for the Brewers, recuperate some assets and still get a quality guy in Rogers.
Now, I'm also seeing a tweet right now. I'm watching a video of Devin Williams' reaction to the Josh Hader trade, which is apparently he is very, very upset about it. I mean, he is beyond flabbergasted that trade happened, which isn't surprising to me. It's also really fitting that video just came out. But I mean, I'm just like, what are the Padres doing? Spencer, I don't know if you're alive over there, but if you are, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
All right. Do I sound okay?
Yes, you do. Good enough.
Okay, awesome. I genuinely think, though, that, for Devin Williams, this is a perfect opportunity to shine. This is what gave Milwaukee the okay with how good he was doing this year. So, overall, his ability to just have 2 guys at the end of a game still with Rogers there now to be the setup man, Williams now be the closer. I think the Brewers are going to stay good because of this. This is how teams like Cleveland keep a 500 year in and year out, because they know when to get rid of guys and they know which few to keep. Now, Milwaukee maybe made a mistake with Yelich. The idea still stands that you have to get rid of these guys ahead of their value rather than behind it.
I agree with that. Ryan, one final thought from you on that?
I agree with what Dom and Spencer said. When you have a guy who struggled, especially when you look at barrel percentage, like Dom mentioned, when you see that a lot of teams want him in that value that he has before it really turns rough, and while that value is still at its peak, really take advantage of it. Because if there's one thing the Brewers are really good at, it's developing pitching. You've seen what they've done with Burns and Woodruff and Williams and even Hader. So you can trust that what you get back, you can develop that and also get a lot back for Hader, who, he struggled, but he still has a lot of value. So it was a smart move for both sides because it gets some more pitching depth and some more depth overall for the Brewers, especially in the outfield where they really need it. But it also addresses, in my opinion, the biggest issue with the Padres other than getting a power bat, which they also did by getting Soto.
Now, we also have interesting the Cubs announced their lineup for today, and Ian Happ and Wilson Contreras are both in there. Interesting. Very interesting.
I mean, Voit was in the Padres lineup for the 1:00 game and had to be taken out like 30 minutes before first pitch. I got to run, guys. Thank you for having me on. Best of luck with the rest of the show as the trade deadline gets closer. I appreciate talking with you guys.
Well, thank you, Dom.
It's always
great
a pleasure speaking with you. We will see you soon.
Yes, sir.
Always good seeing you, bud.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dom. It was a wonderful time. So that brings us back down to 4, which will change soon. Working on getting one guest now, and then we should have another one joining in about 15 minutes. And then Blake is also obviously really up in the air as to if and when he will.
So did Devin Williams break his hand again, punching a wall?
No, but he probably thought about it. I wouldn't be surprised if that was he probably thought about it. He probably did, and then was like, I'm just not gonna do that because I don't want to die. But I'm really this deadline has been quiet so far. We've got an hour and 45 minutes. Let's do a quick run around on what do we think is going to happen still. There's plenty of time left, but we'll go backwards here. We'll go Alex, Spencer, and then Ryan. What do you think is going to happen with these final hour and 45 minutes left?
It's really hard to predict because you mentioned how quiet it's been so far, and we've heard some names floated around. Carlos Rodon, Gleyber Torres now is a name that's starting to pop up. So if the Yankees move on from him, that'll be a really interesting deal. The Yankees have to clear up some roster space to add Montas, Trevino, and Efros. So the Yankees look to not be done yet, but it's just been quiet. And I think obviously having Contreras still available, Ian Happ, there's a lot of big names. I think it'll come right down to the wire, but I'd be shocked if we don't see Contreras get moved, even though he's still in their lineup.
Interesting. Spencer?
I think the Dodgers got to make a move. I don't think the Padres get Juan Soto without some reaction, even if San Diego still definitely maybe didn't cover up every flaw that they needed to cover today. I think Juan Soto's enough for LA to say we have to still be big brother here and do something nuts. So maybe the Dodgers go after a little bit more than just Joey Gallo.
Okay. Ryan, finish with you.
What I expect to happen? Royals better make some moves, otherwise I'm going to be very angry.
That's not an expect. That's a like.
No. I expect them to make moves. Because if they traded Benintendi that early to do nothing else, that is an absolute joke. An absolute joke. And I don't care what anyone says. I can be crazy or biased for thinking this, but no. The whole reason was to give yourselves time to also work with trading potentially Merrifield, Witt, Barlow. What are you doing? Nothing. I'm really curious if John Sherman is awake today. I'm curious if Nate Moore has his thumb up as you know what. Because if they're going to make that trade so early, and honestly, in my opinion, still kind of undersell not Merrifield, Benintendi, use that time to make a trade. Quit wasting the careers of Witt and Michael A. They're not going to be on the team when this team is competitive again. They'll be long retired, it looks like, at this point. So why waste it by not trading them? There is value for both of those guys, especially Michael A, because he has that extra year on his contract due to the 2-year extension he signed. Then you have Witt has a lot of value as well because you look at his versatility. He can play outfield. He can play infield. The only positions he can't play are pitcher and catcher. So it's frustrating, but I expect them to move someone because if not, this is just another waste of a deadline.
And now for me, at least, I'm a little pessimistic as to what this trade deadline is going to look like because so far we have been, I don't want to say underwhelmed because Juan Soto was traded today, but the David Robertson deal did come out of nowhere because I don't think anyone was really expecting him to be on the Phillies. And obviously Luke Voit getting traded was really surprising. Tyler Mahle was a big deal, but unlike last year, there aren't so many huge names that are on the market. Obviously, it seems like the Red Sox are going to be a little quiet. We haven't heard anything about JD Martinez. Cubs haven't traded Wilson Contreras yet, nor have they traded Ian Happ or Michael Givens. But honestly, there's a small chance. Well, I don't think it's going to happen. There's a small chance that we get to the trade deadline right now and nothing happens. So I don't know, but we do have another guest. We have found ourselves with yet another, I can't even keep track, but Cronkite student, Mr. Austin Green, has joined the show.
I was just waiting for Ryan's face.
Ryan's quite perturbed by
No way!
Austin.
Michael is pulling out all the stops today.
Oh, we're whipping them out today. This year's trade deadline show blows last year's out of the water.
Oh my!
I mean, and last year's was awesome. But the guests just keep on piling up. Austin, first off, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. I've had a good day so far. A little less eventful than last year's trade deadline for me as a Dodgers fan, but I had a feeling that kind of as the Juan Soto saga dragged on, I'm like, there is no way AJ Preller is going to get sunned, but AJ Preller would rather overpay than lose out to Andrew Friedman again.
I'd agree.
And that is exactly what happened. Anyway, I kind of expected Soto to end up with the Padres, so I can't say I'm too surprised.
You're not wrong. It's crazy, but it's happened. So we talked earlier on the show because we also had Blake Harris from True Blue. He's not with True Blue LA anymore, but still, Blake Harris, Dodgers fan, known friend of the podcast, who may be back at some point today. He was talking about the Joey Gallo trade, and that's obviously the only real thing that you guys have done so far. So I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts on that.
Chris Martin too. Come on.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Sorry. Yeah, give respect to Chris Martin, who gave up a bomb to Wilmer Flores in his Dodger debut last night. But no, I mean, I don't think it was needed, but we kind of have Chris Taylor has been hurt for a while. He hasn't been that great this year, but we've kind of been able to make left field work for us. James Outman has come up and been insane this past weekend in his first taste of big league baseball. Trace Thompson has been a revelation back with the Dodgers. Obviously, that's been fun to see for a number of reasons. Jake Lamb has been decent as well as kind of a DH platoon left field guy. So we're making it work. And quite frankly, with how good our big four, actually, at the top of the lineup, I'd throw Will Smith in there as well. Between Betts, Trey Turner, Freddie Freeman, and Will Smith. It's not like we desperately needed another outfielder. I think that was the difference between us going into the Soto talks where, again, I think they definitely tried. But if the sticking point was, say, Gavin Lux, who has quietly been another one of the Dodgers' best hitters this year, and the Padres are willing to give basically uproot their entire farm system and give up a productive big league hitter in, ultimately Luke Voit, I think that it makes sense why the Dodgers would say no and the Padres would say yes, just given where they are in the standings and where they are kind of in the future here. But it's exciting. I think my favorite part of it has been seeing Giants fans in absolute shambles, just knowing that they have to platoon half their lineup, and the two teams down the coast have Betts, Turner, and Freeman, and then now Soto, Tatis, and Machado, and 5 of those guys are under contract for a very long time to come. So, Jack Loader, best of luck, my friend.
He was also on the show earlier in the he was our second guest. He was
it makes me so happy that the Giants are falling apart. Makes me so happy.
Ryan, I knew I loved you.
It's one, it upsets Loader, which makes me happy. But two, I'm still not over 2014, and I'm still tired of him and Jack Johnson throwing in my face. So you know what? I'm happy they're falling apart at the seams.
You heard it here.
2014 just sucks for a number of reasons related to that. As far as I'm concerned, the 2014 baseball season ended in September. Nothing else good happened after that.
Ryan
yeah,
I'm kill you for that.
I'm just speaking from a Dodgers fan. You can have 2015. You guys can both have 2015.
He liked the wild card.
I'll give those to you.
A piece of me died in 2014 after that run.
Okay, but to be fair, I feel like a piece of you came to life because that was the first time the Royals have been in the playoffs in like 30 years, and then they went further than anyone had ever expected.
For me to just tear all the way back down.
And then look what happened the next year.
Oh, kick the living, what's out of the Mets. It was beautiful.
No, I know.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Which is very interesting. I want to hear your thoughts, Michael. How badly did the Mets need to go get Wilson Contreras?
Not as badly as people think, especially considering that they just got Darren Ruff, who solves their DH problem now from both sides of the plate, because you've got Vogelback against righties and Ruff against lefties. It's important. I think that if they get him, they're World Series contender. I think without him, it's going to be a grind. I think they're also probably playing off of the Braves right now. The Braves aren't making really any moves, and the Mets are saying, well, we just want to win the division and we feel comfortable. I mean, the Mets can win the World Series with the rotation they have, and their lineup is good enough to do that. They just need to win the division first. And if they're saying, well, the Braves haven't made any moves, so why do we really need to waste any prospects to pull so far away when there's a very low likelihood that we catch the Dodgers anyway? To me, that's my thought. But I would really like them to get Wilson Contreras, obviously. To me, I think that should be their main thing here. So I also want to include Alex on here because we've got so many people. So I want to have people asking questions. So Alex, if you've got a question for Austin about the Dodgers, just fire away. Alex, Austin, introduce. Nice to meet each other. Whatever. I've introduced Alex to so many people today. He's a former friend of mine.
Former friend of yours? Wow.
Former baseball friend of mine. I met from New York. You know what I meant. I've introduced him like 6 times today. I've been on the show for 2.5 hours. Give me a break, guys, please.
Where does this rank in your UCLA Oregon State Pac-12 baseball semifinal?
This is not there yet. Nowhere near there yet. But it's close. It's close.
I'm amazed you're still alive from that.
The Padres just got Brandon Drury from the Reds, so that just happened.
Really?
Go ahead and ask your Dodgers question first, and then we'll get to Brandon Drury in a second because I don't know how long Austin's going to stick around for. You have an open invitation to stay as long as you'd like, but still.
I appreciate that.
After all that, Alex, go ahead and ask your question.
Well, obviously, Dodgers Yankees make a trade today. Joey Gallo. Mm-hmm. What was your reaction, and how good of a prospect are the Yankees getting back in return?
They're getting a solid prospect. I'm not a huge prospects guy. I was a few years ago, which is funny because, and I'll tell a story about this in a second. But I actually got a chance to cover Josiah Gray a lot when he was a Dodgers farmhand in 2019. And there is a kind of his big moment where he became a legit prospect is when he outdueled another top pitcher in the Cal League by the name of Mackenzie Gore, who's now his teammate. But anyway, aside from that, I think that Clayton Better, I think his name is, seems like he has a big arm. I don't know too much about him per se. I do know that this is definitely the sort of thing where, Andrew Friedman is fine kind of taking low risk deals like this and stuff. Joey Gallo isn't meant to come in here and be the Rangers version of Joey Gallo. Again, he's I mentioned kind of the patchwork situation in left field. He's just kind of another option out there. I mean, it's honestly a toss up if he makes the playoff roster or not. I don't think there's, it's not like the Dodgers like swung at Juan Soto and we're like, oh, well, we still need a big star outfield bat to put in left field and went and turned around like Joey Gallo can be that guy. They're not expecting him to be that guy. The Chris Taylor is about to be healthy. He is the everyday starter in left field. I know they've played Gavin Lux a bit out there. I was surprised. I think my main kind of surprise / disappointment is that I thought they were going to go harder after Ian Happ from the Cubs, and that doesn't seem to be happening now. So I don't know whether talks kind of broke down there or what happened. But that's kind of my main source of disappointment. Again, I always kind of expected the Padres to land Soto, mainly because I just didn't think like I just figured AJ Preller would, quote unquote overpay. I don't know if you can call it an overpay for Juan Soto, but I kind of knew that like there was no chance, he wasn't going to try his absolute best to not get beat out. But I do, I would have loved to see like an Ian Happ, David Robertson, who's, since been traded to the Phillies, kind of a combo deal there. Really, the one thing I really want to see the Dodgers do in the next hour and a half here is get some more pitching depth. We've dealt with a lot of injuries this year. We had a lot of injuries kind of going into the 2021 postseason. We lost not just Max Muncy on the last game of the season, but also Clayton Kershaw. That really kind of gutted our pitching depth to the point where we only had 2 starters, 3, I guess. And you saw that kind of really rear its head against the Braves in the NLCS. So I would like to see some more pitching depth. I don't think it's as big a need as it was even at this time last year, where Scherzer fit a very obvious kind of hole in the rotation due to injuries. But I would like to see them just shore up. I know they've been in talks with the Marlins about Pablo Lopez. I think that would be a phenomenal pickup. I think they should definitely go for that. I would love to see another reliever or 2 in there, because the back end of the bullpen has actually, there've been some relievers kind of coming out of the woodworks having career years, but until I see Blake Trinan healthy and looking like the Blake Trinan he has been, I would like to see another back end of the bullpen guy in there, because Kimbrel's had his struggles this year.
Juris Familia was just DFA'd by the Phillies.
Yeah, they're doing it to make room for Robertson.
I know, but crazy, his roller coaster of a ride. So let's chat Brandon Drury, shall we? Just traded to the Padres. Doesn't shock me either, but the Padres just keep on trading.
Padres just traded their number 6 prospect, Victor Acosta, for him.
I know. Spencer, you just hopped in. What were you going to say? Because I can't tell that you're...
It's an old-time Diamondback great, Brandon Drury, man.
It is, yes. Mets legend as well. That is a huge deal. Oh, man. Josh Hader cut all of his hair off.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Now we're getting into the important business. Players' hair lengths.
Whew, I mean, look at that. That is weird. That's just not right. There's something wrong with that.
But Brandon Drury's having a career year.
Yes,
he's using the Reds being a bad team to boost himself, and he's played great. He's been, I think, the best Red other than Castillo this year.
I'd agree.
So getting that bat is also just going to boost the depth for the Padres. Now, when Tatis comes back, that middle infield is going to be between Cronenworth and Ha-Seong Kim, then Tatis and Brandon Drury now. So one of those guys is probably going to be DH. I don't know. But the depth that the Padres have now, adding him, who's having the best year of his career, that's a dangerous roster from top to bottom. Could they maybe use another arm in the bullpen? Yes. But offensively, that was their biggest weakness. They've attacked it hard today.
I'd agree.
I feel like it's kind of insurance for, he can play all around the diamond. I feel like it's insurance for, we still don't know what kind of, you remember, Fernando Tatis Jr. hasn't played a single game this year. We don't know what kind of player he'll be when he comes back. I wonder if this is kind of maybe insurance for him in case, he's just can't get to 100% by the end of the season.
I'd agree. It's going to be interesting. But I mean, still, they're just so scary. It's crazy. So Austin, I want to bring this up while you're here because you can speak on him a lot. We haven't spoken about the David Peralta trade yet from the D-backs, traded to the Tampa Bay Rays. And I think that's a really interesting deal. Obviously, someone, you're with Cronkite, so you're following the D-backs a little bit. This is an interesting deal for a couple of reasons. I didn't know if the D-backs are going to really trade him, and they did. He's a very beloved player here for the Diamondbacks. And the Rays going after a pretty good player like that. I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts first.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting is that according to another Cronkite grad, Fabian Ardaya over at The Athletic, the Dodgers were very interested in Peralta. So they've clearly been looking for kind of an outfield bat. Obviously, Soto was their top target, but they've clearly been looking for someone who kind of eventually got that void filled by Gallo somewhat. But Peralta is a very consistent bat. He's a very well-liked guy. I mean, I'm sure we've all been to Diamondbacks games, those of us who are in Cronkite. We've seen how beloved he is by the fans, the whole freight train persona he has. Mm-hmm. Very nice guy. I'm sure we've all had friends who have talked to him, interviewed him, covered him, who have nothing but good things to say about him. I have a couple of friends actually working as video people in the Diamondbacks organization. They're both big fans of kind of the personality he is and the way he's been, the way he's kind of treated them and stuff. So a lot of good things to say about Peralta, both on and off the field. I get why it makes sense for the Rays, and I'm sure there was a hesitancy by the Diamondbacks to trade him to a division rival. I think he's a great pickup. It's really interesting though to see Tampa, after it seemed like they had established themselves as just kind of once again an elite tier American League team. They're still a perennial playoff contender, but they go from making the World Series and coming somewhat close to winning it in 2020 to the 1 seed in 2021. They lose in the ALDS to a Boston team that just didn't seem to match up with them talent wise. And then this year now, they obviously with the Yankees running away with the division, they're going to probably have to settle for a wild card spot, maybe not even a good wild card spot. So it's interesting to see whether or not the Rays' kind of whole approach to everything is sustainable for more than a year or two.
Yeah, I agree. Alex, what are your thoughts on this trade from the D-backs?
From a D-backs perspective or a Tampa perspective? Because
either.
Tampa was, you mentioned that they're fall from grace, I guess we would call it, perennial playoffs team now, but for the World Series, they're still going to be a good team in the future. This team is just dealing with a lot of injuries this year. You could just go down their roster. Tyler Glasnow, Wander Franco, Mike Zunino, Nick Anderson, JP Firestone, Manuel Margot. I'm just naming Kevin Kiermaier, all guys who have dealt with injuries. Shane Baz, all guys, you can continue to go on and on and on. All guys that have dealt with injuries. So when you're missing a big chunk of your roster, you're not going to be that competitive this year. So still, it's impressive that they're in the spot where they are. David Peralta, a veteran guy that, like you mentioned, had a lot of impact on that Diamondback clubhouse, a well-respected veteran, left-handed hitter, has some pop. He'll do well in Tampa Bay. He's just another one of those underrated guys that Tampa seems to bring in every year.
I'd have to agree on that. Spence, we haven't heard your voice too much. What do you think about the Rays and D-backs deal? Obviously a Diamondbacks fan.
All right, first, if you guys can see that, that's Wrigley right there.
Nice.
Subway's going by. I think what Arizona did was really cool. We're also getting up there kind of late, mid-30s now. He's not exactly a hot commodity anymore, too, when you look at trade deadline type guys. So really what Arizona did, first off, was cool for him, just to give him the opportunity to maybe go win a World Series. And the package back obviously wasn't a lot. And Tampa, you can't really trust them when it comes to trades, just in general. But because they always seem to win. I mean, Detroit right now is a great example of a bad Tampa trade. But Arizona got back what they could at the deadline, and they did something at least on a team that doesn't really have anything to give. Right? There's not really there's no other veteran on that team that you could really try to push. Besides maybe Merrill Kelly, he hasn't come up in anything, but there's not somebody on the team other than Peralta that you can be like, we can get rid of him and he'll be fine. So I thought overall it was a really good move.
So while you're at Wrigley Field, can you please check and see if Wilson Contreras is leaving for me?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's obviously...
I'm going to be walking around the stadium here in about 20 minutes. So I will... 10 minutes here, or 20 minutes. So I'll definitely know if anybody's coming or going.
Yeah, that would be nice. I would love to know if he's going to be leaving. So we do have our final scheduled guest of the day today, unless anyone else decides to jump on in here. And he is a longtime friend of the show. He was our first ever guest on the show. We are happy to have him. Mr. Tim Ryder, welcome on in.
Welcome back.
Back-to-back trade deadline shows for you. How's it feel?
Back-to-back. It's good to be back. Thank you for having me.
We're happy to have you, Tim Ryder. He is a big-time Mets fan. He's a Mets writer. He does a lot. He is so now I've got a little bit of backup with me here, and we'll talk to you a little bit more in a sec. Ryan left. Oh, the Mariners are getting Kurt Casale from the Giants. Interesting.
Okay, they're gonna sell Casale, but they're gonna stay put on Jock. And
well, we don't know.
Rendon,
We don't know. Still, we still have more than an hour here. I wouldn't.
There's time.
I wouldn't say that there's and nothing is for sure yet.
No, definitely not. It ain't over till it's over. So before we hop in with Mets talk, I want to hear your thoughts on Tim on the Juan Soto trade today. Obviously, the big headline of everything. What are your thoughts on that? It's been a crazy day, but that's still the news.
At first glance, I thought that the Padres really got a big W there. They sent off a lot of very, very talented players in exchange for Soto and Bell, but that's a monster move. This is a trade that we might still be talking about in 10, 15, 20 years, depending on how everything shakes out. I'm curious, I wish I had a crystal ball right now to see where the Nats will be in, a few years. Because, again, those are some very, very talented young ball players. And, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how this one pans out.
It's going to be – I described it as a franchise-changing move for the Nationals. It is a franchise-altering move. And they did a very similar move last year by getting Josiah Gray and Keibert Ruiz from the from the Dodgers. So – It's a big deal for them, and it's definitely going to change their franchise, and who knows how it's gonna impact everyone in baseball in a couple of years. So we'll start off. I want to ask you some questions. I want everyone to ask you some questions about the Mets. Obviously, big buyers at the deadline. They've done nothing yet. I haven't completely counted everything out or lost my mind like most of Mets Twitter has yet, but. The one thing that did intrigue me and confuse me a little bit was a Darren Ruff trade. So that's what I want to ask you about. What were your thoughts on that? Mets gave up 4 players for Darren Ruff, who's under contract for another year, but still, what was your initial reaction?
Initial reaction, knee-jerk was, that's a hefty return for just one player. First thing I did was check Ruff splits, and he hits lefties well, and that's going to be a plus. He's been on some sort of tear. I think Joel Sherman from the Post put up a stat. His batting line since May 1st. I don't have it in front of me, but, very impressive stuff compared to the production that J.D. Davis was bringing out of the DH spot versus left-handers. That type of production is just head and shoulders above his. So that's a plus. It's an addition. It makes the offense deeper between him and Vogelbach. It's going to be a nice tandem. I'm curious to see whether the Mets are done, but as far as the return, that was it's heavy, man. I like, and granted, these are prospects and the Mets don't have World Series aspirations this year, but I like Sapucky a lot. I like Zwack a lot. Davis, you almost saw the writing on the wall. This is going back to the end of last season. He didn't think he was going to be around, and it's one thing if he was producing, but he really hasn't. So they're going to have to, I guess, make changes where they need to make changes, especially with the goals they have in place. So, tough to see JD go. I think every Mets fan was kind of waiting for him to come around. He had it for a little while. He hurt his hand and just really hasn't been able to put it together since. And you have to wonder what the Giants will be able to do with him, whether they're going to let him kind of let that hand heal or kind of see where it goes. But yeah, nice addition for the Mets. Price was a little steep, but I guess this is the name of the game.
I agree. We'll go in order of how faces are on the screen. We'll go Ryan, Alex, and Austin for asking questions for Tim here.
So Tim, it's been a pretty quiet deadline other than Soto. Did you expect this, or did you expect a crazy deadline with Soto being kind of the peak of it all?
Well, I think the Soto thing maybe took the winds out of the sails as far as expectations for baseball fans. I think we're going to keep on seeing dominoes fall up until the deadline, but you're kind of seeing the guys that were pegged to move start to move. I know the Padres just went out and added Brandon Drury too, so I guess I think you're going to see things start to really pick up over the last, what do we have, an hour and 15 minutes. I'm sure we'll see some more things go down, but Soto's certainly going to take the top billing for this deadline because it's such a tremendous deal. Machado, Tatis, Soto, and Bell. Like that's impressive.
With the Yankees going out and making what it seems 3 big trades, is there any pressure that you feel the Mets have to go out and sort of counteract that and get a star player of their own?
Well, that's always been a hurdle for the Mets was whether or not they can keep up or can or should keep up with the Yankees for so long. It was impossible to keep up with the Yankees. They had endless money to spend. The Mets, their former ownership group was not did not have that characteristic to their at their disposal. So, keeping up with the Yankees is one thing. I'm sure the fans would like to see it, considering both teams are very, very competitive this year. I think the whole fan base is pretty much waiting for another shoe to drop. We'll kind of have to see where that happens. I know a lot of people were focused on David Robertson, which I think would have been a terrific addition, but Mets need bullpen help. Arguably could use another arm, but they're not in that terrible of shape. Just a few pieces, and this is still one of the best teams in the National League.
Fair, awesome.
Yeah, Tim, I'm just curious, how badly do you think the Mets need to upgrade if the deadline passes in an hour 15 minutes here and Wilson Contreras or at least someone is in the Met to kind of either help out in the lineup, help out catching. I guess I'm saying, like, how much is that a priority you think it should be for the Mets?
Yeah, I think adding a right-handed bat was certainly on the docket again with JD Davis, and he really hasn't been able to do much this season. Darren Ruff should help that. Again, I think everyone's expectations from the outside looking in, of course, is that there's more to come and there's probably another hole to fill, at least offensively, whether you're adding more depth somewhere on the field or just to the bench, whatever that may be. But bullpen, I think bullpen is going to be huge. Wilson Contreras poses a very curious, a peculiar question as to, what you want to pay for what amounts to be a rental. And, the Mets have good defensive catchers. Their offensive production from the catching position has been, nil. But with the defense that, Nito brings, when McCann, when he's healthy, he's a very good receiver. It's helpful. Contreras, I couldn't say whether he'd be catching most of the time or DHing most of the time. But now that the Mets have 2 options, I'm not sure if Contreras is going to be strong on their radar, especially if Chicago's, doing their best to get all they can for him. It would put him in a pretty awkward position for the Cubs to, kind of publicize and make a big thing of his farewell, Contreras' farewell, and he ends up sticking around. So maybe it's just a game of chicken between Epler and it's not Hoyer.
Is it Jed Hoyer, I think?
I think it is.
Hoyer's the VP now.
Let me look.
Oh, yes. No, there's another GM under him.
GM, yeah. Either way.
Carter Hawkins.
Sorry?
Carter Hawkins is his name.
There you go. It might be a game of chicken at this point as to see if, if the Cubs price comes down. Because, even just adding Contreras to this line, it doesn't matter where you're going to put him. It doesn't matter if you're going to, stick him at DH, stick him at catcher, bring him off the bench as a pinch hitter. As long as the price isn't ridiculously steep, yeah, that's a very strong addition. Would have loved to tack on Robertson with him, but that's the Phillies are making some moves. They've won a lot of games since Thompson took over. You can't count them out. They're making some reinforcing moves.
Go ahead. No,
sorry, I have one more question for Tim.
Go ahead.
What do you think is going to be the X factor coming down the stretch between the Mets and the Braves here?
I mean, I would say pitching, but with DeGrom coming back tonight and Scherzer and the season that Taijuan Walker's having and the stretch that Carlos Carrasco's been on. He had an ERA, Carrasco, an ERA under 1. I think it was 0.90 in July. That's cookie, man. I mean, that's just ridiculous depth. I mean, I think that's, of course, part of the reason that you're not seeing the Mets going crazy looking to add, starting pitching depth because they have it all. They have so many starters. They're sticking them in the bullpen between Peterson and McGill when he comes back healthy. But they do need a left-hander out there, whether it's Chafin, whether whoever they set their sights on. That's got to be something. I'm just kind of. I think everyone's just kind of waiting to see how this all shakes out.
Yeah,
I agree.
Thanks so much, guys. Michael, I got to run.
Oh, all right. Well, it was good having you, Austin. Thank you. It was a pleasure. We really we enjoyed your time.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Take care.
Austin Green. He is a fellow Cronkite student. So now it's down to 4. Wow. We at one point I was all by myself for like 5 minutes, and now we had 5. We had 6 for a moment there. So we're now whittling it back down to 4, and we're staying strong here. So my thought, and I was asked about it before. My thought on Contreras and the Mets is that I think thinking about it now and really thinking about it from a taking the bias and the fandom out of it and more of a front office standpoint is the Mets right now probably feel good with the team that they have to beat the Braves in the division with what they've got. And I think right now they're following what the Braves are doing. And they're saying, well, the Braves haven't upgraded, so we think we can beat the Braves with what we've got. Let's fill the holes that we have. The Mets' goal right now is to win the division. If they make it to the playoffs with the rotation they have, they're going to be scary no matter what. It's going to be hard to beat. They need a bullpen arm, and I think that's really their main priority, and which is what we're seeing them look at right now. They don't necessarily need another bat to win the World Series. They need a bullpen arm. And the way to get to the World Series, to me, is by winning the division. How do you do that? You be better than the Braves. Braves haven't really made any big upgrades. So why do you really need to go out and spend a prospect or two on Contreras on top of maybe getting a bullpen arm? Save the prospects if you think you can make it to the World Series and win the World Series without Wilson Contreras, which the Mets realistically could. And that hinges on the Braves. And they've really done nothing. They got Jake Odorizzi. He's not going to put the Braves over the Mets. That's just not going to happen. The Braves are going to need to rely on either someone out of the organization right now or just a nice stretch from them. So to me, the Mets don't have to get Wilson Contreras at this point. It's a nice to have, and while, yes, it makes you feel really good and it makes you feel like they're a good contender to win the World Series, I agree with you. He's just going to be a rental. The Mets aren't bringing him back. They've got Francisco Alvarez, who's probably going to be the starting catcher next year, and James McCann's under contract for another 2 seasons. There's no reason to get Wilson Contreras for just a rental if you don't absolutely need him, and they don't. That's just my thought on that, and I think that's realistic to think about. Ryan, you look like you had something to say, but I don't think you do.
I was texting one of my friends, and they sent me the lineup for the Royals. It hadn't been released yet by anybody. Michael A. Taylor, Whit Merrifield, Hunter Dozier are all in the lineup as of now, which is frustrating.
Matt Boyd was just traded to the Mariners, so the Tigers are starting to wake up a little bit here. Poor Nick Nath is host of the show.
He's not a friend of the program.
Host of the program. Oh, my AirPods have died. Well, that's exciting. Ooh, can I hear anything in my left ear? Here we go. I'm trying to sort this out. Ryan, can you say something real fast? Okay, I can hear you.
How could you hear me if I wasn't talking?
Well, because I heard you, I heard a noise from somebody. My right AirPod died. It's been, 3 hours, so not surprised. But I think this Matt Boyd trade to the Mariners, maybe this is going to wake the Tigers up a little bit. We'll see. The Tigers have plenty of players to deal.
They got a lot of options. They got a lot of guys that can move.
Yeah.
I think they have to move Fulmer. They have to move Soto.
Well, they don't have
I wouldn't say they have to, but they could get some good value for those guys out of the bullpen.
I'd agree. So there's only one more trade that we haven't really spoken about yet, and that's the Jorge Lopez trade that happened this morning.
Wait, I didn't see that. Jorge Lopez got traded?
Yeah,
he got traded to the Twins.
Gave up 4 prospects for him.
Yeah,
that's my guy, bro. I was so hooked on him all season.
Really?
His tunneling, wow. I don't know what he's done, but he's added movement to pretty much all of his pitches, and his tunneling now, if you look on StatCast, so many of his pitch paths cross over each other. I get the chance to watch some baseball when I'm not working. So I watch a lot of teams, and I was just so struck by the composure and the nastiness that Lopez had on his pitches. That's a solid pickup. I was hoping the Mets were going to kick around if they were still in on Mancini. But I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let's get into this. I'm curious. I was worried. I just got home. I missed one.
Yeah, you missed a lot today. Unfortunately, I already deleted all the notes I had from earlier. I could have given you a little up to date. So I also didn't realize that I made a mistake. I said Matt Boyd's on the Tigers. He's not on the Tigers. He's on the Giants. He's been hurt all year, which is why I didn't notice. So never mind. Forget about the Tigers waking up.
So now maybe this will wake up the Giants.
Yeah, maybe.
I thought Matt Boyd was on the Tigers too. I did not know he was on the Giants.
I know. Yeah, interesting. The Guardians traded Sandy Leon to the Twins. That's just a kind of minor deal that just happened 2 minutes ago. So yeah, Jorge Lopez, interesting deal. And for the Twins, I think for the Twins, this is a weird year for them. They want to win the division, and at the moment they're
it's not like it's a crowning achievement to win the AL Central this year.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is that they're probably going to get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. Yeah. So I don't know how many years Jorge Lopez has left on his contract, Tim. I'm sure you probably have, if you know, you probably have done a little bit of research on him.
I think he might be if he's not a free agent after this year, it's next, but he's like 29, so he's getting there.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's definitely close. So for me, the Twins making moves like this to get a guy who is one of the best relievers in baseball and has been really underrated this year.
Well, Jorge Lopez has 2 more years of arbitration. He's a free agent.
Oh, I guess he came up late. My apologies.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember he was with the Royals. He was a part of the trade that had Moustakas going to the Brewers when the Royals got Lopez and Brett Phillips. So he's got 2 years of arbitration left. He'll be a free agent at the age of 32 in 2025.
Oh, wow. He's late.
Wow. Yeah, very late. I remember him. He was a little bit of a later player, nonetheless.
Something clicked for him. And it's really only this year. Like from last year, his movement metrics just, skyrocketed. Not skyrocketed, but, in comparison, really just lots of gains.
Yeah. Ryan, your thoughts on the Lopez trade?
I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is just a move where the Twins are going all in to try to beef up to where they can clinch the division, but also focus on getting some guys that they can have for the future. Because look, like I just said, 2 more years of Jorge Lopez. They want to beef up their pitching staff, which has been really their Achilles heel. The offense can do its job, like I said earlier, with Buxton and Correa, then they're supporting cast members there. But the pitching needed some upgrades. They went out and got Tyler Mahle, which is a good trade, and then they now get Lopez. So they're beefing up to have the depth that they need for pitching, and I think it's 2 good moves. Did they give up a lot in the sense of prospects? Maybe. I don't know much about Nunez and Rojas. The one that sticks out to me is Cade Povich, even though he's kind of been all right. He was a 3rd-round pick, I believe, in last year's draft. So the one thing that stands out to me is I believe, let me check this real quick. I believe it's 78 innings or so. He has like 105 strikeouts. So he's a high strikeout guy. So I think that is what I really like is Cade Povich in that deal. Other than that, I don't know much about the other guys. So, but overall, I think it's a good move for the Twins.
Okay. Alex, your thoughts?
I think it's a confusing move for Baltimore. We talked about
2.5 games out.
Exactly. It's been the first season that they're actually competitive for years now, and they're selling at the deadline. They're a couple games out of the wild card. They could still make a run, and they're trading arguably the best pitcher and hitter in Jorge Lopez and Trey Mancini. So just seeing these better players get traded, yes, it allows you to have a better future, but still, this team is competitive right now, and I'd be a little demoralized if I was a player on the Orioles. You're seeing 2 of your better players get traded, and it just shows that you're signaling for a future when you're right in a wild card race right now. So it's a little bit of a confusing move for Baltimore, but you guys mentioned Jorge Lopez. He's an absolute stud. I'm happy as a Yankee fan to see him out of the division now because he's a really, really solid pitcher. So to face Lopez less is definitely going to be better for the Yankees, but great pickup for the Twins, and they're really going for it at the deadline.
And now, Tim, lastly, you talking about your boy Lopez and going to the Twins.
Sorry?
Yeah. You just give your thoughts on the trade.
Oh, I mean, for the Twins, for a team like them, who you know that they're going to have pressure, whether it be from Cleveland, whether Chicago figures it out, whether they make it into October and they have to stand up against some very, very good ball clubs. That type of talent's always going to help. I'm sorry, could you repeat for me the return on him? I didn't catch it, and I was trying to catch up on everything else that I missed today.
Ryan, that's all you. I deleted.
Yeah. Then let me make sure I have the names right. Left-hander Cade Povich was one. He's the other one.
He's a good pitcher. Pitcher, right?
Yeah, he's a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah.
Yennie Cano, Juan Nunez, and then Juan Rojas.
Not familiar with I know Cade Povich. I'm familiar with that name. And
yeah, that's the only one I was really knowing about too. I don't know much about Nunez and Rojas.
See, if I'm moving for prospects, I think I'd rather Lopez than a Darren Ruff or a bat or a part-time bat. But you have to assume the Mets had a plan or have a plan. But yeah, that's for the Twins, that's huge. You have so much talent popping around in that division. I'm actually, what Cleveland's been able to do. I'm not sure if you guys follow closely. They're leading the majors or very close to it in strikeout rate. You have guys like Andres Jimenez made it the All-Star team. Ahmed Rosario's having a real nice year. Jose Ramirez, I believe he struck out less than 40 times this year, and he has, I don't know, he's probably pushing 40 doubles by now. Incredible, just incredible stuff. It's a fun team. The White Sox, if they ever get healthy, I figured they would be buyers today, but they're only a few games out. I was actually thinking that would be the race of the summer, is the AL Central. You have some, mediocre or not, it would have been a tight race. Yeah. But if the Twins are going to go out and make these, roster strengthening moves, they're pretty much setting themselves up for an easier road to October. And once they get there, if you got these types of reinforcements on staff ready to go like that with all the talent they already have in the lineup, and that's it's a plus all around. Could be a scary team in October. If I'm the Yankees, obviously the Yankees are a juggernaut, but I'm not overlooking the Twins. I don't think anybody can.
That's an interesting take on them. I've never, to me, I've been overlooking them all year. You seem to have been paying more attention to them than I have. I just look at their record.
Arias is hitting like 340 or 330, right?
Arias has been fantastic, but also they're setting themselves apart right now because White Sox aren't doing anything, Guardians aren't doing anything, so they're giving themselves a better shot while also increasing their stock, while other teams just sit back on their laurels. And here's the thing. I think the White Sox are done. I think La Russa should not be their manager after this year. I'm surprised he hasn't been fired already. Did you guys see the video last night of him falling asleep in the first inning?
No.
His eyes were like this.
That you got to wonder what's going on there. I'm not going to speculate because that could be more than just being sleepy. But it didn't look good.
Yeah, it doesn't look good there, and I think that they hated when they fired Ventura. They were mad about it. A lot of players hated it. And I think that La Russa was not a good hire, and I think they need to move on.
He's wasting a lot of talent there.
Yeah.
They have, especially with what Cease is doing, with the potential of that offense. Jose Abreu's having like a career year. He's 37?
Yeah.
Eloy's back. He's healthy, and he's hitting the ball. Luis Robert, I don't know what he's dealing with, but they've been totally secretive about it. Yeah. First it was a cold, then he's dizzy, and now he's not expected to return until next week. And they're not, La Russa was. I
get there's a lot of entries, but La Russa does not have any structure for this team.
Yeah,
and it doesn't seem like he cares either. So I think they need to move on from him big time before they can make that step to being that contender, which they honestly could have been and should have been.
Yeah, and I think the White Sox are just weird because they shouldn't be sellers because they obviously intend to win a World Series with the group that they have, but they also can't really be buyers this year because no one really is available on the market that's a long-term player. So they're one of those teams that's just kind of in the middle. that's doing nothing, kind of like what we've seen for like half the league. But JD Davis he did a press conference about being traded. I wanted to see this. Sorry. But we've got 55 minutes left now, and we've got so many teams that have players that could be traded that aren't doing anything. I mean, we've now caught up on all the trades, by the way. We've officially gotten ourselves. I'm very impressed. I also, John Heyman. Don't see a likelihood for a Contreras deal at this point. Like I said, it's not the end of the world. I'm really more expecting the Mets to go out there and get a bullpen arm. Would not shock me if they kind of do one of those last second deals. But right now we're kind of just monitoring the rumor market. But obviously the big deal of the day has been the Juan Soto trade, and everyone's been talking about it. I mean, it's one of those trades we could talk about for hours because, I mean, the Padres they're out of the divisional race right now. They got a guy who they probably can't extend, but they're hinging on him to win him a World Series in the next couple of years. So who knows?
Well, see, I'm curious. Okay, so they got rid of Hosmer. They've been paying Hosmer a lot of money. Obviously, they're going to be paying Soto a lot more than that if they re-sign him. But, as we all know, if you put a winning team on the field, it increases revenue, it increases attendance and gates and all that fun stuff. I wouldn't be shocked if the Padres could make a push and re-sign him in a couple of years. They've been footing the bill for Hosmer and Machado for a few years now, and those have been hefty paychecks. You got rid of Hosmer, and you're close. You're dealing away a lot of your farm system, but if you're shifting into win now, and you got the best player arguably that we've ever seen. Trout was up there and very close. I mean, he's only 23, Soto, but you have to wonder whether San Diego can move those chips around and make it work.
They're also sending a lot of money to the Red Sox to cover his contract.
What is it? Not the whole 40, right?
It's 3 years, 39 left. I believe they're giving, hasn't been reported, but I believe the guess for me would probably be around 20 to 25. Which
who did the Padres get back? Was that announced?
Yeah, prospect Jay Groom.
Okay, pitcher.
Yeah, he was once a big time name.
He was. I remember it popping around. Maybe 2019 was his draft year.
I believe that's right.
Okay,
I believe it was 2019. But yeah, he is going back to the Padres.
Ryan Zefferjohn was the other guy that year for the Sox, I think.
But I don't know why the Padres were trying to get rid of that contract so much that they were trying to pull that with the Nationals, knowing that he had that no trade list for teams. But, I mean, they needed to get rid of him. Hosmer's career went down the tubes when he left the Royals because he changed divisions and his fielding has turned into terrible when he was a Gold Glover with the Royals. And hitting-wise, he's not the same hitter. So maybe he can revive his career in Boston, but
he's been a ground ball machine and leading the league in ground ball rates every year, pretty much over the last 4 or 5 seasons. Pitchers are going to attack if they see a hole in your swing, which Hosmer's swing, that big loopy thing is. There's holes in it.
Yeah.
Pitchers are going to adjust. They're going to attack the weaknesses. And from what I hear, just from friends in San Diego, Hosmer has done all he can not to adjust, not to embrace changes, think that he could just work out of it with his skill. And that's again, this is outside voices telling me this.
That's crazy. Because
it's a game of adjustments. You kind of have to go with that, right?
It's the mentality of adapt or perish.
There it is.
You have to make adjustments to your swing. You have to make sure that you are adapting to an ever-changing game to where you can still be at the highest level. I still think it's funny because the Royals gave him a better deal. 7 years, 141, 8 years, 144. Goes to San Diego, and just kind of funny for me.
Yeah, if you're going to get paid really well, would you rather be in Kansas City or San Diego?
That's a fair statement.
I love barbecue as much as the next guy, and but yeah, San Diego's gorgeous.
Yeah, I'm excited to go get some barbecue soon. It's one of my last days here. I have to go get it.
I know. You should bring some on the plane. No, don't. That's just a waste of your space. Driving. You're driving. Sorry.
Yeah, you could have come and visited me, but
I know. Well, we were going to, but then we decided that going to do that just to see Luke Combs is a little out of our price range. So, also the Mets have officially announced the Darren Ruff trade. It is simply Darren Ruff for J.D. Davis, Zapucki, Carson Seymour, and Nick Zwack. Interesting, very interesting, but it's official now.
Making a final push at Pablo Lopez.
Yes, I did see that.
I asked my buddy Jacob Resnick if Zwack was the best onomatopoeia last name in baseball.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any have any suggestions?
I like Zwack. That's good.
It's like a Batman. It's like an old Batman sound like Zwack.
I like that.
It's tough, right? You have to think about it. I think I put him on the spot.
If Chin-Lung Hu is still playing, maybe like
someone's name was back in the day. Someone's first name or nickname that they went by was Boom Boom.
Oh, really?
I think that would be considered an onomatopoeia, right?
I agree. Jeff Passan just responded to a tweet that said that they don't think a tweet that says that the Cubs may not trade Contreras or Happen. Then Jeff Passan responded saying an hour is a really long time. So here we are.
Passan bombs are the best.
They are.
I swear, I like Rosenthal a lot, but Passan's become my go-to. I dig his sense of humor. I dig his takes.
Jeff Passan is awesome.
Speaking of, Trevor Rosenthal was just traded to the Brewers, so they've clearly figured out their closer spot.
He's probably still up in the high 90s, right?
Didn't Rosenthal just sign?
I couldn't tell you what team he's on.
He signed with the Giants.
He's on the Giants?
Yeah, he just signed last week.
Oh wow, news to me. Interesting.
That's awesome.
No, I loved Rosenthal.
Traded him. That's savvy.
That is. I mean,
love what he was on the Royals. High velocity fastball, has some good off speed. If he could, he's been hurt the past couple of years, but if he can get back to being healthy, that's a very lively fastball that he has.
Huh.
And I mean, all it takes is a little bit of tinkering. If you have life on your fastball and you have just like a B plus A minus secondary pitch, the right coach or the right teammate can unlock just.
That's exactly what he has. He has a B minus secondary to go with it.
And all you have to do is unlock that, and you find success. Look at Pablo Lopez. Pablo Lopez is, the movement that he's added, the different paths that he's added, and it turned him into an all-star.
Yeah, another guy like that is Kirby Yates when he was at his best with San Diego. He was another guy like that. He had a
Tim, I do have a question for you, though.
Who?
Tim.
Yeah.
About Nelson Cruz. You would think he would get traded today, right? Because the Nationals are selling off again.
They are. I don't know whether it's teams not willing to pay for an aging slugger, and that's not to say that I think his overall line is down this year, but I know he still rakes with runners in scoring position. Yeah. He still hits versus lefties.
Uh-huh.
Maybe teams don't want to actually pay for a 40-something-year-old hitter, but, for a team that could use that type of bat in their lineup, even as bench depth, I wouldn't be shocked if you see a Tampa Bay swoop in and grab him, or even, I know they got Gallo now, but the Dodgers, just throw him on the bench.
Yeah. I'm shocked that he hasn't – there's been really no talks about him moving either.
Yeah. Like Passan said, there's an hour left. I'm sure there's a lot more going on that we've heard about.
And here's the thing. There's always trades that get announced after the deadline passes as well.
Yes, so we've probably got over an hour and a half. I'm starting to get hungry out here. I wish we could have delivery service. I'll just get a pizza delivered to the door, a trade deadline pizza.
You guys are all out west?
Yes. Well, no, Alex is in New York.
No,
still.
I'm in
Or
New
no,
York.
you're. Yeah, I was gonna say you're still in New York.
We should all order pizzas at the same time. Gets there first.
See, the problem with me is that being in Arizona, I don't live near a place that delivers pizza. So
Yeah,
I
you live in the
can't
middle
order pizza.
of nowhere.
You just melted my brain with that. Wait, how long would it take for, like, if you ordered a pizza right now? How long would it take to get there?
There's no place near me that delivers.
Wait,
Like literally,
not
like
one?
not one. No, not one.
All right.
The only place that would is like Papa John's equivalent.
All right. So I live in West Babylon, which is in
Right.
Long Island, and this is probably as of like 10 years ago. I don't know if they did another study. It's the highest pizza places per capita in the nation. I'm telling you, this is no exaggeration. I could call at least a dozen pizza places right now, and probably more, definitely more, and have them delivered. It's just an embarrassment of riches when it comes to pizza.
And I have an embarrassment.
It's almost
so the Red Sox are getting more.
Papa John's. I don't know what Papa John's tastes like.
The Red Sox are getting more for Hosmer now.
Wait,
they're getting 2 Padres prospects, Hosmer, Cash, and that's it for Groom.
Who are the prospects? Do they say?
No, not yet.
They're probably lower level.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Still, they
just
draft
wanted to
too well.
dump that money. The Padres are also looking to dump Will Myers' contract. They want to save a lot of money to stay underneath the luxury tax threshold.
They're going to have to eat that money too.
Yeah, they are. Very interesting.
If Will Myers wasn't hurt so much, he gets hot. When he gets hot, he can carry a team, but it might only be for a week, and then he's off for a month. It's tough. I wouldn't be shocked to see a contender just swoop in and grab him.
Imagine. That would be interesting. So back to our pizza conversation. Yeah, it's a shame. There's the first day we moved here, or while my dad was here meeting the moving truck, he wanted to order some pizza. And he was like, "What? There's no pizza around?" He called like 5 places, and they were like, "Yeah, you're too far. We won't deliver to you." We're like 15 minutes from everything. It's really annoying. It's 15 to 20 to go anywhere, which is fine. I mean, we're in the middle of like a suburban area.
You're in the middle of nowhere, Michael.
It's not really the middle of nowhere. There's houses everywhere. There's a Safeway 2 minutes down the street.
And here on Long Island, in 20 minutes, you can get anywhere.
Yeah, literally.
You can get to the city. You can't get to Montauk, but you can get halfway out east in 20 minutes if you're willing to drive really fast.
It's close enough. I mean,
you'd be surprised how far of a drive it is to Montauk. It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Oh, I know. It was. That's why I never went to Montauk, because it was too long and expensive. But it would take
one of my favorite places in the world.
Yeah, I wish it just wasn't, so much money to enjoy anything.
Well, hey, back in the early 2000s, you could pass out on the beach and nobody would bother you. So
that's true. I was 3 at the time, so it didn't matter.
I was a rambunctious youth in the early 2000s.
Did
you get waking up? We're going fishing. Where are your poles? Where are our poles?
I don't know. We were passed out on the beach last night, and they're disappeared. That's amazing. Yeah, we don't have beaches here either, so that's also a shame. Also, I love we're just doing this because there's nothing to talk about. We're waiting for someone to do something. It's the trade deadline, guys. Figure it out. It also was brought up because I'm kind of
Royals,
hungry.
Please.
I do have an option over here. I have,
so Tim, if the Royals said, give us something for Scott Barlow to the Mets, would you do that? Would you take Scott Barlow?
Who was the guy who was pitching? Hold on, reliever was pitching real well for the Royals earlier in the year, and he got hurt.
There's a couple.
There's a few.
The one that started off like a house on fire that got hurt was Stalmont.
That's the guy. Is he done for the year?
Because he has such a great. Yeah, he can throw high 90s and has a great curveball as well. So teams were interested in him. Here's the thing about Scott Barlow. People are worried that his velocity on his fastball is going down, but here's the thing. Barlow doesn't throw fastballs very often. He throws like 8% of his pitches are fastballs. He's slurve slider. That's him. And I think that if the offer was right, I would. If I'm the Royals, I'd let him go.
Well, now I'm opening up a StatCast page so I can take a look.
I got peanut butter cups.
29. He's close to free agency, right?
I believe he's got another 2 years of control. He was another late guy.
Whoa. Okay, see, I'm going to show you guys. That's kind of something. Oh, it's not going to show.
Oh yeah, you've got your background blurred.
Yeah,
Not a red though.
Carlo is a free agent in 2025, so he's got 2 years remaining after this year.
So his percentile. Okay, so yeah, he goes slider curve.
Yep.
Look at that slider. He spreads the slider all over the bottom half of the zone. He's certainly not. He doesn't look like he's scared putting it in the middle of the zone. Does he get hit on it?
Not really, not as much as you would think.
Dude, his slider he's got a 208 batting average against on his slider, 141 batting average against on his curve.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even throw the four seam. I'd throw a sinker or something.
Yeah. Right now,
four seam's getting killed.
His ERA last year was 2.42. This year it's 2.36.
There's nothing wrong with that, man.
No, people think he is extremely underrated.
Oh, he has lost almost 2 miles an hour off his fastball. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not as big of a worry for me with how much he just doesn't throw that fastball very often.
Joel Sherman just said that the Mets have talked about Ronnie Mauricio in packages and that he's open to be traded.
Well, yeah, he's blocked. I mean, I think Mauricio is going to be a star. You guys could. I hope this is live, right? Mark my words. He's going to be a star somewhere. He's only 20 years old. He's been playing above or below his age level since he's 16 years old. He's getting he's probably pushing 20 home runs this year, and he's still only 20 in AA, Triple A, Double A.
I think Double A.
Yeah. He's going to be a star, but that's a high chip prospect. Let's see what happens. If they're putting it out there, that means he's definitely getting discussed in something.
It means he could.
Would that be the guy that they try to use to get Contreras?
Easy. I mean, come on.
I think they would go higher than Contreras. I wouldn't. When they traded Pete Crow Armstrong for Baez,
that's true. Yeah.
I'm not giving up Ronnie for a rental.
What if they also try to get Ian Happ, which I don't think would make sense, but what if they tried to add in and get both Contreras and Ian Happ for?
Yeah, I mentioned that on the podcast this week. I think Happ would be a nice addition, just as another bench bat. I don't know. He's playing center field, playing left field.
I think he'd have to start though. He's been really good this year. He's been better than Mark Canha.
Blue Jays and Phillies are the finalists for Syndergaard.
Yes. Blue Jays, Phillies are the finalists for Syndergaard. That just came out. Looks like he's getting traded.
You're going to see last second. It's going to be the Jays acquire both Raisel Iglesias and Noah Syndergaard.
I agree.
I'm playing for Syndergaard. Good for him.
Imagine. Going back to his original home.
This is funny. Wait, I'm looking at Sherman's tweet.
Mm-hmm.
They've talked to Ronnie Mauricio in packages, and someone replied, "Did you tell them to stop?"
Dude, Mets Twitter is the funniest thing ever. After wins, I just love looking at like the loss. Like you go to the Nationals page after they lose, and it's just the memes are. I laugh for like 20 minutes.
Padres Twitter started that. And
did they?
Yeah, they did this. They started doing that a couple of years ago, and it's terrific. I mean, you just blow up the team's actual Twitter feed with the funniest stuff. But Mets Twitter, I think they've done it better. It's very funny.
I agree. The Mets, dude. I mean, the Mets they make me laugh. Looking at
it was melting down when the Mets weren't really playing well in what was it, or I guess June into July. They needed a spark, and Mets Twitter was kind of melting down.
Yeah, they were. They still kind of are, to be honest. I mean, I don't think I've seen Mets Twitter in shambles like this since then. So, I mean, the Mets Twitter, first off, lost their mind about the Darren Ruff trade, which I don't completely blame them for.
The return again, it's a little shocking what they had to give up for him, but it's a nice addition. It lengthens the roster.
I agree. And I've been saying for a while that, Billy Epler, he knows the players to get. And what we didn't see before was how he trades. We haven't seen, because if I'm correct, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Epler's made a trade until this. I think this is his first big trade. That's like for more than Daniel Vogelback. This is the first real.
But they undervalued Daniel Vogelback.
But they only gave up one guy for him. So I'm talking about guys that bring in a little bit of a haul.
That's a comparable deal in my mind. Is Darren Ruff and Vogelback. Why is the return so much higher for Ruff? I don't get it.
I don't know. And Vogelback is under control for a couple more years.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. That was rhetorical more than anything.
No, you're right. You're right though. I mean, Ruff and Vogelback. Ruff is also going to be with the team probably tomorrow. Either way, Vogelback has at least a couple more years. Oh man, the Dodgers just traded Jake Lamb to the Mariners. He was doing really well.
Fire lately.
Yeah, he's been doing real good.
He's been dude, and he was such a hot prospect with Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, he was so good, and injuries took him down. Good for him. I hope he's
legend. Oh, he's going to the Mariners. My mom just brought me lunch. Oh, look at this.
It's Carafa.
Look at that. Look at legend. Show yourself. She needs to get the appreciation for this.
Carafa.
Look at that. That's wonderful. She's coming in super clutch. Of course, Ryan's not here to say hi.
Oh,
I know, Ryan being a failure. Ryan, my mother's here. He's not listening. Either way, thank you. That's wonderful. We're gonna have to snack upon that in the meantime. I don't know. It's a big deal for the Mariners.
Alex, you're a Yankee fan?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I got questions for you. One, you predicted Nestor Cortez's emergence as one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Did I predict it?
Could you even see this coming when he came over from Seattle?
Not at all. The Yankees originally had him, and they called him up. I think, let me check. I think he was on the team in 2017, 2018, and he just got lit up.
Yeah.
Lit.
He was on the team in 2019. He pitched in 33 games and had a 5.67 ERA in 66 innings. So a decent sample size.
Sure.
The Yankees get him back after a rough year in Seattle. And then all of a sudden he has a really solid 2021 season, 2.9 ERA, 2-3 record. And everyone was thinking, okay, the Yankees might have something with this. I don't think anyone expected him to pitch to the level he's been pitching at this year. 9-3, 2.53 ERA, mix of pitches. I think it's just working with Matt Blake, and he's done an excellent job here in New York, just really developing pitchers. And what he's unlocked with Nestor Cortez with the different arm angles and pitches he's used, he's been extremely impressive. And when Mike and I were talking earlier about just expectations that I had going into the Yankee season, Nestor Cortez wasn't even on my radar. It was Garrett Cole, Luis Severino, Jordan Montgomery, Jameson Taillon, who's the 5. And then Nestor was the 5 and then just has really stepped up this year. It'll be interesting down the stretch with them adding Frankie Montas if they're going to limit Nestor's games just because he's never thrown this many innings in his career before. But when he's pitched on the mound, he's been excellent.
Oh, he's terrific. What Matt Blake's been able to do with the bullpen. I mean, before Michael King went down, he was outstanding. I do happen to watch a bunch of Yankees. They're on TV. It's just easy to catch up on them. But it's amazing. I mean, Clay Holmes has looked really good. Who's there's another guy coming out of the bullpen who's just been phenomenal.
Ron Marinaccio.
There he is. That's the guy.
Yeah.
Just they keep on churning him out. It's really impressive.
Yeah, they just get these lower level guys that just come out of nowhere and just has really been impressive. Clay Holmes' stats with the Pirates were awful. Gets into New York and he's been dominant. Yeah. Obviously, he's had a little bit of a rough stretch as of late. Ryan, you're a Royals fan, right? You know Salvador Perez homer off Clay Holmes.
Yeah.
That made me so happy because
I didn't have that reaction.
At least 2 games in that series.
I agree with that.
The Royals could have won that series.
Yeah,
they could have.
Yeah, the Yankees have not been playing great.
Got him going. Here you go.
Bobby Witt slumped a bit. He was on fire for like 6 weeks there, just ripping it up.
Well, the issue is he got hurt
to get back, right?
He got hurt. Yeah. He hurt his hamstring, and then against the Yankees, which screw the Yankees for this, they hit him on the hand.
That's what I saw. Wait, he got the hamstring.
He hurt his hamstring, so he was out for a few days. He was out for about 5 or 6 games. They were being really cautious with it, and then his first game back got hit on the hand.
On the hand, okay. And
But now he's in the lineup tonight.
He went to the IL or no? Just took some time off, right?
Nope, no IL extended, but he is back. He's playing shortstop tonight. But
one of my favorite young players in baseball.
I have been. I don't think I've been this excited for a Royals prospect before he came up ever. I was so excited for him, and he has been everything that I could have expected. Elite defensively, great hitter.
Yeah.
So
when he makes contact, boy, that thing it's on a rope. That thing goes. Yeah, he's a fun young player, man.
And his speed is ridiculous.
Yeah.
He is ridiculously fast.
Yeah, and like I guess he brought up the fielding, and he's only going to get better. That's yeah.
The one thing I don't like is how Mike Matheny, who I am not a fan of at all, I don't like how he's managing where he's playing because they said he's going to be third base. Now he's playing a lot of short. They keep him at a spot so he can truly develop there because that's where it gets frustrating, especially because if Mondesi didn't get hurt, he'd be playing third every day.
Yeah.
So,
Benintendi on his way out. What can Alex and co expect? He hasn't done a lot. I know he's got on base a bunch, drew a bunch of walks, but are they going to see the 300 hitter and so on and so forth that he's been for the Royals this year?
I sure hope. I really do. He's struggled, but obviously first series playing against his old team, they're going to know where to pitch him. He drew a lot of walks, like you mentioned, has just one hit. I think it was an infield single that the first baseman, I'm blanking on his name, made a diving stop and didn't have anywhere to go with it. Has 2 RBIs.
Otto or Pasquantino.
There
I think
you
it was
go.
Prado.
Happens.
Has 2 RBIs, but
I don't like him in the 6-hole. That's where he's been since he came over, right?
yeah, I don't like him there either. But
His first game, he was leadoff against the Royals.
Yeah, scored a run, scored 2 runs, 2 walks in a run, maybe. I don't know. I'd move him down. I love DJ up top. DJ, yeah. I like DJ LeMahieu so much, and his game plays so well at Yankee Stadium. I know he had a really tough first season there, but man, I think since like May, he's been just outstanding. I would actually go ahead and put Benintendi down towards the bottom, and just kind of keep it all rolling. 'Cause I like when they put Hicks down there. Maybe not at 9, but like 7, and then whoever's catching and whatever, so on and so forth. But I love the idea of a leadoff hitter and 9 and 1. I think that's such an advantage, except for taking some at bats away from the guy. But
I think it'll be
Yankees. You don't have to worry about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want to put your contact guy because the one thing that Benintendi brings is he is such a good contact hitter.
He is.
I think he'd excel if you put him especially at the 9-hole because it's always considered second leadoff. Turn the lineup over. He could do that so well. But if you want to get someone on base like Judge or Stanton or someone like that, maybe move him up a little bit. I don't know. But he's going to be constantly getting on base, whether it's a walk or getting singles like he had been doing with the Royals all year.
Yeah, and it took him some time to really, I guess, find his way. He struggled in Boston, made his way into Kansas City, and just regained it, right?
I think it'll be interesting to see when the Yankees are all healthy, just to see what their lineup is going to be. Now with Stanton on the IL, that's a big piece of your lineup that you're missing. And I'm assuming he's going to hit 4. So if you're really trying to predict the lineup, LeMahieu, Judge, Rizzo, Stanton, I'd put Benintendi 5 just to keep it going and get another guy on base for the bottom of the order. Then you have a combination of Matt Carpenter, who's excelled this year.
Carpenter. Awesome.
He's been so good. Then Aaron Hicks, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, Jose Trevino. I think that's your best 9 as of the current roster stands. And then you got Marvin Gonzalez off the bench, Josh Donaldson, Kyle Higashioka, and then an outfielder. I think it's a decent team. I don't think the Yankees are done at the deadline. I know 20-something minutes left. I still think they'll make it. I still think they'll make a deal. Looking at their roster, they have 28 guys for 26 spots, and not really a lot of guys to turn down.
Yankees aren't on Lopez.
If that happens, I think I'd go insane. If they get him,
Watch out if that happens. Dear
Pablo
God.
Lopez?
Yeah.
Wow.
If
That
they
would-
get him,
Got Montas, add Lopez with him, Cortez.
And
Garrett
Trevino
Cole.
too, right?
That could win a World
Trevino
Series.
too?
yeah.
Who? What?
Trevino from
Oh,
Oakland.
Yeah,
Yep,
they also
yep.
got Lou Trevino.
Woo!
Well, there's been talks about them dealing Gleyber Torres.
He's finally
calling about him.
Gleyber Torres again. That'd be crazy. I mean, maybe they don't have a spot for him, but
That's
People
the
are calling
thing.
about him.
There's just no spot for him, and I love him. He's my favorite player in baseball. It's a weird thing
Really?
to say. Yeah, I love Gleyber Torres.
oh, that had to kill you. Then he took such a nosedive after such a promising start.
Yep. Yeah, he was awful the past 2 years and then bounced back this year, but he's just too inconsistent of a player. And there's streaks where he just crushes the ball, and now the streak where he's on where he just really, really looks bad. But there's no spot for him. And if the Yankees could get a guy like Pablo Lopez, or I've heard talks Carlos Rodon, that's another elite starter, and that would make a championship rotation.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, one of my favorite players in baseball is Billy McKinney. So
That's right.
Former Yankee legend.
Mets legend forever.
Not
even former.
bench mob. He's a bench mob original.
Yes, he is.
Hey, Brett Phillips to the Orioles. Good for him.
Yep,
Yes.
Brett Phillips got a God.
I saw that actually like 10 minutes ago. Someone else tweeted it, but I was like, whatever. It was thrown into our
Hey, throw some
morning
respect
briefing.
on Brett Phillips' name.
Yeah, no, it was. I'm not. I'm just saying. With all the things that are going on today, I mean, look, maybe the Orioles are going for it. Who knows? Maybe they're going to get Pablo Lopez. Man, Pat Ragazzo has been giving us some great stuff today. The Mets. Oh my God. He said one possible plan is for the Mets to call up Francisco Alvarez in a couple of weeks if they can't upgrade at the position before the deadline. Wow.
I said that a week ago and got killed on Twitter for it. Well, he's not ready, and then he's just been hitting rockets every night.
Yeah,
So, I guess he's ready now.
The thing for me is, as much as I would love to see him at the major league level, I'm afraid to bring him up this early. I'm afraid that bringing him up this early could hurt him. I would rather wait until next year and just deal with Nito for now in the event, because I don't want to run the risk if you bring him up this year, it's too early and then he's screwed for the rest of his career, like in the event that Jared Kelenic could be. I don't want to run that risk.
I still think Kelenick's got another run in him, but we'll see.
Me too. I agree.
All right, here's my thing with Alvarez. He's if you're rushing him up, like look at Kelenic. I think Kelenic had 30 games at AA, maybe a few bats at AAA before making his debut.
Right.
Alvarez, he's moved through the minors at a very, very brisk pace, but he's raked at every level.
Yes.
He's at AAA now, and he's adjusted in it took him a week to adjust to that level of pitching. If he's going to adjust anyway, let him adjust versus major leaguer against major leaguers. If he's that advanced, if he's that, a quote unquote, or I guess true definition of a phenom, I think it could only help him. I think if his bat is that advanced, I don't think he's going to be one of those guys that, oh man, you just set back his development because he went, 1 for 25, 1 for 30 in his first cup of coffee.
Right.
I think he'll snap out of it. And I know that, major league pitching is not AAA pitching. It might take a little while, but if you got McCann back and Alvarez is there as an extra bat and to catch some games and get experience, I think he'll be just fine. Unless if you want to play the game of consistent playing time, that's a scale to really kind of mess with.
Yes.
Okay, we finally know the prospects the Padres sent to the Red Sox. Second baseman Max Ferguson, number 11 prospect. Then their 26th prospect Corey Rosier.
Nice.
Very interesting.
Who's the first guy you mentioned? I think he's a newer draft pick last year, I think.
I believe last year Ferguson, I believe he was a 5th rounder last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure he went to Tennessee and was one of the best hitters in the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Man,
so
that's imagine having to include prospects in a haul to a team because you want them to take the player that you're trading. Like, hey, can you take Eric Hosmer? We'll literally give you more people.
Yeah.
Like, what?
We'll give you money. We'll give you people. You guys need baseballs? We got a whole box of baseball.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'd
right.
do it. Get rid of that Hosmer contract.
I wouldn't. You're giving away players.
Here's the thing. If you're trying to get rid of money so you stay under the luxury cap and also put yourselves in a better situation to lock up Soto, I am 100% doing it.
Yeah.
Trade with the
Well,
Giants
that's a
for
long
a bag of
play. I
balls.
mean, Soto's still got some time, but
Soto's got some time, but
the wheels are
I
turning.
still want to get that money off the books.
Oh man, I think I want to say that Hosmer was backloaded, so it's not as much over the last 3 years, but still, like it got to be an albatross, especially with the way that team is heading, and he became an anchor, and not in a good way.
We've got 20 minutes, by the way, guys, and we have had nothing.
New Year's Eve.
Quiet deadline.
It's nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is
Cricket.
crazy. Mets still looking for bullpen.
Do you guys know Jake Dykman or Jake Diekman?
Diekman?
Anybody know?
It's Diekman. Yeah. Yes.
Someone asked me last night. I have no idea, but I think I said it.
The only reason I know that is because
I have no clue.
he pitched for the Royals for a year, and they always said it's Jake Diekman.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think they do give out, or you can find them on the team website. They have like full pronunciation lists of the whole
Mhm.
roster. But yeah, I probably could have looked it up.
Yeah, they also have what I didn't realize is that at games in the press box they have all the they have packets of the rosters. They also have pronunciations for everyone's name.
That's what I'm talking. That comes off the media guides.
Yeah, it's legendary. Absolutely legendary. I remember when I walked through my first major league press box. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of stuff. And I'm like looking through it. I'm like, oh wow, you could literally pronounce everyone's name in here, even a guy who won't even pitch.
You're working with the Diamondbacks now, right?
I am, yes.
Awesome.
I'm a Diamondbacks employee. My hat's in the other room, but yes, I go back to work on Friday. I'm thrilled.
Are they going to fine you for wearing the Mets jersey?
No.
Yes. Yes.
No,
Fine.
one of my bosses is actually a Mets fan.
Take the Diamondbacks.
I don't have a Diamondbacks jersey. I have a Diamondbacks shirt. I have.
You don't have a
polos and
Diamondbacks
stuff.
jersey?
I don't know. It's too expensive.
Come on, Mike.
I do get a discount though. Maybe it's time. It's a good thing I didn't do it before.
Oh,
Peralta
go down to
was
the
traded.
game used store. Get like an obscure game used jersey and just rock the hell out of that thing.
I'm gonna go get myself a. Who's a good one? Well, ironically, my D-back shirt that I have is a weird one. It's Yasmani Tomas. Of all the players,
Wow.
it's random.
Yasmani Tomas.
Yeah. It's my only D-back shirt because I have a shirt for every team.
Him and Moncada were supposed to be like the dudes,
Yeah.
and neither really turned into them.
Oh man, Moncada was supposed to be the best player in the league for a few years, and
He still could
Then-
be, man. He just another guy with a hole in his swing.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
That's
too
why I
bad.
think he's the most overrated player on this team is because of that.
I
The
agree.
expectations, and he just has such a hole in his swing, and he will not fix it.
Wow.
Javi Baez, he figured it out for the second half with the Mets last year and has had no success in Detroit. I think he went on a little tear last week, but guys who refuse to adapt, like you said before, adapt or perish. It's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah. We're going to have like 80 trades happening at once. This is going to be let's enjoy the calm before the storm.
You know what? I have a Mets reporter here. I have to say it to him. How did you feel about DeGrom getting shelled by the Omaha Storm Chasers?
Oh, that's fine by me. He's out there getting getting his reps in, getting his work in. Maybe he wanted to see if he could, throw dick high fastballs. And it's accomplished. Sorry for cursing.
It's okay. We're not on the radio, so it doesn't matter.
No, I thought it was so funny when they were shelling him, but
Oh, that's all right, man. He's Jacob deGrom. He's going to come out tonight facing, who knows? That Omaha team might be better than Matt's team he's facing tonight.
Yeah.
It could.
the Omaha team might be better than what the Royals are putting out tonight.
Michael Fulmer to the Twins. Whoa.
Get another Twins trade.
Something new.
Another pitcher the Mets probably had eyes on.
Now the Tigers might be awake.
Yes, wake the Tigers up, please.
Wake the
Wake
Tigers
them
up. That's
I'm
never
tweeting
something
that.
you want to hear uttered. Wake the Tigers.
Wake the Tigers up.
They're saying there's a wild tiger outside my door.
Get the Tigers loose. Get them loose. Come on. Shake them around.
Come on,
Let's
the kids want to
go.
see the Tigers. Get them up.
Yeah, come on.
Well, we've all been to the zoo, and
Yeah.
don't get me started on the zoo. I'm not a fan of.
No. Especially the
Cage
Bronx
animals.
Zoo.
Oh, I honestly, growing up, we went to zoos like everywhere we went. That was like a thing for our family, just go to the zoo. Yeah. I like the zoo. It's cool. It's peaceful to me. Not a fan of SeaWorld. Oh, how are you going to put those big, beautiful creatures in sinks? Ugh.
Yeah,
Not a
that's
fan.
very true. That's very true.
Yeah, that's not what this podcast is for. So.
No, but I mean, what else are we going to talk? We talked about pizza before. That's what this show is for. It's for having fun and covering trades while they happen. I never liked zoos.
Every time I come on with you guys, I have a blast. I got to tell you that.
Well, that's the goal. We're here to have a good time.
That means we're having a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
The Phillies DFA Jerry's Familia.
Yes, they did. That was
his career was over after what happened.
Like a little window coming home.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd rather get Jake Reed back than Jury's Familia.
Oh, if you could bring him in for veterans minimum, which that's what he would cost if he got DFA'd. Honestly, maybe that ship has sailed for the Mets. But any other contender should definitely be in because I guarantee he's probably just an adjustment away.
Yeah, possibly, but he didn't have that adjustment when he was with the Mets, to be fair. I mean, last year was a good year, to be fair. I'm surprised they didn't bring him back, but I'm glad they didn't.
He had moments, but I mean, I don't think they had him in their plans, or at least that money for him earmarked in their plans.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Twins a sec, because they've gotten Mally, Fulmer, and Jorge Lopez in a matter of 6 hours. I mean, they are doing what the Mets were supposed to do, minus the starting pitcher.
The Twins know what they need. So the Mets are getting May back, but you can't, there's some guys in that bullpen that maybe you can't rely on when it comes to big spots.
Yeah, not all of them have pitched in the playoffs before either, which is a really big factor. I mean, Trevor May has only pitched in the playoffs, I want to say once, maybe twice. I mean, Drew Smith has never pitched in the playoffs before. Ottavino has. I don't know if he's ever pitched in the playoffs either. I mean, Edwin Diaz has never pitched in the playoffs. You never know. You really don't. You need to have backup.
Edwin Diaz he can be pitching on freaking Mars. It doesn't matter. He's going to be amazing. He's just doing on something like no one else is doing right now. It's unreal.
Yes. You're not wrong. He is going to strike out the world when he comes in to pitch. But to me, I don't know. I think they need something. They can't not. First off, they need a lefty. I don't care what anyone says. Joely Rodriguez can't be the Mets lefty going into the playoffs. It just can't happen.
You trust Peterson as the Mets, not their loogie, but just their left-handed reliever?
I don't know.
Sliders worked terrific for him this year. I think it could be a real weapon.
Well, I mean, we just saw him almost blow the game to the Yankees, and that's a team that they could be.
He's adjusting. I don't know.
How much time are you going to let him adjust, though? Because he's got you can't run the risk that you say, well, we'll let him adjust and hopefully he gets better. Because then let's say he sucks. Then you get to the playoffs and say, well, we could have gotten Andrew Chafin, but we chose to stick with David Peterson.
Do you think you can get Jerry Blevins back?
No.
Dude, I mean, when it comes to lefty specialists, there's few that I've seen as effective as, like, what was that, 2016 Jerry Blevins?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was unbelievable.
Ridiculous. Nobody could touch him.
Oh, Syndergaard.
Oh,
close.
You know what?
What do we got?
Phillies close on Syndergaard for Ken Rosenthal.
Oh, he's gonna relish facing the Mets. Good for them,
isn't he? Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah,
I like
just to finish in third.
The Phillies need to add pitching to make that final push for the wild card spot. I like it.
Wow, that's crazy.
The return wasn't great for Fulmer.
No, not really. One player.
No.
Yeah, Sawyer Gibson Long was over 4 or 5 ERA in AA.
Yikes.
Actually, over 7 ERA.
What are the Mets doing? What are they doing?
Wheeler and Syndergaard in the same rotation again. How funny is that?
Oh man, and they just imagine if they kept Familia. It would have been a family reunion over there.
Trade for Nats. You could go sign Harvey to a minor league deal once his suspension is up.
And Bartolo Colon wants to pitch too. You could have the whole rotation.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. He could bring all his kids along. It'll be a family thing. It'll be a family affair. Dude, do you see? Dude, that I don't know if it's like family of his or just a little league team in the Dominican, but he like goes out and pitches against like teenagers.
Yes.
And oh my God, he's not giving them an inch.
No.
Like 89, 90 mile an hour, like, sinkers and cutters in on their arms and stuff. I'm like, oh my God, one of these kids is going to snap their wrists.
Yeah, seriously.
Like
he's training them though. They're going to make it to the major leagues and they're going to be hitting everything.
Yeah. Oh, don't go inside on that kid, bro. He learned from Bartolo.
Yeah, Bart pitched to him when he was 6. That kid can hit a sinker. It's like, what? Yeah, Bartolo Colon, what a guy.
Bart's cutter was just as effective as Mariano, or just as precise as Mariano Rivera's. He wasn't breaking bats like Mariano was.
No,
but
yeah.
He could put that thing wherever he wanted, and as a batter, you pretty much knew what was coming.
Yeah,
he always threw it. It just, I know people have their beefs with Bartolo, and a lot of people love him, but what a pitcher's pitcher.
Yes.
Outstanding. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a Bartolo tangent.
Again, there's nothing else to talk about, so there's no reason not to.
Quick question.
Yes.
So it was reported this morning when I woke up about how the Royals were not going to trade Greinke. My question is, one, it didn't shock me. Did it shock you guys? And if they were going to trade him, what team would you think would have been a fit?
It's tough with Greinke. I
Because
think
he has the personality of a fish.
I have to assume he requested to stay. Maybe he likes where he is right now. And I know that
I think he's going to retire a Royal.
Comfort's a very big thing with Greinke. It always has been.
Whoa. Syndergaard deal is done. They've traded Mickey Moniak and a prospect. Jason Stark just reported that.
Whoa.
I thought the prospect was Jason Stark. I'm like, hey, there's a baseball writer with the same name.
Yes, he is. I know. Oh, man. So Noah Syndergaard is officially a Philadelphia Philly. Wow.
That's a good move.
That's a crazy move. They're still not going to make it out of the wild card round.
No.
No, they're not. I don't know. Who are they going to play? They've got to play either the Brewers, the Cardinals, or the Braves.
Wait.
Or
hold on.
The Brewers are in first place. I'm still a little bit shocked they traded Hader.
Yeah, so am I. Yeah, that was – what were you saying, Ryan? What were you confused about?
Okay.
The Dodgers just traded Mitchell White.
Yeah, I know. They're freeing space up, which is intriguing.
Michael White or Micah White?
Huh?
It's Micah White?
No, Mitchell White.
Mitchell White. For minor league pitchers. What the heck? In 10 starts, he has a 3.7 ERA.
Wow, Noah Syndergaard is a new Philadelphia Philly. That is a big move.
What are the Dodgers? Okay, let's talk about that in a sec. Hold on. What are the Dodgers trying now?
I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, there's 8 minutes left. So
could it be Lopez?
Oh, if that's what they do to get Lopez, whoa, that could be it.
Because everyone was talking about them making a push at that when it hit the final hour.
Yeah.
Also, Don Smith is still a Met, and I'm confused.
I don't know what the Dodgers are doing. Honestly, it's confusing.
My dad keeps texting me, have the Dodgers done anything? Because he's from LA. So
there's a lot going on right now. There's not a lot going on, but there's a lot of confusement going on. Wow. Okay. So Noah Syndergaard is going to the Phillies. That's a big deal.
I like that for them. They need all the pitching they can get, and it gives them some good depth.
Yeah.
Wow. I refresh Twitter and I see Tim's tweet of him going gasp.
That's it. I mean, I'm feeling like you guys are feeling like right now. Like, wow.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's just going to look weird.
It is. I mean, to be fair, he looks weird pretty much everywhere he goes. But,
dude, he's grown into not so much of a thrower. And I think he's had some growing pains in that respect. But at least early on in the season, he wasn't trying to strike guys out. He's pitching to contact. letting the secondary stuff really lead the way. And early on, he found success. I think guys kind of caught up to that, and I think that Syndergaard kind of got stuck trying to be Thor. But once he finds
the Cardinals
my
just got
God.
Jordan Montgomery from the Yankees.
Oh,
The Mets got
wow.
Michael Givens.
everything is happening at once.
wait.
The Mets just got Michael Givens. You heard that? Yes.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
okay.
But
The Mets people are like, I don't like it.
Meh. Who did we give up? Mark Vientos?
No, stop it. Don't say it.
No, I'm kidding.
Why do I feel like the Yankees are about to get Pablo Lopez now?
Why do I feel the same way?
Wait,
Nope,
the Yankees
Lopez-
traded Montgomery to the
No.
Cardinals?
Lopez is
yes.
staying in Marlin.
Whoa, hold on. What did I just see about
Guys,
Harrison
we have to
Bader?
write this down. 'cause we
Whoa,
have-
Harrison Bader is being traded to the Yankees in that trade.
That's a nice pickup. Bader
Yes.
shots to the Yanks.
What?
Watch, and he's just going to field well, and they're going to find whatever's bothering him hitting wise. Nice pickup. Jordan Montgomery, like he's been so good for them.
Wow.
Yeah, what's the other what's the other shoe dropping on that, right?
I don't know. I wonder if that's maybe the only thing they want.
No, there's got to be they have to be going for another pitcher. If they're letting
No, they're gonna
Montgomery
get
go,
something else.
there's got to be another shoe there.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, I
definitely.
didn't mean to curse, but
It's okay. Like I said, we're not on the radio this time, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So are the Mets not getting Wilson Contreras now? What's going on? Because they're making a trade with the Cubs. They're getting Michael Givens. Yankees Pablo Lopez talks aren't resulting in a deal.
okay, Givens' numbers is actually a lot
Pretty
more
good.
impressive than I thought.
Yeah, they're
It's
not
just
bad.
crazy.
Everything's happening at once. There's 4 minutes left. Well, the Mets did something. They got a bullpen arm. I feel better. All right, let's get quick reactions. Alex, your trade happened first. So quick reaction,
Oh,
Montgomery,
man.
Bader.
Wait, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Before you guys get into this, the Phillies in the March trade, they sent Logan O'Hoppe back to
Yes.
Anaheim.
Yes.
Long Island's finest, Logan O'Hoppe. I hope he does
Yeah,
well.
he's a
out
legend.
there.
He's a
I'm
legend.
sorry. Go ahead. My apologies.
I'm at a loss for words, honestly. Out of all the trades I think the Yankees were going to make, I didn't expect Jordan Montgomery to be moved. I thought he was one of their guys that they were going to keep, and to get a player like Harrison Bader, who decent hitter, extremely fast, great fielder, is a true center fielder. They're really reshaping this pitching staff and outfield.
He's got to cut his hair.
Poor guy. That's such a stupid rule.
It is.
Sorry, man. Sorry,
It
Alex.
is. It's dumb.
Alex, you're Yankee
Um,
fan. Do you agree with the tradition?
I like the no beard policy
Okay.
because
They let Garrett Cole keep his hair.
I also can't shave a beard, so I like seeing other people not have a beard. So makes me feel better about myself. But
Wow.
there's a lot of stuff going on.
Pablo Lopez is also officially staying in Miami. They have said they are not trading
That just
him.
came out.
That's a cornerstone piece. I was a
Yeah.
little surprised they were ever going to trade him. But
So was I. I see him in the same ballpark as Alcantara in terms of importance to that team.
ballpark, yeah.
Yeah,
What do the Yankees have else going on?
I don't know. Maybe that's their. Maybe they're getting Bader so that they can fill Judge's spot in the winter.
Well, he's still on the IL.
I know. All right, so the Mets got Michael Givens. That's a big deal. Wow.
Huh. Showalter was Givens' manager in Baltimore.
Oh, Mets trying for one more reliever per Andy Martino.
Per Andy. Andy, I know everybody kind of rags on Andy. Andy's been absolutely on point, like since
Yes.
the lockout.
Yeah. He's always been on point. People just don't like the way that he acts. That's all.
He
They
came on
just-
the podcast and he was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
I
never
always
had a
knew, I'm
problem.
like, the Andy, the pushing buttons Andy, that couldn't have been the real Andy Martino. And my suspicions were right. He's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, he is. He seems like a very cool guy. I mean, he does his job very well. I mean, he has been on top of the Mets stuff all day. He was the
Mets
first
again.
and only
Really
person.
good.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't give any. He's obviously more focused on the Mets in situations like this. But still, it's
I spent a lot of time with the Mets.
yeah. Oh man, I really am intrigued to see if the Mets go out and get Andrew Chafin. All right, it's deadline time in about 30 seconds. So we're going to be having all these deals coming in really fast. Be aware. We're going to be.
I'm going to have to tell the kid she's not going to cheerleading tonight. I'm having too much fun with you guys.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. We're we're a fun group.
Wait for the post buzzer stuff to come in, and then I'll have to skedaddle.
Yes, that's fine. Oh wow. The deadline is officially here. It is 3:00 here and 6:00 on the East Coast. 4 hours in, by the way, to this show.
You're not going to announce Central Standard Time? Okay, cool. I see how it is.
No, because no one cares about Central Time, to be honest.
Rude. I'm here.
If you're close to America, they say that's the actual time. I was shocked to hear that.
Yes, they do. Yes, it technically is.
Yeah.
Wow.
They call it normal people time. Listen,
right. Well, the Royals have traded Whit Merrifield per source.
Yes!
Whoa.
Yes! We'll get something for him.
1 year ago today, you remember, Tim, 1 year ago today, Ryan said he would cry if they traded Whit Merrifield. Now he's cheering.
What? This man deserves a chance at a ring. He deserves a chance at a ring.
Ryan is a diehard Royals fan. I love that.
He deserves a ring.
Okay, but where's he going? Where's he going? That's what I'm concerned about. Come on, find
they can get 10,000 retweets on 2 tweets, so they got to spread it out.
Look at Ryan. He's running around.
You know what? There's one way to make this better. Give Michael A a chance to go get another ring. Don't waste Michael A's career.
So where Merrifield plays
everywhere.
He can play second and outfield. Trade him to the Mets. I've been saying since this morning the Mets should get
like, why don't...
Okay, I have an idea. Alvarez for Merrifield. Who says no?
No.
Everybody. Alvarez says no.
Yeah, everyone.
There's a lot of players that will say no to that too.
Yeah. You can have.
Okay. A Royals reporter just tweeted, Merrifield is not on the field for stretching, so he is gone.
Hug watch, baby. Hug watch.
Ooh, yeah, this is all.
Whit deserves a chance at a ring, not to have his career wasted.
I love how people are. A guy, Benjamin Weingarten, just tweeted saying, "Who are the Mets going to use to get lefties out?" Guy, you do know the trades come in for the next 45 minutes, right? People are like, "Oh my God, the Mets didn't do anything." If you never paid attention to a trade deadline ever, Merrifield to the Blue Jays? What?
Wow. That is depth. That is serious depth in Toronto.
Whoa.
Wowzer.
Ooh.
Any of you guys old enough to remember the show Blossom? No, right? Joey Lawrence. You said, whoa, and someone did it perfect. It was unintentional, clearly, but that was perfect.
Okay. I think I know who the Royals are getting.
They already got it.
Samad Taylor and Max Castillo.
Yes, whoever those people are.
The name Max Castillo stands out for some reason in my brain. Let me check.
His last name's Castillo. That's literally it.
Oh, no, not because of that, Michael.
Are you sure?
Samad Taylor's the Blue Jays number 16 prospect.
Ooh. 16? What about Castillo?
Again, I'm gonna throw something.
I'm looking for him.
Looks like you guys lowballed big time on this one.
No, not again. Not again. JJ, what are you doing? Wait. Why are I know why the Blue Jays are trading for him.
Why?
He'll get the vaccine. Contending team.
Why would someone trade for him just for that? Hey, I want this guy to get vaccinated, so I'm going to trade for him.
It doesn't make sense. Vaccinated. Why would they trade for him if he wasn't going to get the vaccine? Is what I was saying.
I know. I'm saying he will. I thought you were saying that they traded for him just so that he will. I'm like, what?
No, I'm not that stupid.
Well, wow, that's a big deal. Imagine he gets traded. Imagine he gets there and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not getting vaccinated," and then he doesn't play. Yikes!
Leave me at the border. I'll be fine.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'll shake hands through the fence.
Guys, Bill season starts in like 6 weeks. Just find me in Buffalo.
Really?
No, not me. Him.
Sorry, my family keeps asking me about Merrifield. I thought Merrifield was going to go to the Dodgers.
Seems like a logical spot.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Ah.
Oh, man. Christian Vasquez is shaking hands with his former teammates during batting practice. It's pretty funny. And everyone's like pointing to him like, yeah.
I am on a show. Oh, God.
I'm on a show.
Hello, Eric. What do you need?
Oh, hi.
Pretty much.
Yeah, sure. Whatever he's saying. Oh,
pretty much.
Wow. 305.
Big Ryan's Jeff Madison of our crew here. He's taking calls. He's talking to sources.
Yeah. Well, that's his brother.
Source. It's a source.
No, it's my source is my twin brother. Yeah.
Your twin brother. Identical or fraternal?
Fraternal.
Oh, okay.
What do the Yankees do with Aaron Hicks?
Eric.
I don't know. Trade him?
Trade him? No, the clock's run out. It's too late.
Who is that, Eric?
Oh, we don't know. Maybe it's not too late.
Oh, Eric, I am happy about getting
the Cubs are not trading Contreras and Happ. Oh, what a failure. Failures. I tell ya.
Contreras sucks.
Wow.
Can you guys hear him?
Wow. No, not at all.
Eric, I was so happy to see that Rivera was traded. I thought the Royals were going to get a bag of Lay's potato chips for him.
Well,
okay. You know what? This Max Castillo guy has not been bad in the majors this year. 9 games.
My AirPods are done.
3.05 ERA, 2 starts. I'm not complaining about that.
Let me know if there's an echo, by the way, guys.
Samad Taylor.
You're all good.
Okay, cool. Wow, the Giants aren't trading Rodon and Peterson. Let's see if the Mets made another move.
Samad Taylor's another Whit Merrifield, it looks like. Second baseman and outfielder.
Matt Moore wasn't traded. Wow.
What a terrible deadline.
Well,
what a weird deadline.
Ted Williams got traded today.
That's true.
No one's going to remember anything else.
Wow. That's true, yeah. Everyone's going to look back on this and say, oh, this is the year that Juan Soto was traded. Wow.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I think we're all just kind of sitting here scrolling.
Yeah, because I'm expecting things are going to keep coming in. It's bound to happen.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Twitter. If you're in line to be traded, stay in line. Legally, they have to let you be traded.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's great.
That guy's funny. San Diego is paying down to the minimum. They're sending the Sox about $44 million. Not going to be any buzzer beaters from the Cubs. Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ will remain. Ooh, still awaiting word on the Red Sox, though. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That could be interesting. The Giants are staying put. So we're just hearing now about teams being done. No more Red Sox trades from Chris Cotillo. So JD Martinez stays. Wow. This is crazy. The Mets, come on. I need the Mets to have at least gotten a lefty. What are the Tigers doing? What are you doing? You don't need these guys. What are the Cubs doing? What are the Tigers doing? Also, the hug between Ian Happ and Wilson Contreras looks a little awkward now.
Yeah.
The whole situation is awkward now. Like, you got this guy all prepared to leave. Clearly, he was emotional about it. The fans, I mean, just another masterclass in cubbery.
I have a diehard Cub. One of my friends is a diehard Cubs fan, and he texted me. He said, "I'm so confused. I have no idea what's going on. Why they kept Contreras and Happ."
That's what I'm saying. Like
It
everyone,
doesn't even make sense to their fans.
which is so awkward.
Huh.
I'm sorry, but the Cubs and Giants really screwed up.
Yeah, they did, both of them. It's the Rockies of last year. It always happens every year. There's always one.
This is just so weird. And like, you have to assume the Mets had
Whoa,
options.
the Braves are getting Rizal Iglesias from the Angels for Jesse Chavez and Tucker Davidson. All right, well, now the Mets need to get themselves involved.
Iglesias is nasty. That's unpleasant for a Mets fan to hear.
Yeah, it is. Now the Mets need to do something. Look at the Braves.
He's been bad this year, but he still has some good movement on his
The
off.
Braves were smart. They waited till the last minute so that the Mets didn't have the time to react.
Oh, that is so smart. I give respect to that.
Oh, man. Whoa. Yikes.
Well,
Okay.
Will Myers drew a walk, so he's good to go. He's in the light. He was playing. He wasn't getting traded today.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I'm so confused.
Yes.
This trade is better than the Benintendi trade, in my opinion.
Okay.
Actually, I have a guy that's played some time in the majors.
Oh, good.
That Benintendi deal, that you guys got a lot of good arms though.
Here's my worry. The best one, Sycamore, I'm worried about the shoulder because he didn't get surgery on it. It didn't require surgery. I'm worried about it. The one that I'm actually most excited for is Beck Way. I think Beck Way could be really good.
I was really, really high on him. I like
And then
him.
Champlain, in like 73 innings, has 108 strikeouts. I like that Champlain and which one was it that had the good? And then Sycamore. Both of them have really good strikeout to walk numbers, so it seems like they have some pretty good command, which I like. The one thing that worries me though is their age, but at the same time, I can't really look at the Yankees farm system compared to where they would be in the Royals farm system because they work completely differently with how the Yankees will stash arms. They don't use their arms as much. So,
Yeah, where are they in Kansas City's system?
I can't remember where they're each at.
Beck Way is 12. He was 19 for the Yankees.
I thought that was Sycamore who was 19.
Oh yeah, Beck Way was 21. Sorry.
Beckway's 12. Who else?
Sycamore is 21.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me.
And then
You guys know
Champlain
as soon as I sign off
And
here,
Champlain's 30th.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Tim?
you guys know as soon as I sign off here, something's going to happen, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stretch it out, but
We haven't heard anything at all about
Sycamore
the Tigers.
is- let's see, where's Sycamore at?
my friend just asked me if he's a Tigers fan, if Al Avila is drunk, and if so, does he want to come with AA with him? And I'm not I can't reveal my friend's name because AA.
Yeah, right. Yes, obviously.
But hey, Al Avila, if you're feeling troubled, there's always someone you can talk to.
Dude, Iglesias has 3 years left. How did the Braves give up Jesse Chavez and Tucker Davidson for him, and that's it? Like, what are you
Those are
doing?
selling. They want that money off the books.
It doesn't matter. Like, they could have gotten so much more for that. Nick must be watching our show because he just responded. He just wrote in our group chat saying Al Avila is drunk.
You know what?
I didn't say that. I said a friend said that.
Yeah.
I'm still mad
Nick
about
said he's watching. Hi, Nick. We
I'm
miss
still
you.
mad about a few things. I still think a couple guys that are on my list of guys that should have been traded did not get traded.
Who?
Peterson, Rodon, Michael A. Taylor, Contreras, Happ.
We don't know about Michael A. Taylor yet, to be fair.
If they trade Michael A., I'll be so happy. Give that man a chance to win. Like, he's wasting his time in KC.
He wasn't in Washington when they won?
He did. Yeah, he was, but still, give him another one.
I'll give him another one. Okay, yeah. Excellent player. Always did damage against the Mets when they gave him when he was in there.
And he's a terrific defender.
Oh my gosh, outstanding.
Terrific defender. Man, please trade Michael A. Don't let him waste his career in Kansas City.
The Mets did not make any additional trade deadlines.
That's
Or
it.
trade deadline trades.
That's it. Hey, bright side, guys. Jacob DeGrom pitches in about an hour, and I don't have to do an emergency podcast tonight. So looks like I'm enjoying my night.
I mean, I'm going to enjoy my night. The Jacob DeGrom pitches and the Mets got better. They got better today.
They did. They got better. They didn't give up prospects. You just got to hope they know what the hell they're doing.
Well, we don't know who they gave up for Michael Givens yet, to be fair.
Well, I mean, I can't imagine they're giving up anyone of, that top 5 substance in a deal like that.
I would hope not.
No.
I mean, they did give up.
Still a little bummed about Sapucki. I think that one's finally just hitting me. I like Sapucki.
Yeah.
Cardinals have added a player to be named later in the deal with the Yankees.
That seems fair.
Odds are it's not Anthony Volpe.
I heard it could be Dominguez.
Actually, I think it's Garrett Cole, to be honest.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know what? I saw this thing the other day. What if the player to be named later is Harrison Bader?
Send him back.
Send him back.
That's a good one. You made a funny.
Guys, I got a jet. I can't thank you enough for having me, man. This is so much fun.
And this was awesome.
Yeah, this is a blast.
Well, we always love it too.
If the stars align again, just shoot me a line, Mike. I'm happy to come back.
Always.
We love having you on. It's always a good time.
Well, you guys have a great rest of the show. Let's hope for some unexpected news to come in, give you guys something to talk about, and see you next time.
And enjoy the Brown Day.
Thank you.
Yeah,
happy Brown Day to you as well. Later, guys.
Oh, man. Oh, let's fix that ugliness. All right. Well, we're still winding down.
What else is happening? I need more.
I don't know. I don't know if anything's going
to
to
happen. The Yankees are done yet.
Yeah, that's true. We always have to get the confirmation from everybody. Well, the Yankees have made their trade official.
Yeah. This is a weird trade. I still don't know how to feel about it.
Wow. This is odd, to say the least.
Well, the rotation right now is, if we could talk about the Yankees for just a little bit, Cole, Montas, Nestor, Tyone, and then Domingo Germán is your 5.
Then Severino comes back in September. Is that what I saw? Something like that?
Yeah, he's always hurt, though.
I still don't love it.
That's a fair statement. Is there? They could have moved Montgomery to the pen. Long relief. I don't know.
But now with it's weird with Germán, like them committing to Germán to be their 5th starter.
Yeah.
Especially with Bader being on the IL. Because I don't know if anyone knows when he's going to come back. When he gets back, it's a great piece to your lineup and a great center fielder. Now you can move Judge back to his natural position and right, but I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this. If they're done, I have no idea. If they still get a starter, which I'm hoping for, then I love it.
Well, again, you just got Montas, so.
Oh, yeah. There's not much to be – there's really not much to complain about.
And you're also the first team to 70 wins.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just me being picky.
I mean, the horror. I mean, my team doesn't even have 45 wins yet. It's not like Aaron Judge hit a grand slam against my team or hit a walk-off homer or something.
To be fair, he's had a lot of home runs in the past 14 days. So
yeah, 4 of them came against the Royals.
Yeah.
In one game, he had 6 RBIs against the Royals.
Oh, he's on my fantasy team. So, but
you know.
Oh, we got another trade. The Reds got Austin Romine from the Cardinals.
Let's go.
Oh,
that's a big deal.
What they trade, Joey Votto?
Wow. Interesting.
I am confused.
I am too.
Mitch White trade for the Dodgers. I am very confused, and it just doesn't sound right to me.
It's almost as if baseball didn't change at all, minus Juan Soto, but
I wouldn't say that. Again, I would not say that.
Interesting.
I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'm reflecting on all of our teams. I have a feeling that, honestly, well, the Yankees did everything they needed. They're great. The Royals didn't do that much, and the Mets really didn't do that much either. The Mets got their small depth pieces, but I'm starting to wonder where. I mean, look, the only possible reasoning I can provide for why the Mets didn't do anything else is that the ask was just too high. And we heard that a lot this year, that because the market was very small, there weren't that many players in the market, that the asking prices were ridiculously high for all these guys, which doesn't shock me altogether that the Mets didn't make a move. And like I said earlier, they were following what the Braves did, and they were following to see if anything would happen. And to be fair, they countered what the Braves did pretty much exactly. The Braves needed a starting pitcher, and they got a fairly good starting pitcher. The Mets needed a right-handed DH bat. They did that. The Braves got themselves a bullpen arm. So did the Mets. Arguably, the Mets got a better one in Michael Givens. So who knows?
Bud.
This season, Michael Givens has been better than Ryan.
There's a correction you needed to make.
Yes, this season. Significantly better this season. But I don't know. I don't I'm intrigued.
Man, I'm frustrated. I wish my team was still good. I remember the year when the Royals were actually buyers. They got Johnny Cueto and Ben Zobrist. Now look. Bottom.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, how the times have changed. Oh, how they've changed.
Man, I like that Braves trade. I like it a lot. I'm surprised the Red Sox didn't make any more moves.
Surprised JD Martinez didn't get moved.
That's what I'm saying. That one showed me. I'm surprised
I really thought he was going to go to the Mets.
Then they got Ruff and Vogelback, so.
Well, it would have made sense to get that. The Mets have – I haven't watched a lot of Mets games. Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think the Mets have had the greatest DHs this year.
No.
So to get a guy like JD Martinez, then –
oh, it'd be completely different. Yeah,
it'd be sure. You add him in the middle of that lineup, Martinez and Alonso, that would have been deadly. I guess just the asking price was too high, but
yeah,
I don't know why it should be. If you're from a Boston perspective, he's an aging veteran. You should want to get as much as you can for him and actually move him to get stuff, because not like Boston's really going anywhere.
That's true. Any more crazy trades that go down?
No, I don't think so. I think we're done.
Yeah.
I really do. I think we are done.
Pablo Lopez wasn't moved. Teams were going hard at him at the end.
Kim Ng, Marlins GM, is talking to Pablo Lopez right now in the dugout. Wow.
I am also shocked that the Royals did not trade Michael A. Taylor.
Honestly, that one's not the biggest shock. It's surprising.
His value is there, though. Great defensive guy. He gets on base a good amount.
Yeah, and it's very very underwhelming, this deadline. Very underwhelming.
Besides from Soto.
Yeah. Wow. I think this is very, very, very underwhelming for so many teams too. I mean, think about the teams that had players that they should have traded. Tigers could have gotten a lot for their guys. They only trade one of them. The Giants could have gotten a ton for their guys. They didn't trade any of them.
Michael, I hate to cut you off, but I have to head out with some family. If any other crazy trade happens, I'll get on my phone, but I got to head out.
I highly doubt it, but it was fun having you, Ryan. It was another great year.
Yeah, it was a blast.
Alex, please cherish Andrew Benintendi for me.
Oh, I will.
It hurts so bad because even before he was a Royal, I loved Andrew Benintendi. So if he gets a ring this year, you know what? I would not be mad if the Yankees won it this year just because of him.
I'll be stoked if the Yankees win it this year, but
I hate the Yankees, but just because Benintendi's there, if he wins a ring, I'll be glad. So
hey, hopefully he leads them past the
All right, gentlemen. I'll see you later.
See you, Ryan. Well, I think we could probably wrap this up anyway because there's seemingly nothing else happening. So
Yeah.
it's seems to be a good time to wind this down. But man, what a wild 4 hours and 24 minutes this has been since we started this show. Alex, you've been here for more than half of it. So shout out to you for dealing with more than anyone else had.
It's been a blast.
It really has. It's been so much fun. I'm glad that you were able to be here with me. It was so much to talk about, so much to discuss. But, you know, the Mets and Yankees both, they made moves to make themselves better. Other teams did too. Some big names, obviously Juan Soto going to the Padres, Noah Syndergaard going to the Phillies, the ones that stand out the most. But just a great day, and it was an enjoyable trade deadline. I will say, while yes, it was still underwhelming, I would still say that it was a good and enjoyable deadline. Just not anywhere near the top 20, but I don't know. I enjoyed it. Any final remarks for you before we sign off here?
Just a lot of teams really making that final push here at the deadline. San Diego. Obviously, anytime you get Juan Soto, Josh Hader, they got Brandon Drury, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was when I was off. But
yeah,
add those three guys, the Twins going deep for pitching, Lopez, Fulmer, Maile. Those are three good additions. Obviously, what the Yankees did at the deadline really added a lot of talent here. These teams that are close to making that push, whether it's the Twins to win this playoff series, the Padres to potentially move past the Dodgers or the Yankees to get past the Astros. The teams that are in contention are making these big time moves, and that's what really stood out to me.
Baseball is in good hands, though, I will say. The future of baseball is so bright, and this year's playoffs they are going to be star-studded, and that's what's good. It's good to have stars in the playoffs. Guys like Juan Soto, guys like Josh Hader. It's good, especially Juan Soto, to have him in the playoffs. Next thing we need to do is free Mike Trout, or at least get the Angels a winning team.
Exactly.
But it's been a fun one. It really has. 4 hours, 26 minutes. We've had tons of viewers, tons of guests, tons of trades. It's been chaos, but it's been a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for yet another year of the trade deadline coverage here on Running the Bases. I'm Michael Garaffa, joined by Alex Rocco and so many more. It has been an absolute blast. We'll see you all in the next one, whenever that is, but it's been a blast from now. We'll see you guys all next time.